above a particular emergency exit located within the theatre itself. This is the door you should use to exit, or as otherwise directed by the ushers in the event of an emergency. May we take the liberty to remind you all to remain calm and collected during the evacuation procedure. We thank you for your attention and wish you a lovely and enjoyable evening. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Nilqawkom.
Valletta wakes slowly, stone by stone, street by street. The first doors open, the first coffees are poured, the first conversations begin. Some are meeting again, some are meeting for the first time. But for the next 2 days, we all share the same place and the same feeling that something important can start here. Good morning, Valletta. Welcome to NEXT Summit.
I want to start this morning by telling you 4 short stories. 4 people, 4 moments. Each of these is a moment where, if it had gone a little bit differently, our company might not have survived. And as a result, none of you guys would have been sitting in this room today. Good morning, first and foremost, and welcome to NEXT Valletta. 2020 was going to be our big year. And then, in March 2020, our company went from a healthy event business to 0 revenues in 1 day. We had a tiny team, no cushion, no plan B, and the entire industry around us was busy trying to survive its own version of the same problem. 9 months later, our company was in its best shape ever. We made it through because of the people who chose to help us at moments where nothing made sense on paper. And so, before I officially welcome you here today, I want to talk you through 4 of those moments. Number 1, Robin Reed. In 2010, I applied for a job at a Swedish poker forum called Donker. The CEO was a guy called Robin Reed. He ended up turning me down, but we ended up staying up in contact. And 10 years later, in May 2020, when everything was falling apart, I invited Robin for lunch. I told him, we might be looking for investment as an event company during COVID. Robin, being the contrarian that he is, ended up saying yes. That led to an introduction to Tim Heat of Hub 88 and YOLO Group, who also said yes to invest in our company. Daring Robin Reed to lunch saved our company. Number 2, Ashley Lang. In March of 2020, every event in our calendar disappeared overnight. We pivoted to digital content. The podcast was born. And I'll be honest with you guys, it sucked in the beginning. If you ever go back and listen to those first episodes, oh my God. But on May 22nd, 2020, in those early days, Ashley Lang, the CEO for Pragmatic Solutions, sent me a message on LinkedIn. He told me to keep going, and he offered to be the very first sponsor of that podcast. Pragmatic became one of the first companies of the industry to put a bet on us after our revenues has gone to zero. And they have been the one and only headline partner of the podcast ever since. Ashley's supportive nature gave us confidence, and the early supporters ended up saving our company from bankruptcy in these difficult times. Number 3, our staff. By March 20, 2020, we were completely broke. To give ourselves one last shot, we had to lower everyone's salaries, myself included. We sat the team down and told them the cold truth. We told them that we would understand if they wanted to leave, and that we would help them find the next thing if they did. But something amazing happened. Everyone stayed. They took the pay cut. They worked harder. And 9 months later, when we closed the investment, and the company was safe. Our staff's unreasonable belief in us as a team saved our company. And fourth and finally, Lassen Mersug. COVID was the toughest period of my life, personally. I had no money, almost no salary, the possibility of a decade of personal debt if the company failed, staff counting on me to figure things out, and there were days where I was not sure if I would see my way through. One afternoon, the doorbell rang. It was my best friend, Lasse Mersug, the CEO and chairman of Presenter Group. He had a week of groceries with him from the supermarket. He had not told me he was coming, because he knew that I'm terrible at accepting favors. He just showed up knowing that's the support that I needed in that low moment. Lassen and the friends around me picking me up when I was down ended up saving our company. Sometimes being present is the gift. 4 people, they all had their reasons, some financial, some commercial, some personal. The point is that the moments when it mattered, they chose to lean in instead of away. They chose to listen, and they chose to believe. Most people wait to see if you survive before you pick up the phone. These 4 didn't. That is the thing I want to leave you with this morning. Success is not linear. Anyone who tells you is trying to sell you something. There will be moments in your career when everything you have built is about to come apart. And in those moments, you cannot do it alone. Nobody can. The thing that gets you back up is the people who chose to show up when they could have looked the other way. So what I want to carry into the next 2 days is this. Sometimes being present is the greatest gift you can give someone. Think about that today when you shake a hand at the coffee station. Take an extra moment with the person standing in front of you. Listen sharply. You never know when you're in the middle of somebody else's hardest year. You never know when a 5-minute conversation in a corridor at this conference is going to lead to something much bigger. One last thing before I get to the welcome. This Friday, iGaming are hosting the Darbjörn Charity Gala here in Malta at the Phoenicia Hotel. If you are still on the island at that point, you have to be there, guys. Darbjörn are exhibiting here all week, and you can get all the information you need to visit this event at their booth. Our target this year is to try to raise 350,000 euro. And just to set the tone, I have a video I would like to play to you here now to show a little bit more information about this event that are coming up.
In 2025, iGaming launched the Charity Gala, the largest offline fundraising event in Malta. Together with WLC and Next.io, iGaming raised over 200,000 euros for the Darbjörn Respite Center. But what is Darbjörn all about?
So excited to be here with Maria Formosa, the wife of Björn, and also the leading force here at Darbjörn, of course, as well. But I wanted to ask you first and foremost, Maria, how did this all begin?
Yes, it was an idea of Björn's when he was just diagnosed 10 years ago. So he had this idea to start giving services in their own homes. And by time, it all grew bigger.
Darbjörn is a place where life is happening to the fullest.
Darbjörn is a light of hope for any people that are suffering with LS.
Building on what we managed to achieve last year, it only feels natural that iGaming will support Darbjörn this year.
So join us on Friday. Make sure to join our charity gala, because it is only by giving that we can make a difference. Brilliant. So please, if you're here on Friday, consider your attendance at this event. Speaking of big vision, Next is also taking its next big step. Today, we are very proud to launch Next Predict, our second brand, and our inaugural Next Predict New York conference, which is taking place on the October 22nd and 23rd, the world's biggest conference for the prediction markets industry at the heart of Manhattan. We have a kick-ass lineup of speakers already confirmed, including Tarek Mansour, the CEO and founder of Kalchi, Jason Robbins, the founder of DraftKings, Contessa Brewer, correspondent at CNBC, and Brian Egger of Bloomberg. Another 15 speakers already confirmed, with more in the coming weeks. Tickets are live today by scanning this QR code, and we are very much looking forward to welcome you in New York this coming October. Finally, our partners. None of this happens without you guys. To our headline partner, the leading aggregator, and our long-standing headline partners 5 years running, and good friends Hub88, thank you so much for, once again, coming on board as a headline partner. And to our platinum partners, Alia, Altenar, Fast Track, Gaming Malta, Identita, Malta Vision 2050, Patoplay, Playzone, Stake Engine, Visit Malta, and Zed Gaming Platform. Thank you all. And now, welcome to Next Valletta 2026. Let's make it count, guys. Good luck to everyone, and welcome to the host out on stage. Thank you so much.
Alex, have you guys seen Alex? Pierre has called our names.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
What are you doing?
I'm doing breathing exercises.
Are you ready? Do you know what you're going to say?
Yes, yes. I think I got covered.
Your tie is crooked.
Yeah, my tie?
Yes.
Is that the, no, that's the pad tie. Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's
All right.
go out. We're late.
This is so going to be so cringe.
Okay,
this is so cool. Ta-da!
Woo, here we are. Thank you, Pierre.
I told you it was going to be awesome.
Sorry about that. You know how Alex is.
Valletta, how are you doing?
Good.
Okay, that's
feeling
not good. Be enough. How Valletta, how are you? Hey, there we go.
Welcome, everyone,
Yes.
to our bistro. I mean, to Next Valletta 2026. We're super excited to be here with you guys today. We have so much to look forward to. Alex, what is this stage all about?
Leadership.
Yep.
Yep. Not a bunch of theories here, not a bunch of slides going on, but we're talking real conversations. This is where things are really going to go down for the entire duration of not 1, but 2 days.
Yes, things are going to be happening. So over these next 2 days, we'll talk about navigating pressure, building something that lasts, and leading through change, especially when the path forward isn't always that obvious.
No, you're going to have some cool conversations, but what really going to stick out is that there are going to be people here that really stand upon these claims that they're having. There's going to be some provocation, I can guarantee you that. But yeah, it's going to be 2 full, fantastic days.
Yes, some sessions will move fast, some will go a bit deeper, and all of them are designed to reflect what leadership is all about today.
Yeah. All right, here's the thing, guys. We don't want to be the ones who's just like, okay, so the next speaker and the next speaker. We want to have some interactions with
fun.
you. Yeah, so there's going to be a thing that I'm going to ask you for, a key word that you need to listen out. Even if you're walking away, you need to share this with the entire venue. Wherever you go and talk to people, you need to listen for this key word. So whenever we have listened to a session, we're going to ask you if you liked the session, and if you did, you need to do something. When you hear the keyword of banana, banana. And what's going to happen when you hear the banana? I'm going to go, oh, did you enjoy it? Banana? And you're going to go like this. So we're going to try this now and see if you can catch up with me, all right? So, all right, banana.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of weak. Let's try it one more time. All right, so 3, 2, 1. Banana. See, they're natural talents. All right, for the ones who don't know me, my name is
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. What did just happen? We were all minding our own business, trying to learn something from the great speakers that are on stage today, and the news came. One of your most important markets just shut down. I don't know if it happened to some of you. And the question is, what you going to do? Who you going to call? Obviously not Ghostbusters, most probably your lawyer and someone else. And we're going to get that answer from our great guest today. Please, gentlemen, join me on stage. So, a big welcome to Eric, the legendary David Carruthers, and Mr. Phil Pearson. So, you have here the only people of the iGaming industry accepted to be on this panel, named The Day the Light Goes Out. So, as I was saying in my introduction, I would like to know, what would you do when you face this situation when the regulator frozen your license pending a compliance review? Very typical scenario. I've been there. You have 48 hours to submit the response. Operations are paused, but not terminated yet. That's coming after. And staff don't know yet. What's your move? Who do you call first? Lawyers, investors, your biggest operator partner? And what do you actually say? Who wants to take the first shot? Yes, David.
Yeah, no pun
that's for you.
no pun intended in terms of shot. Yeah, look, it's a marvelous question, and it's full of intrigue, and I didn't actually experience it like that. One, it was not the regulator; it was the FBI. Two, I didn't get 48 hours notice; it was boom. But to answer your question, who did I want to call? Who did I need to call?
Your wife?
Actually, my wife was with me on the air flight. So I didn't, that was struck off. But I needed to talk to the company chairman. It was a public company. And fortunately, it was a Sunday. So we had time. So I instructed my wife to call the company chairman.
Wow.
And she did. And they managed the announcement, the market, the share price went, and we moved on to the next stage of the process that took nearly 6 years.
Very interesting answer. I mean, I know your story. We had a long conversation on the Under Pressure podcast, and you also had this conversation with Pierre. For people who don't know David's story, I really encourage you to watch Pierre's podcast about it. Gentlemen, Eric?
I'll jump in. Eric Holreiser. 15 years ago, last month, I joined PokerStars executive management team. And in April, the U.S. Department of Justice closed online poker in America, serving papers against the 3 largest operators and our founders and many executives. I was not one of them. But And there began a couple of year odyssey. We lost 60% of our revenue, like that. And somewhat surprisingly, though, when you look under the covers, which I think is part of what we'll be doing today, 2 years later, we settled with the Department of Justice and came away with, I would say, a better brand reputation than we had going in. And that was a factor of several things. You ask, what's the first thing you do? The first thing I do is I reach for the playbook because I've created one. And, in our industry, if you don't already know this, it's not a question of if, it's when. So preparation is the key.
Yes.
And then those first calls are to legal, communications, HR, and finance.
Right.
Now, I was also with a private company, which was very, very beneficial because we were able to do things that, as a public company, are much, much harder. So you have my sympathy.
Thank you, Eric. Phil, tell us how you've dealt with that type of situation.
So we had it with Sweden, Germany on the MGA. The first thing is you go on Walt and you order a lot of vapes because you're going to need them. And then it was more a case of legal first to check if what we could do was possible.
Yeah.
But for the sake of what we're going to do today, I'm not going to be as white market as these gentlemen. I will hypothetically come at this from a black market point of view and say what we would hypothetically do that we didn't do, but we could do, just in case there's any investigative journalists in the crowd. And I will come at this from the dodgy side of gaming.
So basically what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, which is an approach I've seen a lot and I've hypothetically went through myself, is that when a market closes for you or in general, or let's say something happened, you are considering the shift towards addressing this market with an international license.
Yes, with a more global footprint, yes.
Yeah, and how did that work out?
Hypothetically.
Yeah, hypothetically, of course.
Hypothetically.
How would that work out?
Really, really well.
Yes, right.
Hypothetically. He's being overcautious. Okay? Everybody in this room knows the reality. Okay? There are international licensing organizations, whether it's Curaçao, Anjouan, Tubik, whatever. Okay? And most of the structures that are incorporated to facilitate that service for them to be able to operate in their chosen market opportunity have nothing to do with the operation whatsoever.
Right.
And the UBO is the man from the moon. Nobody knows who he is or why.
Yeah.
But that does not enable them to operate like the man from the moon. They still have to operate like a professional business and run their operation honestly, with integrity, with customer focus, with market opportunity focus. Some of the directors in Bet on Sports, when Bet on Sports finally gave up and failed, and I had no option. They didn't do anything wrong. The US government cut our oxygen supply and we died. But some of these individuals went on and still have careers in the industry and are still successful. And some of the entrepreneurs that helped build Bet on Sports are still operating in the biggest black market in the world, and they have significant personal wealth.
Yes, and we've seen it, we've talked extensively about it many times on panels, even here, I remember last year, about how our industry shifted towards non-regulated markets around 2016, basically when stake entered the game, especially with cryptocurrencies, and where a good casino was doing 5, 10, 15 million GGR per month, and this guy came and broke the game, and we're doing 200-300 million GGR per month. we're talking about amazing numbers we've never seen before. And how they were getting these numbers? They were getting these numbers by tapping into the crypto kids, let's say, that this new generation at outrageous amount of money. So what we saw at the same time is very high level C-level people moving from regulated company where they've been for 20 years to these crypto operations, where before addressing a market like Australia, for example, was considered as something shameful by the iGaming ecosystem, became the norm. And then we've seen from that companies go much further than that. And I think it completely reshaped the gaming industry.
I think there's an important point there that was made, and that is, one, when you're an entrepreneur, when you're in a new marketplace, there often aren't rules, right? So those who are willing to take the risks can often reap the rewards. With those risks, though, there are some very basic things, and the best way to handle a crisis is to be prepared for it, and the best way to be prepared for it is to know what's coming as best you can, but also have solid practices before you get there.
Right.
And I think, our experience as PokerStars in the US market at Black Friday is in stark contrast. The two leaders were PokerStars and Full Tilt Poker. We had really strong business practices, great ethics, working in a gray market that was clearly gray. We took our chances, and the DOJ told us what to do with those chances. However, because we were a very well-run operation, we were able to pivot and lose 60% of our business, not fire a single employee, shift to our regulated markets in Europe, dominate Europe. Our number 2 competitor, which was gaining on us fast, didn't have those same practices. We never mixed player funds with operating funds, not because there was any regulation that said we had to do that, but because we thought that was really good business practice.
Right.
We took care of our employees from day one. They were the first people that we spoke to after Black Friday, and we kept them informed. We kept our customers informed. We kept our regulators in Europe informed in real time with great transparency. And those practices allowed us to settle with the DOJ, where Full Tilt had to hand over the company to the DOJ, which we then bought from the DOJ.
Right. So let's get to the second level of our catastrophic scenario, the suspension. Your license is officially suspended, effective immediately. Player can't withdraw your payment processors has invoked its termination clause. The story is 30 minutes from going live. What is your move? Do you go public before the press does, or stay silent? What is your 30-minute plan? I'm going to add a quick story here. We got fined by the UKGC back in time with the Operation Slots Million, and we got a 200,000 euro fine. So some people may laugh here. Video slots got, I don't know, many of them. I was talking with Alex Stevendal yesterday. I think he just got a 10 million fine for not doing anything in Holland. And we got this 200K fine, and I go to the UKGC symposium in Birmingham called Raising Standards, and I'm ashamed. I head down, very low profile. All my peers are here. All these people I respect so much are going to judge me, and I don't speak. I just look at my shoes. And everybody's, hey, Alex, how are you doing? I'm a newcomer, in that market. How's business going for you? Guys, we got fines, I was about to break in tears, and they look at me and say, yeah, is that your first fine? I said, yes. Okay, so you never had a fine before? I said, no. I said, well, welcome to the club. So it's basically a yearly tax that they're going to apply on you. So you're basically you're a newcomer. How much is your fine? 200K, and then everybody starts laughing. Your GGR must be very low. So he was showing how rookie I was, and also how maybe, apart maybe in your case, David, but there are steps when the regulator comes after us. they usually don't strike like it happened in your case.
Look, I understand. I'm very interested to listen to your story. Okay, there is something here that has to be underneath everything and all of that. Number one is you have to face up to the reality that you may have some explanation to do. Number two, you should never run away from it, because the minute you run away from it, they'll up it 10, 100 times.
Right.
So you go and you deal with it, whatever it is. You know, and I'll give you an example from my experience, slightly different. But when I got released from prison, and I was talking to myself about what I might do, one of the things I did was I made application to the UK Gambling Commission for a personal license. And I was refused a personal license. But I stood up to them because I appealed the decision. And they gave me a face-to-face meeting with the committee. And I presented to the committee. And I went to the committee with a different attitude to your attitude about, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make a mistake. Please forgive me. I went to the committee and I told them who David Carruthers is, what David Carruthers did, how much David Carruthers paid, and why David Carruthers has spent his life in this industry, and why should I be denied an opportunity to re-engage with the industry. And I did it David way, eloquently. And it was a 2.5-hour session. And they adjourned and left. 45 minutes later, they come back. And they invite me to come back in. And the chairman said to me, David, I want to ask you a question. He said, do you have a plan? Do you have a job? Is William Hill going to employ you or blah, blah? And I said, no, I just want the credentials to show that I'm honest, I have integrity, I have ability, and I have capability. I do not have a plan. He says, He says, we have responsibility to police the operating environment in the United Kingdom. And we respect what you've done and what you achieved. However, you did a mistake. We have to protect the integrity of the organization. So, for example, if you had a job with Aliyah or William Hill, I will give you a license today. But if you're going to start your own enterprise and you're going to be the #1 boss, I will not.
Right.
And I will give you an opportunity not to have a rejection on the record and give you time to decide whether you want to withdraw your application. I asked for 24 hours, I withdrew the application, I don't have a rejection on the record. But you stand up, you face up, you deal with it, you remain flexible.
Yes, you show the face.
Yes.
Phil, what about you?
I mean, my first fine was 21.2 million euros.
Wow.
Which we didn't pay because it was a Dutch fine, and I'm fairly sure they were high. So it was an account the Dutch government made with a Luxembourg IP and a Luxembourg address. To which that's not a Dutch player, that's a Luxembourg player, which is fine. But no, they went down the road and we beat it because...
Sorry, are you saying that basically they used the mystery shopper faking a Luxembourg player?
Yes.
It's interesting because it seems to be a pattern with the Dutch authorities, which is actually completely legal in Malta. And that's how you can fight it.
We did.
And you won, right?
It's never been enforced, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly.
21...
And actually they can go in jail. So the Dutch authorities, for faking a customer that's not Dutch, trying to get into a Maltese operation, can be sued by Maltese authorities for basically faking a player identity.
I hope they do. It'd be nice. Bit of revenge.
I don't know if they go till the end. What I don't know is that in most, what I know, sorry, that in most of the cases the charge has dropped. They just withdraw.
I just got too scared to go to IGB for 3 years, so I
Right.
just stayed in Malta. But no, I mean...
But sorry, that's an interesting takeaway, guys. If you're facing Dutch authorities and they're coming with a player to register that is not from Holland, you can backfire.
They're all too tall anyway. No, you can migrate anything in 45 minutes now. Like with the invention of AI, with everything that's been built, you can move players. The only thing you have to do is do it legally. So if you're coming at this on a going white to gray model, as long as the players are not opting out or opting in, whichever way you do it, you can move them now to gray markets. And
Right.
they won't even know they've moved. It's possible.
Right. But
there's
in that
always an
case, you wouldn't even have to do it.
How do you mean?
I mean, in the case that you're facing with the Dutch authorities, you just basically...
we closed the market, so we didn't even even offer Netherlands.
Okay,
But if I was to offer the Netherlands, which 100% I'm not, you
Okay.
can migrate those players as long as you remove anyone with a email address that might be the government.
Right.
And the players will
Right.
still play.
Right.
So 3 deposits, send them an opt-out. If they don't opt out, you can move them, they still log in, and you've got a Curacao license at the bottom.
Right. Let's move to...
Alex, very quickly back to your, scenario.
Please, Eric.
Back to your scenario. I think a couple of important points. One is, often as a senior executive, you want to defer to the lawyers. And, lawyers are some of my best friends. They're the absolute worst communicators. Because your question was, do you say anything, do you not say anything, right?
Yeah.
And, the first thing I would recommend is disregard what the lawyers say. They will say, don't do anything, don't say anything, don't talk to anyone, don't admit a thing, right? Which, with all of that caution put there, you have to be human. And you have to say, okay, first, what are the facts? And what of those facts can I independently verify? Then what can I say, what should I say, and who should I say it to? Starting with my employees, then going to my customers, then going to my regulators. I think it's just super important. So I'm a big believer in, yes, say something, make sure it's factual, make sure it's honest, make sure it is human and not legalese.
Right. Very good advice.
We did that with the Netherlands thing because we let them do a PR release of everything they were going to say.
Yeah.
And then we released a statement that categorically proved everything they were saying was utter shit. So we had all the public support. Video Slots came and spoke to us. A lot of people were on our side. So we let them go first, and then we came at it with humility and facts.
So, yeah, you basically let them play their card first.
Efficient.
Yeah, very, very good strategy. Situation number 3, much worse, the cascade. We're going to take a dramatic tone. Your second market follows. A key technology partner has invoked force majeure. 2 of your senior team have started looking. Your biggest affiliate just emailed to say they're pausing relationship. What is your move? Your partner network is leaving. Which relationship do you fight to keep? And which do you let go? So now we're talking about all the ecosystem that you have around you. What do you do with the people you are working with? How do you communicate with them?
Honesty, transparency.
Look, there is no secret here. There is a fundamental necessity. And yes, honesty and transparency. You have to stand up and show leadership. You have to accept and take responsibility. And the people that loved you 6 months before you had a problem will continue to love you until the day you die. That doesn't matter whether you park the business, multiply the business, sell the business, or stay stationary. Integrity, honesty, leadership, accepting responsibility. And then in a team effort, analyze the opportunity and manage the risk going forward, whichever direction you decide is the right direction for you to do. If you're in a market that's come after you, like the Netherlands, maybe you leave the market and you go to Germany or Austria until they chase you. Then you go to Turkey or Singapore or wherever.
Right.
You have to make a judgment, but you have to make that judgment in a team format.
Okay, I'd like to take a twist on that question. Imagine now that
you are working on gray markets. Gray, black markets, pre-regulated markets, whatever we call them. First of all, if you would have that type of operation, would you be transparent with your partners? Let's say game providers, for example. Payment providers, they know, because they know where the money is coming from. Game providers may not know. Would you be transparent with the game providers, or would you hide them the truth? And if you would hide them the truth, when the regulator would come to them or to you and tell you're taking players from where you should not, would you then tell them that you're doing it? Or let's say if you said them before, they already know, but then you need to tell them that we have a problem. And if you never told them before, you have a bigger problem because you maybe should have told them before.
I'd be transparent because the game providers want
So you would be transparent from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because your account managers, your team, are going to, not through any fault of their own, make a mistake at some point. They're going to say, oh, we've got a player from this market, this market. The game providers generally, 90% of them, are okay as long as nothing's visible.
As long as they don't see it.
As long as they don't see it. And then the other 5% will say...
Sorry, let me rephrase. As long as their compliance department don't see it.
As long as the compliance department doesn't see it. And then 5% will be like, we don't want this, and then send you a message on the side, we do want this. And then 5% you don't go down that road because you don't want to be part of an Israeli investigation.
Right. And what happened now if the regulator comes to you or to them saying you're doing that market that you shouldn't do, and they know you're doing it, at least the business team knows, the compliance team doesn't know. They've been shot in the back by the compliance team, and now they're coming to you, and basically they ask you for help.
They can't prove it.
They can't prove it.
So
that's a good one. They can't prove it. They can't prove it. Well, that's arguable. Let's say that if the regulator goes on the website and opens the game from a local IP, and they see the game and they place a bet and they record all the process, and also this operator that, let's say hypothetically we're running here is on an affiliate website that's pushing these players. David is jumping on his sofa.
It doesn't matter whether they can prove it or not. They don't need to prove anything.
Yeah.
They are the law. They can beat you over the head with the biggest brick they have in their locker room. And what are you going to do about it? I've faced 4 counts of RICO conspiracy. Guilty on any one of the 4 counts is a minimum of 20 years in prison. I was facing the rest of my life in prison. I was forced to make an analysis and a decision to negotiate something more appropriate. I didn't get what I wanted. I should have got no prison sentence. I should have got a slap in the wrist like any USA citizen has had for what I did. But I didn't get 80 years in prison, and I'm grateful for that. Now, the other thing about this hypothetical discussion is there's no innocence here. The service provider, the facilitator, the licensing organization, and the B2C operator, they're all equally suspect of inappropriate behavior. And there is inappropriate behavior taking place today, and there will be next week, and there will be next year. We're all human beings, and the industry is dynamic.
Yeah.
But my observation is that it's becoming extremely challenging to do inappropriate things and get away with them. Because it's not only a gambling industry environment, it's a global environment, and that involves finance and the moving of money and the identification of wealth and what's done with that wealth and how it was accumulated, and that cuts across all industries and everything. So we're not a small bonfire, it's a furnace.
Right.
So we need to prepare. We need to grow up, we need to mature, and we need to run the business properly.
Gentlemen, we have 2 more scenarios, but we have 1 minute left. And maybe some people in the public have questions to ask to these gentlemen. that they could ask in public. You can stay in the shadow, nobody will see you. Any questions? Questions? No? Question 1? Question 2? No, if you put the light on them, they're not going to ask anything. All right. So, situation 4, worst, the ultimatum. You've been formally instructed to exit both markets. A regulator is threatening personal director liability. Sorry, David, I'm looking at you. Your bank has restricted the account. Investors are calling an emergency board meeting. Or we can go to the diamond, which is 18 months later. I find that interesting. You made it. The market reopened. Or let's say your license have been given back to you. What you built under pressure is now your strongest asset. That's a very good one. Or you get out from there stronger than you were.
I'll take that. As I think we proved with PokerStars, we came out stronger because we had a principled approach. We were prepared. When we had to make decisions, we made decisions based upon those principles, even when those principles cost us money, and they cost us a lot of money. And we were rewarded by employees who were loyal to the company and were then willing to follow us when we took additional risks. Players who rewarded our good behavior and our taking care of them and keeping them informed. And even our regulators, whom we, as soon as, well, two important things. In the American market, the first thing we did was, before talking about settling our own case, we did an agreement with the DOJ that opened up the accounts for our players to be able to access their funds. Again, no admission, no anything, just give them access to their funds, which won us obviously a lot of points. Then we spoke to our regulators, and our French regulator came over to the Isle of Man and spent 2 days with us. When they first got there, it was very stern faces, very, with all due respect, very French. By the time they left, we were all backslapping, and they were very happy and comfortable with the way we were operating because we were very transparent and showed them exactly how we were operating. And so coming out of that, we actually had better relationships with many of our regulators because of the transparency we showed and the trust that we showed in them by going as open kimono as we could. And the same thing with players, same thing with employees.
Simple. I became a brand, and now I'm a legend.
And you're here with us today. True.
Yeah.
I would pivot. Like, you see so many old casinos that have now started making games, that have now started other sources of income. Like, even Next became an affiliate recently.
Right.
That's making money from that. You can make money in gaming from anywhere. Like, if you have a casino, you lose all your markets, you can go to the stake engine and make games, put them on stake.
Completely.
You can do anything.
There's so many ways to pivot in our industry. You're completely right. That's a very interesting take on it. You could take your casino website, make it an affiliate website. That would be the easiest call, let's say.
I think Poker.com did it back in the day.
I think so.
Even PokerStars launched a casino and partnered with Betfair, so everyone's.
Right. Okay. We're above time, 2.5 minutes. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
I'm staying here.
Say again?
Well done.
Staying here.
Nice. Are you staying here?
Best seat.
Great. All right. Welcome. Very good. Banana? Good. Excellent. You're getting a hang of this. See you soon, Alex. See you soon. All right. We're having people leave and people joining in. AI, 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 AI. AI over here, AI over there, AI everywhere. AI is here to reshape the way that we do and conduct our businesses, how we operate, how we compete, how we grow. So it's very important for us to understand, as leaders, how to manage this and how to guide ourselves through this, because it's more than just a hype. It's here to stay. So on stage right now, I want you to welcome with this beautiful Valletta type of vibe that you always give, no other than Daniel Gracer, from Managing Partner at Newton Lawrence. A big round of applause.
Thank you, thank you. Hi, everybody. It's a nice early start today. I was on this stage a year ago with a group of esteemed individuals talking about AI. Now, a lot has changed in the last year, a hell of a lot. We talked about AI in gaming, and I'm sure over the next couple of days you're going to hear a lot about AI in gaming. CRM, analytics, all kinds of other amazing technologies. We're going to try and do something a little bit different. We're going to try not to talk too much about gaming. I've got a very special guest with me here today. He is a very well-known public speaker on the future of humanity and its intersection with technology. He has well over 1 million people follow him online. He's also a co-founder in a startup of mine. We've had so many multi-hour conversations that we should open a long-format podcast together. But we're going to just try it out here together in front of all of you today. So please give a warm welcome for Rodrigo Taramona. He's going to do a quick presentation, and then we're going to sit down for a chat.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Dan. And thank you guys for having me. How are you feeling? Okay? Can't hear you. Great. Thank you. So just for some context, I don't want to make this too long because I really want to talk to Dan. But I'm Rodrigo Taramona, and the thing is, I was born in Peru, I was raised in Spain, and about 12 years ago, I realized there was this really important conversation that my whole culture, like the Spanish-speaking culture, was not taking part of, and it was crucial. It's the impact of technology on human behavior on every level, like politically, personally, professionally. We were not talking about that. So my wife, my now wife and me, we gave up our jobs. We started this magazine for free and consultancy agency to help people and businesses start this conversation in Spanish. COVID came, we bankrupt. At that point, not knowing really what to do, I made what every mother would suggest, her jobless, broke, 40-year-old son with a recently born daughter. I became a TikToker. And here I am. Now I have 1 million followers, as he said, and I'm really happy with it. I want to talk about a few things that will introduce us to the conversation I'm going to have with Dan. This is a very long conversation. Excuse me, you won't see it because it's like 40, 50 minutes long. But there are a few things I want to talk about. Number one is about the Luddite fallacy. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this. The Luddite fallacy is what says that Luddites, when the loom came up, they said, machines are going to replace us. We will be irrelevant. And then Vasily Leontiev, Nobel Prize economy on the 70s, he said, that is true. The horses are the canary in the coal mine for humans. Machines will be replacing us like they did them. Thing is, that never happened. It never happened. And that's why they call it the Luddite fallacy, because technology never replaces humans, actually does the opposite. It gives us more jobs. It brings more people into labor. Sorry, it's in Spanish because, as I said, I started this for my community, but I will translate it someday. Because it does disqualification, it just makes everybody jump in. So this, though, for the first time, for some reasons I explained on this long talk, might be shifting. It's what these two guys called the great decoupling, okay? And it's for so many reasons, but it has to do with general purpose technologies, like the information technologies, or with this guy, AI. For the first time, we have a tool that is not just great at replacing one sector or changing society and giving us more jobs. When a new job comes up, fruit of this technology, it says, hold my beer. I have another AI that can handle that too. And this one, and this one, and this one. And all those tasks that new people would come and join are also taken care by AI. That's why Sam Altman says this. Like he says, there will be soon a billion-dollar company run by one person. When I talk about this, I try to be very clear. It's not like Mr. Beast, he's a YouTuber, like he's like now 1 billion worth, but he has a whole team of people. Every production is really complicated. We're talking about one person on his laptop, many agents, valuing his gig, his company, in 1 billion. And that might be possible And that is, a break of the Luddite fallacy. That is actually the thing. Because AI is going to create a paradigm shift, a really big one. And I'm going to talk about 3 things that we're going to be talking about. I'm going to skip all this, about how we're going to face this new internet. I'll just go straight to the point. Number 1, there are a few things I want to talk about. LLMs. We all know what LLMs are. We might not be so familiar with vibe coding. If you are, sorry for this 3 minutes, if you aren't. It means that right now you can just make your own tools, okay? People are using ChatGPT for answering emails, when you could really say like, and Dan will probably get into this, like if you don't like notes on your app because it doesn't give you what you want, you just go to this platform. It could be Emergent, it could be Cloud Code, and you design your own app without knowing how to code. Coders will say, that's crap. It's true. It's not great. It's not amazing. It's not the best. You're not going to build Meta or Uber vibe coding, but you will create a great MVP, which will save you a lot of time and a lot of money. I am vibe coding my own apps when I travel. I'm vibe coding my own apps to teach my mother how to use AI. This is a thing now. So everyone here, if you're just using ChatGPT to chat and answer to emails, I would say, choose your favorite app and build it from scratch, talking to the tool in your language, not coding. Then we go to agents. So I want to talk about this presentation too, because it's like 3-4 years old, and I leave it pretty much as it is because I want to see how things that I was talking about that would happen in the future actually happened. When OpenAI presented ChatGPT, it was pretty much like Samantha, like it was, Samantha from Her, like an assistant that would talk to you. And that was mind-blowing. But then Google came up with Project Astra, and I'm going to make a brief demonstration of what they showed. So this woman, there was a POV of this girl opening up the camera, walking along the office and saying, like, stop me when you see something that makes a noise, and there would be a speaker, and the phone would answer. That's a speaker. Because it's multimodal, it doesn't only understand text, it understands what it sees, what it hears. It could feel the temperature, too. She draws a circle around the tweeter and says, and what is this? And it says, it's the tweeter. Great. So I can communicate with my AI in many different ways. And then she goes to the window and she says, like, where am I right now? And it says, you're in London, in Sussex. And here comes the mind-blowing thing. It's when she says, OK, I lost my glasses. Do you know where they are? And the phone says, yeah, you can just walk back, and they're on your desk by the Apple. So it reminds stuff, it remembers things. And then they come up, this was Project Astra. Right now, with Gemini, if you have not an iPhone, if you have an Android phone, you have Gemini, and you can do what this guy does. And what this guy does is like he buys a bike, he has to fix it, and he starts talking to his phone and showing to the phone what he's doing. And the phone downloads the PDF of the instructions. It scrolls down to the page where they talk about what he's fixing. It calls the shop, asks if they have inventory, and places an order for him and lets him know when it's gonna come. That's the power of agents. That would have been done by your personal assistant. That's what your cell phone can do for you now on a $30 a month subscription model. That is what breaks this Luddite fallacy. And last and not least, because I think this is what may impact the most, is the way we experience the internet. I won't tell the IBM story because it's too long, but they called me to work with a furniture company. I have an NDA, I can't tell which. It's not IKEA, I wouldn't put it. And they said they want to make something different because everybody lands on the same landing page. When we have different houses, everyone has a different house. Why do we all land on the same page? When the site could just look at you, where you are, and you could say, you know what, I want this living room like a Las Vegas living room, or like a streamer setup. And with their own products, they will generate with artificial intelligence your living room with their products, and you can just buy them. I said you could do this with clothes. I could just open up my camera and say, hey, I want new glasses. It knows the glasses I like. They will generate them on my face. I will just pass by, and I would say, I want these. I would have not visited a website. I would have not gone to a paywall. I would just order them on a click. Why make a website then? I think the interfaces we use now that are designed by these people, like saying what is best for our consumer, they will be designed for agents. Agents will serve the web while we talk to them, and they will come out with a visualization of what we want, personalized for us on our devices. That is the future of the internet. It's not a place you go, it's something that surrounds you. So I was talking, I'm going to finish with this. I was giving this talk that was a Google guy, and I said, like, you know what I think will happen with clothes is that I will say, like, this woman says, like, I want to see how that suit, how that dress fits me, not the model. Okay, it generates it. And I said on that talk, and soon you will actually move around and see how it twists and twirls. And the guy said, like, yeah, that's already happening. And it's true. You can go right now to Zara, look for clothes you like, and it will generate the clothes on you as a model. This is personalized graphic user interface for each one of us, done on the go. And that's how things might change. That is amazing for your businesses and for a lot many things that Dan and I are going to talk now. Thanks for your attention. Man, so many things I would like to talk about.
You said there, let me get close. Thanks for the intro. That's obviously very interesting stuff. I wish we had another hour.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll just leave it with Kai.
I just want to start by, if I don't know if that camera can zoom in on his hat.
Oh, yeah.
It says, I miss the old Elon.
How many of you can relate?
Yeah. Now he's the anti-hero. So the premise of our chat here today is that AI is much more than just a tool. It's more than a productivity tool. It is a platform shift. I think a lot of leaders and a lot of users still see AI as maybe a collection of things that they've found and they've played with. It is like ChatGPT or Claude. Maybe people are experimenting with plugins in Excel. Maybe people have a CRM that has some kind of AI behind it. But a lot of people still aren't seeing like the fundamental shift that's happened in terms of like the power of AI. I heard a definition of platform recently. I think it was referring to Meta, because a lot of people use the word platform a lot, but it doesn't necessarily ring true. That a platform means that the aggregate value of everything that's on top of the platform is worth a lot more than the platform itself. And I think that's so true about AI. Do you think that maybe one of the bigger problems that the world is facing with just getting their head around the scope of AI is that it's still just so conceptual? Like AI is still, for a lot of people, it's just a thing. And the only reality they have is that when they open up ChatGPT and they ask it, magic stuff happens.
I think what happens now is that people still think AI is ChatGPT. And just the name is like chat, okay? Like something you can talk to. And it creates text, maybe images, maybe videos. But I would like to go back. I'm sorry for bringing it back home, but what was YouTube for you when YouTube appeared? And it was just like, I didn't even know what to do with it. I was just a consumer. All of a sudden, you could make videos. Later on, you monetize those videos. And that's exactly what you're talking about. Like, YouTube became a platform for a new economy. I'm living out of it, you know? And that's what makes it so valuable, because it changes the way we consume information, but also the way we share it and the way we make ourselves known to the world and discover new people. AI is this on steroids. Like, AI is like, I was telling them, right? I was telling you, you can just build a product. Like, you can build a product like that, just talking to the machine. And maybe it's just useful for you, but you might find it's useful for 1,000 people who might be willing, instead of making their own just for that one, because the price is just right, pay for it, you know? And all of a sudden, you're building your own economy on this. Just a quick anecdote, I have this friend who loves Bingo-Fi. He just likes to play bingo with a Spotify list, and when the song plays and you have it on your card, you check it, and then you win. So right now he's like making $3,000 a month because people are paying for that, you know, just to download the cards. It sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
But he's making $3,000.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah.
If I look far enough into the future and like think about what the platform of AI is, it almost becomes like everything. Because if you think about AI as just being a general intelligence, well, what can you apply intelligence to? Just about everything, like manufacturing, technology, public services. That maybe one of the bigger limiting factors right now is robotics, but that's moving a long way too. So if you kind of jump a couple of, 10, 20 years into the future, and robotics is all ironed out, is, like, actually, what part of the world is safe from, like, the future of AI?
But as you said, what part of the world is safe of intelligence? Like intelligence is the thing that we build everything around it. I still think like human creativity and human imagination is our space of relevance. That is what makes us unique, like the things that we can imagine and create out of thin air, not related to data, or related to data that is not only on a spreadsheet or on videos or on the internet. I think robotics, I don't know how far away we are. But it's going to make a big shift. I think that countries that are in development right now, if it was me, like running them, I would say like, okay, let's build them for robots, not for plumbers, not for electricians. I would just build I would work with the AI intensely to understand what did we make wrong when we started building infrastructure and build a new one. I always say this, like maybe someday the AI will say, why wheels? Like, why do you guys still use wheels?
Yeah.
You know, I don't think that's going to happen, but if you get the point, is like there's so many things we take for granted that maybe in a new scenario with this super intelligence, maybe we start just building stuff anew.
That can be your next hat. So it says, why wheels?
Why wheels is going to be my own, on my card.
So let's try and bring it down to something relevant maybe for this audience, and we'll talk about leadership. McKinsey releases an AI manifesto every year, and it's really insightful. And they studied this year a number of very successful companies that have implemented AI, like at scale. Because there's still a lot of critique saying, well, despite all of the thousands of millions, billions spent on token maxing, like the productivity gains is still yet to be realized in a lot of companies. But they identified a number of companies that are actually seeing like realistic benefits from AI. And the common theme seems to be that these companies are identifying particular points in their business where they can get the most like economical leverage with AI. And I think what's interesting about it is that one way to think about AI is that the technology is not the advantage. Everyone has access to the same technology, whether it's open source, whether it's closed source, whether it's direct APIs, whether it's through programming. Like everyone more or less now has access, but it's the way that companies are thinking about implementing and actually implementing it. So, case in point, so like a company might look for where they can apply the biggest economic impact. And in this study, it highlighted that actually a lot of the economic impact or benefit was being seen in top-line growth. So companies expanding, whether through sales or through production efficiencies, and actually a lot less companies were seeing like great benefit from trying to focus on process improvement and from performance improvement. So yeah, I guess it requires people to start moving away from thinking about the technology and into like the strategic implementation to see the benefits.
Yeah, I think people should stop actually talking about AI so much and just building. Like I hear AI too much.
You talking to me?
No, but I see all these companies like build on AI. It's like I don't care if it's built on AI or not. Actually, the most successful companies I'm seeing right now, like making money and doing something valuable, many times they don't even mention it, and they're working on AI, which is something, you know, what I want is the service. I don't care about the internet. I like the apps and what it offers me. I think the problem with this, with all these researches and analysis is they're all analyzing companies from an old age. Of course, it's hard to implement AI on a company that was born before AI. We should be focusing, because I don't have any attachment to any company, like I am my company, me and my wife, I feel like it's the era of the AI companies, AI native companies. And I don't mean that there won't be companies like the ones there were, but I mean, do you imagine Uber on a desktop? How would you even use that, all right? You use Uber because it's on your phone, on an app. So the mobile internet created an economy that could not exist on the earlier days. And of course, if you had an Uber running on a desktop that could not switch to mobile, you were in trouble. So I think what companies should start doing is analyzing how ready they are for a whole new paradigm shift, for a whole new era. And maybe some of them will go to the ugly, understanding that their time has passed.
Yeah. Yeah, many will probably burn out and die trying.
Yeah, they're going to try. They're going to fight and it's like fish dying on the shore. And I understand that. Hey, I'm not saying they're all going to die.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that that's why I think it's a great time for new opportunities, because the AI native companies, which might be not completely built, but partially built on vibe coding, is ripe. It's like anyone here can just have a brilliant idea and start tinkering and come up with something. And I'm sorry for your bosses, but maybe you guys stop working for your companies.
Let's stay on the AI native companies.
Let's not unease them.
So this morning I shared with you an article which I found really fascinating, and it was what Jack Dorsey tweeted or posted in conjunction with laying off 4,000 staff, so 40% of his company. And while I've got my personal opinion on companies that are laying off big parts of their workforce right now, I think it's very nearsighted, and I think it's stupid. Because there's obviously great talent in there, and the talent can be retooled or upskilled. But what I thought was really interesting was Jack Dorsey's analysis of traditional businesses, right? So he uses these paradigms. I won't go through the entire paradigm. I won't do it justice. But he talked about maybe starting with like the original information carrying. It was like maybe the pigeon or the guy that ran the marathon because he had to deliver a message 36 kilometers away. Sorry for marathon runners, 42.6 kilometers away. And then he goes on to use the paradigm of like the Roman army. So the Roman army could conquer from maybe 2 continents away because they had incredible structure. They had units of 8 in each unit, and inside they had 48 units or something like that, and inside of that they had armies of 5,000. And at each layer they had a leader, and they went all the way up to the Emperor of Rome. And by this level of communication, they were able to control mass armies at scale. Obviously things evolved since then, and then things like I think Napoleon invented some kind of middle management where like lower levels could actually start taking strategic decisions given the right rule book. But if you follow that all the way through to today, modern companies still kind of adopt the same approach of like information sharing through hierarchy, through management, and structured teams. So Jack Dorsey says that like speed is like the true advantage that a startup has. So what he's done at Block is he's building an AI native company where it's based on this world model inside the business, like the intelligence of the business. And I think everyone can think about how they could maybe apply this to their business. Almost all companies now are digital. Every Slack message, every email, most online phone calls, every issue that gets logged into your GitHub, every problem, every log on a server, it's all data. It tells you about the telemetry of the company, how the company's going. Then you have customer data. Every sale, every slot spin, every sports bet, every payment made. That's instant feedback on what your customers are doing, whether they're happy, whether they're not, whether they're churning. Then on top of that, you apply an intelligence layer with tools and services. So maybe a tool is like an RNG, to use our industry's example. And then you have people scattered around the outside. And the intelligence, this world model is basically taking real-time input from the consumers, analyzing it against what the company's actually doing, and creating strategies and suggestions back to the human layer to go and one-click implement. It's like a completely different way of running a business. It almost sucks the human right out of it. And if you think about it in this kind of sphere that I'm imagining, I can almost like imagine it like the Death Star. You know, like the end of maybe like the modern like workforce as we know it. Do you think it's like one step too far, or do you think he's just a little bit ahead of his time and it's just an obvious leap?
So the positive take I take about it, and he actually talks about it, is that the humans are not just kicked off, although he kicked away most of his staff. They're just pushed to the human tasks, to what human is, like reading the floor, understanding what's going on here, understanding the culture, and all the pattern recognition, all the data processing. We're not great at that. That's why we invented calculators, because we're not great at numbers. Someone might excel at numbers, but they still suck compared to a computer. We're great at getting into a problem and trying to solve it and spend time with it and being passionate about it. I think that's our role now. It's like the repetitive, monotonous, everybody's saying this, but the pattern recognition, the data processing, that the machine will be great at. What we have to do is be on those edges and understanding the world and bringing new ideas. Because I do agree with the GDA CEO, I think the Rockstar CEO, I don't know who it was, he was saying, like you don't come out with a hit with AI. Hits are something teams and humans and human creativity make. And that's what we should be focusing on. And understanding, again, what is to be a human? What does it mean? What are we worth?
Yeah, for now. For now.
Yeah.
If I could take one thing out of that whole paradigm that Dorsey and Block's trying to do, is that maybe a good short-term target to think about is actually like a self-healing company, like a recursive self-healing company. So rather than trying to solve big problems or change your strategy or pivot or grow or build new products, actually just to very quickly identify small micro problems at scale inside every business, by using the same thing, the telemetry, like customer data, internal, everything in your company should be data in an LLM, and very quickly looking for micro problems, because those things compound, right? And they have meaningful impact on a company over a period of 6 months, 12 months, 24 months.
Don't want to get too technical, but I think what he's doing is like implementing AI and the new tools, the new AI tools to the old now DAOs, the decentralized autonomous organizations, which was that. Like you had a contract, a smart contract, companies understood the reality of what was happening and they could adapt without having humans to make those decisions. Now with AI, it's true, you can do that. You can have this self-healing, self-operating company. As I was mentioning on that example that Sam Altman says, which at the end of my speak, I talk about Medvi with all the lights and shadows. But it's like, yeah, right now you can have a company that understands a lot, and there are many data problems that it can help us solve. Now I'm very interested in what humans can aportar. Can bring to that, yeah.
Yeah. Let's jump to coding, right? You mentioned vibe coding. I've been obsessed with it for years. I try and build probably an app a week. Actually, I vibe coded last night an app just for my notes for today because I couldn't find a good one for cue cards for public speakers. It's come such a long way. So if I think back to like the timeline of vibe coding, or just AI coding, I should say, like it was pretty rudimentary 2 years ago. Like it was tab autocomplete and then kind of full autocomplete for single lines, and then it started, cursor and VS Code started being able to like generate like full chunks of code. But it wasn't until like Opus 4.6 maybe came out in November last year that like coding really like took everyone by surprise of, oh my God, we've already reached like a certain kind of AGI moment for coding. And it makes me think, if coding is now so accessible, if anyone can get on Lovable or VO or Claude Code or OpenAI Codex and build any app that they want, where's the power live right now? Like who actually kind of controls business in the future? And it makes me wonder whether actually the power is now shifting to, right now it's kind of in the product manager realm because they're like the orchestrators. But I actually think domain knowledge experts is probably the next in line to like wield the power of AI because of the ease of being able to develop products and tools. So as an example, like a radiologist or a doctor or even a carpenter, like they know more about their field than many other people around them, and they know the specific problems that are being faced locally by their patients, which might not be the same as people in another country. So imagine if they, in one night, can build a product that solves the problem that their clinic's seeing, right? And I think it's just an incredible like power shift away, and maybe even like starting to see the end of the software development industry as we know it.
I think the software developers are still very valuable to understand the insights of technology. Because, I mean, I can be great at radiology, I can be great at, I don't know, iGaming, but what do I know about how APIs work? What do I know about data, about databases? So if you're into that, and also you have some business knowledge, I think you're safe as a software developer. Like you're very valuable if you're into the human side and the creativity and the business, and you know that. I think, but it's true that, as I was saying, you can do so. I have no idea. I can code a line. But I'm really invested in teaching people who are not using AI to understand what they can make out of it. So I vibe coded this thing, which was like, number one, you ask me in the friendliest way, how much do I know with the test? Okay, how much do I know? So what is AI? Okay, that kind of question. And once you know how much I know, what do I do? What do I want to build? Okay, and then you start testing me. Like, okay, prompt. And depending on how you prompt, it gives you feedback. It says like, yeah, you're not prompting clearly. You have to do this, you have to do that. I have people who are already on like the 10th level of the game, and they're giving feedback like, man, like now I know things that I didn't know about AI, and I'm learning. It took me an hour is too much. An hour is too much. Is it the next Twitter? No, it's not. It's just a very helpful tool. So I think like the combination of people who understand, it's always been the same, who understands what's needed and how to build it. But the how to build it now, it's really democratized. Yeah. Because you thought that you could make a website by owning a Facebook profile, or I don't own my Instagram profile. I don't own it. Now I could own it. And this is a huge paradigm shift.
Yeah. It seems like now is the time for literally everyone in the workforce to start upskilling. In particular with like software development, like not necessarily like definitely not learning how to code, but understanding how to produce things. So I'm hearing more and more that like in businesses, people rather than presenting strategic plans for a new product improvement or some kind of new product line, they're going straight to developing prototypes in code, typically using either test data from the company or real data from the company. And I think that's just an incredible like leap, that rather than having to go and present a theoretical plan to your chief product officer or your CEO, it's like, I'm going to go away and I've developed this entire product. Here it is, it works, play with it. It's like such a big leap.
There's a challenge though, because you're still prompting and writing and giving all this information to a company, and that's, I mean, to me, and sorry for sounding really calming here, but I think that AI is a natural resource. We have to figure out how to do that, like make it accessible for everyone. Okay, great for Anthropic, great for OpenAI, you made this, but this is like something everybody has to come on and use it, because we imagine what we could do if 8 billion people had access to create things that are worthy and valuable.
Yeah, I like the democratic availability of the tech. Also, it's cheap. I mean, some of the open source models, you can get access to them very, very cheaply, if not freely, through the.
And I wouldn't want to miss the chance, because I don't know if I made myself clear, but I think this is really important for everyone about this, like the thing that you can now personalize your experience with the internet is information. The internet is information. It's nothing but information. It can be videos. It can be YouTube. Okay, that's videos. Twitter, that's text. Instagram, pictures. But it's information. And you might access information reading, visualizing, watching, listening. We have now a new access to the internet, which is the way, like it's personalized to you. Like seriously, I keep saying this, like imagine the end of websites, imagine the end of, it's all built for you when you need it. Like I now walk with my glasses, with my Meta glasses, and I ask things about the city, you know? I don't have to bring out my phone anymore.
Let me jump in there. We're running short on time, but this is really interesting. So interfaces, we've seen change a lot. Like we all lived through the desktop to mobile, or most of us did, kind of evolution. Now we're getting more and more opportunities for augmented reality. VR was supposed to promise us like a new world, right? And if anyone played on Meta's metaverse after them spending however many billions, and all they got was a little bobblehead,
it's terrible.
You realize like how much of an absolute flop, and how the world like wasn't ready for VR or didn't want it. But AI maybe gives us a different paradigm shift in terms of interfaces. So how do you see interfaces of the future?
So first of all, the smartphone did not kill the desktop. We're still using desktops. Maybe I will find people here using it, okay? So I'm not saying the smartphone is dead. I'm saying that it will have a lot less real estate in our time. There will be less time spending on cell phones and more using our wearables. And I think the next paradigm shift, and it's really coming soon, I've been saying this for 3 or 4 years, I know it sounds mental, but it's BCIs, brain-computer interfaces. It's pretty much on your smartwatches when you do this and you control them with movements, that's EEG. But now we have alter ego, which translates thoughts that you intentionally want to pronounce into words and orders to your devices. And then you have Apple. Second biggest acquisition is QAI, an Israeli company that analyzes micro movements so that you can sub-speech. They call it sub-speech reading. It means that soon we will be walking along, and voice will not be the thing that communicates with our devices. It will be our thoughts and our movements, and that is quite mental. But we're already almost there.
And what do you think about agents potentially being like the next interface of the future?
We will be the CEOs of our agents. Everybody will be a CEO of its life. Like you have like someone working for you in your house, which is your
I have a whole team of agents.
Handling everything. Like you do amazing stuff with it. We will have agents. Again, I said, like you have your phone, you're setting up your bike, and it literally like.
So what do you think that means for like businesses right now? Like imagine a world where everyone has, which is I don't think is far off, everyone has at least one chief of staff agent and maybe a whole team of sub-agents that know about them, that have their information, and that do things for them. What do you think it means for businesses that are like, well, okay, maybe if that's the dominant customer interface of the future, how do I start building my business towards that?
If I can recommend one book to understand what we're living right now, it would be The Sovereign Individual. And there's this line on that book that says, a job will not be a position that you have, it will be a task that you perform. It might sound terrible, but I think what we're going to have is we're going to have this multi-agents working on our personal companies, and we will hire people that will help us with those areas where the AI cannot reach, and also bringing all the value of human creativity and imagination. Please imagine what's impossible, because it's happening very soon, and I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, it's almost scary, but also exciting.
It's both.
Yeah, flip
I think
a coin.
everything scary is exciting. That's why we like extreme sports. I think we're right now.
So we're running out of time. Well, we're out of time. We've probably skipped about 5 topics that I would really love to get into, but we can do that next year. Just to close this out, like what's like the one message you think you would leave business leaders that are trying to get their head around like how to think about AI and how it relates to like the future in an economic or a business sense?
If people realize that it's time to understand what they can offer to the world and what their worth is and what they can bring to society, workers are not in as much trouble as companies. Companies will, they will lay off a lot of people, and then will be people who are laid off who will never want to come back to a company because they can be their own company, or maybe join with some friends and make a small company that has a great impact.
Yeah. I've got one kind of message that I think came through from our chat just to leave with people is to think about, build the platform right now for the future. We don't know what's coming in terms of the tools, but we know what you'll need to get there. And I said it a few times, it's about data ownership, because everything else comes off that. So, like for instance, the block example is a big one. Salesforce, if anyone goes and listens to any Mark Benioff conversations, you'll hear about how important data is for the running of their business. But every company should be trying to own their data, label their data, store their data appropriately, because very soon is going to come a time where the tools are appropriate for your business and you can start extracting value out of it. And then when you're looking to decide exactly where to start applying value to the business, find that like one economic pain point in the business and just start there. You don't need to solve everything. You don't need to solve all of your productivity or process issues. Start by solving one particular economic pain point, apply it and learn, and just keep learning and bring people on board, upskill your leadership teams. It is such a learning process. We're still like at phase 1 of an infinite number of phases. So, I look forward to sitting down here maybe next year or the year after and also having my mind blown and like hopefully blowing other people's minds of whatever crazy world we end up in. But that's our time today. So thank you everyone for listening, and thanks
so
Rodrigo for coming down.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
All right. Banana? Good. Explanation Alice will do that after the next speaker. All right. Alice, have you ever had an idea?
Yes.
Yes?
But then AI came, and my chat inbox has a lot of good ideas.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah.
How many of you guys in here have ever had an idea? Hands up. Oh, cool. All right. Ideas are literally everywhere. The execution, that's the difference. So in this next session, we're going to look how gaming turns possibility into products that really ship and scale. With that said, I want to welcome to the stage no other than James King, the CEO of Flows. Give it up.
Good morning, iGaming Next. What a pleasure it is to be here with all of you today. For centuries, the way the world adopted followed a pattern. Something was invented, it was launched, and then the world slowly caught up. Sometimes that would take decades, sometimes a lifetime, but every now and then, something was invented that accelerated what came after it.
Every once in a while, a revolutionary product comes along that changes everything.
1876, the year Alexander Graham Bell patented the telephone, one of the most important inventions in human history. And it took 75 years to reach 100 million people. But then the mobile phone did it in 16 years. The World Wide Web, 7 years. Instagram, 2.5 years to 100 million. TikTok, 9 months. But then, in November 22, ChatGPT launches. 2 months to 100 million users. For context, the first online bet was placed in the late 90s, and it took over a decade to reach 100 million. ChatGPT did that in 2 months. And that lit the fuse. In 3.5 years, an entire ecosystem built off the back of that one moment. This isn't just the fastest adoption of any technology in human history. It's a completely new layer of how the world works. Adoption used to be a marketing problem. Now it's an infrastructure problem. AI is creating endless possibilities. But knowing what to build, integrating it into your system, and running it at scale in real time, that's the hard part. Bring that into gaming, and it gets even harder. We already struggle to build on top of our legacy systems, dozens of third parties, millions of events a day, and then a single core system holding a lot of it together. And now AI needing to be let in. But before any of this, we believed gaming needed an orchestration engine. Not a replacement for what you've already built, but a layer to sit on top of it, connecting everything, enabling you to build and innovate at speed without having to touch the core. So we built one. Today, Flows processes over 600 million real-time events a day and growing. And as technology shifts, orchestrating your new agents alongside everything else you've got is exactly what we built Flows for. But we haven't stood still. Flows has evolved. And today, at iGaming Next, we want to unveil the latest evolution in our history. We've given it a brain. This is Flow, trained on how gaming actually works. Every role, every regulation, every market. Suppliers, operators, affiliates, all of it. The power to build was already there. Now, Flow knows what to build, what you've built, and what to build next. Flow is a team in one conversation. It's your consultant. It's your product manager, your developer, your QA in one conversation. It will see what's running, how it's performing, what your dashboards are telling you, and it's going to suggest improvements. It builds for you, for your team, for your whole organization, and then it can deploy it live with your permission. But, as with every time we've come up here, we want to show you this live, not a pre-recorded video, so no safety net. And to do this, I want to bring up two of the team that work with Flow every day. So if Alvaro and Marcos can come up, please. Somewhere. Now, as said, this is absolutely live, so I'm praying the Wi-Fi has not gone down in the last few minutes since we were last checking. You ready, guys? Let's switch over now to the laptops, please. Awesome. Alvaro, you want to introduce?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm Alvaro. I will be playing the role today of head of BAP. And this is our chatbot. It's Flow. So I'm going to start a conversation naturally with it.
All right. And Marcos, what about you? What are you going to do?
Well, today we're leveling up. I'm going to be the CFO of Cascade Gaming. We're going to, it's a sports book operator that has businesses in Spain and Portugal.
Awesome. So what we're going to have here is two completely different roles within an organization, and hopefully a good conversation with Flow before it builds for us. So talk us through a bit what's happening here then, Alvaro.
It's asking me what company am I with, and if it's an operator side, so I'm going to say.
So as we said before, we've trained this on all the roles, all the type of operations, every regulation. It knows all of it, and so it's kind of asking the questions to help it hone in exactly on how it can help.
Yeah, so here it's asking me if it's land-based or online. I say both of them. So it understands everything.
For all of us, it's a great relief to see the internet working quite well. That's stage one over. And Marcos, how's your conversation going? I can't see those side screens, but I assume as the CFO you're doing okay. Marcos is not actually the CFO at Flows, so he's doing very well in kind of imitating one at the minute.
Yeah. Well, I was just defining that we are in Portugal and Spain. It's asking now actually defining the regulations over there. Seems that it's also asking what I'm going to be doing, what's our pain points, daily recon, and end of month, taxes purposes. Let's say all of that, see where it comes.
Awesome. And Alvaro, you want to talk us through how we're getting on with the conversation on this part?
Yes, it's asking me if that's because it understands what a headache for BAP could be. So it's asking me, is this real scenario what you struggle with? And I'm saying, yeah, somehow, especially the retention between land-based and online. So omni-channel. And it's asking me also how, where am I operating? So I'm gonna
just to clarify, there's a lot of red there because Alvaro is Spanish and his computer is set to Spanish.
Yes.
And he has been kind in a second language using English for the sake of all of us. Just checking in on this conversation.
Yes.
We're getting there?
We're getting there, asking me how big is the team, how manual is everything. Till today, everything is purely manual.
And it can gather this information across your entire organization. So you've got multiple people all speaking to Flow. It's going to understand all of their pain points.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's telling me about HBC. I'm not familiar with that, at least not in English. So I just ask what it is. And because it has the knowledge of all the iGaming industry, it's telling me now, hey, it means high-value customer. And it's telling me a bit about it. And it continues with the previous question. So what are my pain points and everything?
That's awesome. So you can question it as you go through as well, and it's not affecting at all the sort of patter, which works nicely. And yours?
I'm defining a bit how we work. We have some PSPs like ATN, WorldPlay, Trustly, or Skrill. and well, open banking, and also NetSuite as our ERP.
Awesome.
I'm just dropping everything we have. As
we are trying to be
open comes
probably
the
a
best.
bit quicker than you would normally with it, but for the sake of timing and the questioning. But you can see that Flow is very thorough in what it wants to find out before it starts suggesting what it could build for you. And we're closing in on it now.
Exactly. Now it's asking me what kind of tools I use in my daily work. So I said, yeah, we use WhatsApp, we use Google services, we use Slack, but we are open to try anything. So if they can recommend me anything to use, they will do it.
And it would know what's already integrated into the system, and it would know if you need to integrate anything, and it would just ask for those API keys if that's the case.
Yeah. Now it's processing the information I gave. Seems that he wants to come with some flow ideas.
Okay.
And hopefully, very soon, we'll be coming with 4 or 5 ideas. There it goes.
This is awesome.
Dropping all of them. My God. Okay.
So before Flow goes away and builds for you, it's going to give you the ideas first. It's going to ask if you want to change anything. Obviously, give a good description of what it's coming out with. Now, as a non-CFO myself as well, I'm assuming these are high value.
Yeah, the first one is about the reconciliation, the daily reconciliation. Second time about deposits. As well, the cash out and charge back. Obviously, at first time, and I need to read a bit.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And
now, Bro.
Okay. Here it says that it have enough context to already give me something, but if I want to add some screenshots, documents, or something, I can also do it. I said for now that's enough. I also made a typo. Instead of saying they show me, I say sum me some proposals. So now it will come with some ideas of flows that it can already build, and here we have them.
And as Alvaro highlighted, if you give it further documents, it would be obviously that much more kind of smarter on what it's proposing for you. But for the sake of the 8 minutes we have left, we're going to try and get through and see some proposals and some products built.
Exactly. So if we go now through them, we can say, based on what you described, those are the highest input flow opportunities to explore. So the first one, BAP Momentum Recovery Engine, it comes with a description here, 2 paragraphs, and saying, yeah, this helps BAP team to react to a losing momentum spin by spin. So this is very powerful. It will be working spin by spin level. Second one is Omni BAP depositing flow follow-up. This is something that they generated just from what I wrote. So again, turn deposit activity into faster, better time BAP. Again, BAP KYC friction saver, HVC RG handoff, and new BAP HVC. I'm going to select, because it's telling me, if I like those ones, which one do you want me to build? So I'm going to select, I think, the first one. So it's spin by spin level. Hey, can you?
What are you doing here, Marcus? So you're not building one yet. You're asking it to change something.
We came with a few proposals, and I think the first one is the one that is going to be saving a lot of hours to the team. So I just went directly for that one. And it's just confirming all the details, all the PSPs that I was mentioning before. It cut all of them, even NetSuite here for the balances, just the output as well, since that it's going to be generating a draft. And selecting the markets as well. It's just giving me some information to confirm. And I'm saying go with the default values, not to complicate it too much, but just the tolerance. Instead of €5, we're going to set it up to €500 and see if it includes everything in the flow.
Nice. So you can ask it to change any elements it gives you before it builds. I like it. And have you started building yet?
Yeah, it came up with some settings that the flow you need to create for the flow to be built. So it's telling me the trigger is going to be every spin on the casino, so that's perfect. It's telling me some of the safe logic that it's going to implement, and then it's telling me, yeah, by default, I will implement those parts, but you need to, if you want to tweak it, it's here. So for example, can I use 5 consecutive spins or net session loss over £500 within 15 minutes? If you like that, you say, yeah, okay, apply the defaults. If you want something different, like maybe 50 consecutive losing spins for creating a bonus, because it's telling me here, I'm going to credit a bonus to this person who passed through this flow. So there's where you tweak it. Same with the apps. Instead of using WhatsApp, if I prefer to use Telegram for this example or something else, you just tweak it here. And now it's generating the flow.
And these are complex flows, so it is going to take a minute as it thinks and works through it. And I suppose yours is doing the same as well.
Stress going up, still generating the flow.
I think as we get into this stage, the heart rate slightly increasing.
Yeah.
But very soon,
Both of us.
what seems like a lifetime to us, but probably not as long for the audience, we'll see a product come through.
I'm saying here that it also asks me about my channels. So for example, WhatsApp numbers is going to put by default BAP team, but you will need to put that, and Slack channel the same. So here we have the flow. If I click on it...
Which is brilliant. I mean, it felt like a long time up here, but that was only a minute or so.
Exactly.
So there you have a built feature and product from your conversation.
Exactly. So we can see here that game and round, that's going to be the trigger. So this is every spin is going to trigger something. It will come to the increment number stage, which will track every net session loss. So every bet of the player, every spin, will pass through this. And based on the logic of the flow, I will not go through everything. But basically, we assign a bonus with a comment. So if I zoom in, we can see that we are assigning a bonus. We are showing even a pop-up to the player saying, hey, you just received a bonus. Now, if you want, would you like to go to the land-based casino? Because this was the example. So it comes with the land-based pop-up, and it will send a message on Slack to the VIP team, and also on the land-based casino to WhatsApp. So here we will see, if I open the message test, you say VIP land-based visit requested, player, whatever the player it is, and it comes all the information here to the casino.
And it's populated all of this based off the conversation you've just had live. And the same for you. I'm hoping that's going to work for us as well.
Let's have a look to the flow.
Hopefully, as I said, there's some finance people in here that can probably say if this is great or not, but we'll take Flo's word for it for now.
So he had a mission. He had to check all the PSPs. I can see here that it was checking ADN. Then it was getting all the information from there. It was sending some Teams messages as well for the team. It was also checking world play, saving all the data, same for Trustly. It was going there to Skrill as well to gather all the data from those transactions histories. Then it was going here to open banking to check all the transactions. And then it was doing the final step here with the account balance on NetSuite. So gathering everything together. And as you can see here, it's sending it to the AI, any AI in this case, but it's sending with some comments, and it's sending as well this prompt, which it includes each and everything of the data that it was gathering with some instructions to just get the right output.
That's fantastic. Thank you. And I think you should thank Flo, because
yes.
I just said she's done enough for us today.
If he could give me a basic explanation of it, so it explained a bit better what the flow is doing. But yeah, thank you.
And if you wanted to, you can ask it to change any element of this. Once live, you can get it to edit.
Yeah, of course. If I would like to add something, this will read the flow and say, OK, what do you want to add? Or if I want to improve, it will ask me, how do you want to improve this? And it will suggest me things. If I say, yes, I love it, then it will add it. So for now, I'm going to thank this, because it will have the knowledge also of your team. And it will know not just this flow, all the flows you have across the different departments that you have in your company. Thank you, Flo.
You've always got to be kind to your AI. God knows what the future holds. So it's important we finish like this. Well, there you are. Thank you both. You have been brilliant. Yeah. And if we flip over to the final part. What you've seen there, I mean, that's what consultancies have been charging a fortune for, and you wait months for a PDF. Flow does it in a conversation, not a deck, working products, live, and everything we already do. The orchestration, jackpots, loyalty, omni-channel, the automations, that's all still there, just now with the brain on top. Adoption is hard. Gaming makes it harder. Real-time, regulation, legacy tech stacks, every market different. That's why we built Flows. And now Flow thinks with you. 75 years for the telephone, 2 months for ChatGPT. I believe the companies that adopt an orchestrator now will help define gaming for the next decade. Thank you. Thank you. These two have been fantastic.
Much. Thank you, gentlemen. I just want to try something. Banana. So this year, if you liked the previous session, me and my co-host, we have a code word. It's banana. And when we say it, if you like the session, you clap once, okay? So let's try again. Banana. Good. So every year, predictions are made on this stage, and every year we come back to see how they've aged. And today, we're looking for bigger and bolder calls. And as you guys know, we will revisit these predictions made today during the next conference next year to see how accurate they turned out to be. Welcome, the moderator for this session, Next.io's managing director and co-founder, Pierre Lin. Give it up for Pierre.
There we go. My friends, we've done this panel for 4 years running. And every year I get the same question afterwards. Pierre, why do you push them so hard? Here's why. Predictions are hard. And most people in this industry make them muddy on purpose. Because vague predictions protect the brand. AI will be important. Consolidation is coming. Nobody is right, nobody is wrong. Nobody learns anything. That is not what we do on this stage. Here we make sharp predictions only. A name, a date, a number. If you are right, we say so next year. If you are wrong, we say so next year. No holds barred. So, it's my pleasure to welcome out on stage for the 5th year, Tim Heath, Robin Reed, and for the first time in the panel, Todd Haushalter. Welcome to the stage. Get ready, guys. All right, Todd. Welcome here, guys. All right. What's the heart rate, Robin, currently?
120.
All right, there we go. That sounds about right. So let's start reviewing last year's prediction. So obviously, Tim and Robin, you guys were on the panel here last year. And if we first talk about kind of the winner of last year, the big prediction that you both made was that the UAE as the market was going to be the big winner. Tim, obviously, since last year, big announcement on your side, divestment on part of your company portfolio, and you're all in on UAE. How did this prediction play out?
I think the win from the UAE is to build a robust framework for it to grow. It's not an overnight Anjuan market or a Curaçao market. It's taking time to build a framework which will be there for the next 10, 20, 30 years. So the win is that it hasn't been closed down. And that it's been able to continually structure its growth and to have a rigid regulatory framework coming in that people understand what they need to do, what they need to be a part of, and how they can enter that market. There's not the money, the turnover, the handle is not there yet, but that doesn't matter. It's building that framework, and it's all progressing very positively.
Robin.
Last year we talked about the user being the loser of the regulations, and that was my prediction. In the UK, we introduced a 40% tax rate. I started gambling at the age of 12. I look at what's happening now. In June, they're going to put even more limits on players. That wouldn't have stopped me as a 12-year-old. I would have found the grey market. In Spain, they are introducing a surveillance system on players that the operators have to implement. That would neither have stopped me. What regulators are doing is that they're growing the grey market, and it is at the detriment of the end users, so I think the prediction still stands.
Brilliant. And also you on your side, Robin, we were talking last year about UAE. Both were in agreement that this market was going to be the big winner. How did you feel that prediction turned out?
Good. I mean, there has been some events in the UAE that no one could foresee. But I think the thesis still stands. Timing is a question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Brilliant. And Tim, we talked, both of you guys as well, of the user being the loser of last year, as Robin pointed out here as well. Did that turn out to be true?
I think the UK, with their 40% tax, whilst it won't hurt the user directly, all operators need to build that calculation into what they're doing. So the coin flip becomes $1.85 other side, not $1.92. Now, a user won't intrinsically feel that directly, but over the course of a number of coin flips, you will start to realise that you don't have as much excess money in your wallet compared to what sharper pricing will be. So it's built in, and it will hurt the consumer in the longer term. And then the operators need to cut costs massively. The quickest thing to do is cut your marketing budgets. You don't invest in R&D. It becomes a very transactional framework, and it feels like the UK is trying to really condense that market, which doesn't help anybody and unfortunately drives people offshore, which is what we're seeing, which it makes it very, very hard for a properly regulated market.
And Todd, you're listening patiently here. Of course, you were not on the panel last year, but if you were to kind of analyze the predictions here that we discussed from last year and how they turned out, are you in agreement with Tim or Robin? Do you have another view, perhaps?
Yeah, I'd say UAE, you might recycle that prediction for 2027. Maybe a little, it's early-ish, but on track. And then the player being the big loser because of heavy regulation, that's for real. In fact, I think maybe the UK doubling the tax rate to 40%, all the heavy-handedness, they might actually generate less tax revenue as a result of the increase in taxes as they drive players into the loving arms of .com operators and so forth.
Tim, I have a question for you, actually, staying on this topic for a while. Obviously, the tragic war in Iran broke out a couple of months ago. That has had ripple effects on the UAE, of course, and I'm not based there, but from what I'm hearing is that the place is less and less crowded, let's say, currently. Is this something that worries you? And if you think about the future of this market, perhaps instability in that region will make it difficult for this market to bloom out?
As the leadership says there, it's business as usual. So there's some turbulence right now, but again, the UAE and that whole GCC region take a long 10, 20-year outlook of what they need to achieve, and they're not going to react instantaneously to any blocks or problems happening, and they will continually push forward and build a strong platform. I don't envisage that turbulence to be there for a long time. I'm not involved in certain war rooms in the West Wing, but I don't think it will, and I think there'll be resilience coming through. But the underlying message is the UAE will continually lead and invest and bring in that external investment into the region to grow moving forward. So, yep, some hiccups along the way, no doubt, but I think the win in Ras Al Khaimah is going to be delayed 3-6 months, simply by getting logistics and supplies into the country, but it hasn't stopped them what they want to achieve in the long term, which is it's not a 4-year election cycle, put it that way.
All right. Okay, let's move into the next 12 months. I want to start with the biggest winners and the biggest losers. So I have the, fortune of being the moderator, which protects me somewhat. You know, that has been your role in the past, Todd. You're jumping into the fray here now as a panelist. I suppose the stock price can't go much lower anyway. So Todd, I want to ask you, what, in your opinion, will be the biggest winner to start in this space in the next 12 months? Who will be the biggest winner, or what? Or
Fanatics.
Fanatics?
Yeah, they seem to just be doing everything right. It's like a master class in how to take a database of people that might be kind of interested in sports betting and then slowly folding them in, picking spots with like the way they use fan cash. And I just think they're going to be the one to watch in 2027. It's a slow grind forward in all the best kind of ways. They're not like reactionary. They're very tech conscious. They grew up online. They've got the database, and they're smart and they're founder led. And I'd say that's my winner for the year ahead.
Fanatics is the biggest winner.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Robin, over to you. The biggest winner in the next 12 months.
First, I subscribe to Fanatics, fantastic company. Full disclosure, I'm a consultant to a company involved in this company and owning this company, but you've got to put your money where your mouth is. Ticker Roller, High Roller Technologies on the US Stock Exchange, I think they are going to be a very big winner. They are pivoting into prediction markets, have signed a deal as an introducing broker to Crypto.com and are currently with a $50–60 million market cap. The amount of market share that they need to claim in order to substantially increase that is not that large, and the company is doing all the right things from what I can see at the moment, so I think that's going to be a big winner.
High Roller Technologies, as you pointed out, for disclosure, this is a company you're involved in.
Correct.
So I gotta ask a follow-up question in this case. You know, High Roller pivoted into the prediction market space, released a press release, and all of a sudden the market capitalization shot up 3 times or something like that. Is that bubble behavior?
The market capitalization went from $2 per share to 32 at peak in the course of 48 hours, and I think what that speaks to is the institutional demand, is the investor demand for prediction markets. Mostly every company in prediction markets in the US is private. High Roller is public. There is obviously other public companies. DraftKings has moved in and FanDuel has moved in. They're heavily weighted towards sports betting, casino, iGaming, so forth. So I think this showed what an appetite there is if someone public will pull off prediction markets in the US.
Fair enough. Tim, biggest winner at next 12 months?
If we look at a time frame of only the next 12 months, I think Polymarket and Kelsey will go from absolute strength to strength.
Oh, wow.
If it was 18 months, maybe it's when's the election, Todd?
The election's in November this year.
Okay, well, let's see what happens there. But I think at least for the next 12 months, they will continue to grow at the expense of the licensed operators in the States and whatnot. And I've been mucking around a bit on Kelsey and Polymarkets just to understand it myself. The UI is different to a traditional sports book. It's even better than what you would have seen on Betfair 10, 15 years ago. So I think they're attracting that recreational bet under the pretense of a prediction, but they've made a really, really smooth experience, and they've involved crypto legally across all 50 states, and it's working well. And there's no state gaming tax, and they don't have that 36% in Pennsylvania. Whatever. They are focused on what they're doing, and they're becoming the verb to Google is to Kelsey or to Polymarket and whatnot. It's becoming part of everyday lingo. So I'm not hearing a FanDuel or a DraftKings or a Penn National in the same type of everyday lingo. So I think for the next 12 months, they will continue to grow massively and just eat up that market share. There will be other entrants coming to the market, no doubt about it, but I think these two they're the 2 outliers that it'll take a lot to catch them in what they're doing. Whether their global expansion is successful or not, I don't think it will be, because we have good, solid regulatory frameworks in other countries around the world. But in the American market, they will smash it.
Very interesting. Big predictions here today. The prediction market itself is, we have a bull year in front of us. I'm curious to hear the audience opinion, actually. Do you think that the prediction markets industry is a bubble? Will it burst in the next 12 months? If so, put up your hand. All right, yeah, it seems like we have most people are pro prediction markets here as well.
I had my hand up.
So,
doesn't mean we're pro prediction markets, it just means we think they're going to keep growing over the next 12 months.
I know. Okay, so let's move over to the biggest loser in the next 12 months. I want names now. Todd.
Names. Hard. Well, I don't know the names of the companies, but it's the deep fakes. The deep fakes in casino. I think the premise that gamblers are going to play with a deep fake RNG and find that to be an acceptable option is largely dead on arrival. I think operators are going to be flooded with complaints. I mean, if you're honest about it, that it's a deep fake, then that's one thing. But I think everybody's tired of deep fakes in their TikTok and Instagram feeds, and the idea that it's going to be viable in casino as an RNG product, I just don't. I think it's going to be a big loser in the year ahead. And I know there's a lot of companies working on it. And that isn't to say I don't respect people trying new and interesting stuff. I think it's cool, but I'm allowed to have an opinion on what happens too.
All right, a war against deepfakes.
Just a short word on that. So we're investor in a company called FanView, and it's non-gaming, but they are doing a creator platform for artificial creators. And that company is absolutely skyrocketing and booming and signing some of the bigger names in entertainment now. So there is absolutely a demand for AI creators out there. So whether it translates into credibility in casino, I'm not sure, but it's definitely a big trend.
Yeah. No. Okay, and Tim?
Biggest losers? I think with the absolute J-curve of AI at the moment we're all seeing and everybody's getting involved, I'm really struggling to see where software content suppliers are going to have their mark in the next 12 months. I think there's going to be more and more AI-generated slot games. Now, of course, there's the fine-tuning of a slot game and whatnot, but the math and the engine and the quickness to market using AI will commoditize slot games, and you can't simply have 1,000 slot providers anymore in the market. It's become democratized, decentralized, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what to call it, but I'm not seeing how that small studio will make their mark in the world in the next 12 months.
Right. Okay, so moving on to the next question. This one is a good one as well. What is the one headline prediction that you each have for the next 12 months? The one big prediction that we take away from this panel today that we will review, especially in the next year's cycle. I want to start on your and Robin here.
That a EU member state will, under the MiFi II regulations, move towards introducing prediction markets for the EU, meaning that technically they could passport it into all of the member states. Whether that will include sports betting or not, I don't know. But there is a few eligible candidates that will very likely make a move on this category, and they should.
Very interesting. Todd?
Prediction markets get crushed, and there's two ways it happens. One is the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in the next couple months. They rule that sports is just not allowed. In a sense, it solidifies them as being able to do sort of other stuff. But I predict that they're going to say no more sports. Kalshi's market cap gets crushed, maybe cut in half. That sets it on a path to the Supreme Court. They have to shut down sports overnight across California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Hawaii, Alaska, everything in the Ninth Circuit. The other way it could happen is states all over the country right now are missing out. So you have to think about how America works. So everybody donates to politicians. Casinos all across 48 states are, there's a couple states that don't have gambling. They've been donating to politicians for years and years and years. And now they're saying, hey, these prediction markets are taking bread off of our table. I want you to go and crush it. And so there's two bills in Congress right now. And I suspect one of those will get through. Now, Donald Trump Jr. is an advisor to some of the biggest prediction market companies. And the President of the United States has to sign a bill into law. So you can veto it, which is kind of an interesting dynamic.
Funny how that happens, yeah?
So a bill by itself won't get through unless one of two things happens. Don Jr. just sells off. He moves on to the next thing. So that could absolutely happen. It's not like some overall protection forever. It's just, I mean, Kalshi's 22 billion. Maybe he'll sell today. Or they hook that wording that sports is not going to be allowed into a giant spending bill that is sort of a must-sign bill. So I think it's going to be, I'm selling my, I don't have any, but I'm selling my prediction market equity today if I have it.
Which would be a foolish move by Congress. So what you have happening at the moment is that you have annotation of data happening increasingly on democratized events and outcomes throughout society. People will be looking at monetizing their knowledge and their access to this data. And if they're not doing it in the United States, if they're not doing it in the EU, someone will do it in Russia. Trades on US politics won't stop happening. They will just move to another geography. They will go to the crypto rails. You can't predict what a politician will do. Ultimately, I've seen the same bills in Congress, but it would be a foolish thing to do when you have an actual chance to get leadership in an industry and when you have a chance to get regulation and control of an industry and develop it responsibly.
Yeah, for clarity, I think it's sports that's in trouble. I think the rest of it survives.
The weather's fine.
What's that?
The weather is fine. Did you see the guy in France near the airport had a hairdryer near one of the weather terminals to try and win the prediction market bet of the heat in Paris?
Really?
He's standing there with a hairdryer.
Look, I think also sports can. So obviously, it's very similar now to fixed odds betting in many ways. But let's take some markets that aren't there. Transfer markets, for instance. I would love to be able to place a prediction on whether Bruno Fernandes will be sold to Saudi Arabia after the World Cup or not. I don't think there is odds for that at the moment. There is real economic purpose within the sports industry that should be tradable, independently verifiable, that isn't there. So I think the conversation needs to be moved from should we ban sports or not, and start to look into which part of sports informs the economic graph, provides a useful economic purpose, and is therefore eligible to a futures market like predictions.
Tim, the biggest loser in the next 12 months?
Biggest loser or biggest winner?
Sorry?
The biggest loser or biggest winner?
The biggest loser name in the next 12 months.
I think it's the publicly traded American gaming companies are going to continue to decrease. Their share price is going to decrease. And
say their names, Tim.
Okay, so as Claude told me, Flutter, DraftKings, Sportsradar, Genius Sports, Penn, Better Collective, Catania Media. And that was just on this year's sort of results in the stock market down between 32% and 50%. I'm struggling to see where they recover those prices from as the prediction markets come out. The one big one I believe will happen, we talked about it before, the super app. And I think whoever has that sort of collection and distribution of customers, someone not from gaming is going to put gambling in front of the nose of that database. Now, that could be a Revolut, that could be a Kraken. We've seen the prediction markets coming into the sort of the crypto exchanges in the Robinhood and whatnot, and they're doing a lot of turnover. So I think the next biggest gaming operator won't be a gaming operator itself. They will be just plugging that in there and getting that turnover and handle from their existing user base who have money on wallet. And I think I said a couple of years ago, Telegram had a great chance to do this and didn't actually succeed in sort of maturing that sort of gaming ecosystem. But I do believe the next big super app will be a site potentially bigger than Stake or Bet365 over the next 12 months.
Could it be X?
I don't think so, but something like X would make a lot of sense if you could bring the prediction markets widget inside a tweet. That is exactly the seamless experience I've talked about for years. And now I think with crypto, with predictions, with across 50 states and anywhere else in the world, that could infiltrate. So it's not just a gaming site anymore. It is just that contract, that bet within the broader ecosystem of where you're doing your super app stuff.
It'd be cool. That's where the conversation happens. And then it's like, I got an opinion, pop.
Pop, bang.
Yeah.
Show me how much you value your opinion.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Guys, let's switch topic here. I want to go in again to prediction markets. Seems a little bit like this is the topic of conversation right now. You know, just to set the tone here, Kalshi achieved market capitalization of $22 billion in the latest raise. Some of the biggest, smartest venture capitalists in the world participating in the round. A16Z, Sequoia. Polymarket raised capital at $15 billion recently. Also, some of the major venture capitalists included in that round. This is bigger market capitalization than Flutter, the biggest online gambling company in the world that built their global operations over the last 20 years. This seems outrageous. Now, at the same time, DraftKings, I know that we were looking at the share prices here before, since the last 12 months. DraftKings is down, FanDuel, Flutter is down considerably on the markets off the back of the rise of the prediction markets industry. So, Todd, my first question to you here. Should the sportsbook operators be scared? Is there an opportunity now to invest, perhaps, in the likes of DraftKings and FanDuel, considering that they've taken such a huge bite off the market caps simply based off the fact that the likes of Kalshi and Polymarket are gaining ground here? What do you think is going to happen in the next 12 months?
Yeah, they should be concerned. They should be paranoid. It's, you know, sports by itself isn't like the world's best business. It's a good business to get people into your app and bet, and then you get them to play slot machines and table games, so that's where the money is, which is why it's hard to conceive that they have a $22 billion value on sports betting alone. And I think they're probably running it at thinner margins than the sports books of the people in this room. So they're running it at probably like 1% or something. So it's very hard to justify. But yeah, they should be paranoid. These are big brands. If you go back in time a little bit, you could have asked the question, should casinos be paranoid about the fantasy sports operators? And the right answer then was, oh yeah, they should be. And now FanDuel and DraftKings are two of the three biggest operators in America. And so, absolutely they should be nervous, they should be scared, they should be concerned, all of that. Are their stocks a buy? Well, I'm predicting that the Ninth Circuit or Congress is going to crush sports betting. The day that happens, it's probably good for 10% or so on DraftKings and FanDuel stocks. So yeah, I think, and they've been beaten up pretty hard. And I think probably it's more of a buy than a sell, having seen that they've been beaten down.
Brilliant. Tim, I'm curious to ask you as well. There's some major prediction markets operators, like Kalshi especially, that have gone down the regulated path. Polymarket lives very much on the blockchain and comes from that part of the industry. There are other prediction markets operators that very much come from the crypto world in general. And it seems to me, a little bit what we touched on before here, is that even if the CFTC eventually strikes down prediction markets, the regulated path, it seems like this product is here to stay. Like, and whether it lives in the regulated environments or on the crypto side, it's here to stay. It almost seems like eventually this will turn into a bit of a battle between kind of, do you live in the fiat world, regulated world, or will players migrate over to crypto-based prediction market operators? Do you see any particular winners or losers in this space, if you think about the next 12 months in how this area will evolve?
So my biggest concern with prediction markets, it's like party poker back in 2006. You had to have fresh money coming into the game for the sharper poker players who were going to win the money on average over the longer term, because there is a rate taken. So like Betfair as well, they had to introduce their premium charge because the sharper punters were net winners. I think it's only like 1.5% of all Kalshi users are actually net positive. When the general audience wakes up and realises they can't beat the market, like on party poker, you can't beat the poker heads-up display, the 10-tabling German guy, you know, with big screens. When they realise they can't beat it, they'll move on to the next thing. So I think it becomes a natural decline of a lack of liquidity, fresh liquidity coming into a prediction market, And also for the Kelsey, where are they making their money? Just on the spread? Like Betfair is a fantastic business. Democratise sports betting by having 1,000 sports bettors versus 1,000 bookmakers who are matching their prices and they're taking a percentage. But a bookmaker's got to run at 4.5%, 5.5%, 6.5% RTP on the over-under to actually run a business, to have customer support, to do payments, to have licenses, to pay taxes, to pay for the fees, to pay for the data integrity. Where does Kelsey make enough money unless it's through absolute volume, but the absolute volume could disintegrate over time as fresh, dumb money stops going into these. It's very hot at the moment, but I think it will be a natural trail off, just like online poker was when it got figured out.
And I also think, Pierre, we have to add that the liquidity in prediction market is sort of centered around a few events. And I think the industry has to figure out long-tail market making. We can't just have a few major events being what people trade.
And Robin, just a final question before we move on to another topic. But I know that you have a pretty different view of the prediction markets, what it will turn into in the long term. Like if we think about the prediction market space today, especially as Europeans here in the room, I think a lot of people simply summarize the prediction markets product as an alternative to sports betting. But that is not what the Americans, institutional capital, and the operators themselves see themselves, right? I know that you talk about the hedging opportunity where venture capital and institutional capital in the future will be the ones that are driving liquidity and movement and so on in the product. Can you talk a bit more about your thesis of what will the product itself look like in maybe a couple of years' time, let's say?
I know what I hope it will look like in maybe not a couple of years' time, but more time. It needs to serve an economically useful purpose. And take, for instance, the insurance industry is outdated. Prediction markets can solve that. You know, I used to own a football club in Norway, or at least commercial rights to a football club in Norway. We were relegated twice in the Premier League and we were promoted twice. It was a huge economic volatility in it. If I could have hedged myself against that, I would have done it. And I do think that with all the data we have available now, take buying the Apple stock. I can own the Apple stock, but I might not believe that they will have an iPhone foldable success story in September next year. So then I can perhaps hedge my bet a little bit against that, so I can make a more useful economic matrix in the decision making. So if the prediction market operators are responsible and good, I think they would take the product in that direction and not only bet on sports and entertainment value.
Brilliant. Final topic of today that we have 3 minutes for is AI in iGaming. And I just want to ask the audience again, if your company is currently in a maximum focus process to turn AI native, put up your hand. Like, is that a massive priority for your organization right now? Yeah, it seems that we have a split audience, about 50-50. And that is going to be my one question here to close off the panel with today. There is the contrarian thought right now is that Microsoft just came up with this press release saying that we are going to hire more humans because it's cheaper than tokens. There's been this kind of token maxing philosophy now that we need to spend, the more tokens you spend, the better it is. But where is the ROI at the end of the day in this product? So I want to ask the panel, in 12 months' time, if your company is not AI native, will you have simply fallen behind? Are you writing with pen and paper when everyone else is working with a computer? Or is this hype completely overblown? Robin?
Yes, you have fallen significantly behind. You don't need to be fully AI native, and 12 months and is an artificial timeline. But if you don't take this very, very seriously right now as a professional and as a company, you have a real big headwind in front of you.
Todd?
Yeah, I agree. 12 months, you can, exactly what I agree here. And then I'd say for the next 12 months, you can kind of sort of live without AI. I mean, in our business, the name of the game is building your brand. It's cost per acquisition. AI isn't going to necessarily help you build a bigger brand. There are little ways you can do it. From what I can tell right now, all AI is doing is helping everybody's employees work 4 hours instead of 8. And so they're spending the same on employees, a lot more on AI, and the value doesn't really come until you have less employees. And I think those days are probably coming, but for now, it's going to be like a boom to do more and more and more. So it'll be a very useful and powerful tool, but you can live without it if you have a good brand.
Tim?
It's not 12 months, it's 12 days. You'll be falling behind.
12 days.
It's 12 days. So
it has to happen now.
It's not something to think about and plan for and do. That's got to start now, and it should have started already. For me, humans like to take holidays, have sick days, they like their vitamin D shots, they want to have their dog days, they have all these fluffy things that they believe they're entitled to. Fine, not against, a little bit against that, but not against that generally. Agents do their job, they're efficient, you can train their memory, they do repetitive tasks incredibly well, they synthesize data, they have a fantastic memory, and as an employer, I get what I pay for. I don't get complaining, I don't get meetings, I don't get delayed things, I don't get excuses, I get a job done. And as a business owner, I want the job to be done. It doesn't create a brand, I completely agree with that, but it helps run the back office, the operational processes. Like you used to have back office processing in Philippines, you know, with the back office sort of service stuff. That is being, or Indian call centers or whatnot, that's from a finance industry, but that's being replaced by someone who will work 24/7 without complaint and do exactly what needs to be done.
My friends, you heard it here first. The iGaming intelligentsia have spoken. Place your bets. This is not financial advice, by the way. Or maybe
definitely place your bets.
But thank you so much, guys, for putting yourself out there. Making predictions is hard. It's hard because you have to be accountable to these predictions. So thank you for coming back here every year and putting yourself out there. Thank you to the audience as well. Have a great day ahead. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let's see, we have some people leaving, some people joining. Next, more AI. We will hear how Evoke has turned AI from a single initiative into a real driver of business value across the enterprise. Okay, we will hear how Evoke has turned AI from a single initiative into a real driver of business value across the enterprise. Please join me in welcoming the speaker of this next session, Kanda Kumar, Director of AI at Evoke. Welcome, Kandar.
Good afternoon. So I'll maybe give a few seconds to settle down. All right, guys, I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, it's great to be here with all of you and talk about AI. And being in Malta, in the sunny side, is really good. So my name is Kanda Kumar. I am the Director for AI and Intelligent Automation at Evoke. Before Evoke, I was in Ericsson. I spent almost a decade driving their global AI transformation across the whole company. It's about 180 different countries that was in scope. So today, what I want to share with you is about the Evoke's AI transformation journey. But it's not going to be a journey about technology and tools and pilots. Of course, technology is extremely important. Data is important. You probably all know about it. However, I want to take a different view and talk about the leadership, right? So, okay, how do you move AI from tools, pilots, and use cases to a true business capability that can actually deliver and drive a measurable business impact? So that is what I'm going to talk about. Before going into this, from all the experiences I have, over 12 years of experience in this area, and also what I see across the industry. So one thing I can see is that the first AI mistake that most of us make is very similar to replacing the steam engines with the electric engines, right? But leaving the factories unchanged. What I mean by that is that if you go back, late 1800s, when the electric engines, which are much more powerful, came into existence, what happened was most of the factories, they replaced steam engines with electric engines, but they left the factory as it is. They left the layout as it is, they left the architecture as it is, they also left the production lines as it is. But of course, they got some value and efficiencies, right? But the real value came in later on when they actually used the source of the new power, which is the electric engines, and completely redesigned the factories. Then what happened really was, the layout changed, the production line changed, architecture changed, even the work changed. Transformation happened. So the real question for us is with the AI taking a lot of attention in the world, is to really think about, are we going to use AI to automate what we already have today, or are we going to use AI to design and deliver what we need in the future? So that is what I'll be talking about. So let's see what Evoke is doing about it. This is Evoke. We are a global betting and gaming operator. We serve millions of customers every month. We have thousands of employees. We also operate in multiple countries. And of course, we are in a regulated industry, right? So when it comes to AI for us, the challenge is not really about can we use AI? It's really about can we use AI at scale and responsibly, as well as making sure it's delivering measurable impacts. So that is what the challenge is, and that is what the challenge we took on, and I took on, and see how we went about it, right? Okay, so before you start working with AI, of course, I talked about the data is key, technology stack is key, all of that is important. But you need to think how you can establish AI as a business capability, right? So you need to really understand what is your current situation in the company, and how do you start? And for that, you need to make sure that you have some kind of a strategy in place. And my strategy in Evoke revolved around people, customers, value, and governance. So these were the things the strategy was circling around. And at a very early stage, we very clearly defined what do we want to get out of AI, right? In the long run, what do you want to get out of it? It's not pilots and tools and use cases. You want to get some business objectives. How and what are those? The first one is looking around our own workforce, our own people. They are the very valuable assets for us. And to see how can we make sure our workforce is having a culture of AI first. So meaning that they understand the potential of AI. Also, they understand the risks and how to use it safely. Then, as you know more and more, you work with the AI, you will see the AI is starting to do more and more outcomes. That's what it will deliver. And the shift happens for the people. So the people's role will shift more towards managing the outcomes and making judgments, right? So that is also one of the objectives, to see how we can shift to the role of people in the world of AI execution, right? The third one is around personalization. In personalization, we really want to treat every customers that we have as an individual, not as a segment, not as a group, so that also we can personalize on an individual level. And finally, when it comes about to AI, yes, it is very powerful, but also we need to make sure we should be in control to let where to put AI and what the AI should do. So that's why also we focus on how do we scale AI at the same time we control its autonomy. So these are the objectives we've set. And to get to that, I put in place 6 different pillars. Number one is about showing proof of value. Of course, the sponsors who are investing in AI always want to see value, right? So that you need to work on some use cases and show value. But the trap is that don't fall into that trap and continue to more and more isolated use cases. Rather, very quickly go into number 2. For example, if you worked with marketing in a couple of use cases, then look into marketing as a whole and see how you can change the workflows with the help of AI. Number 3 is very much connected to the culture and the workforce. It's democratizing AI. What I mean by democratizing AI is that really basically teaching all your people what is the potential of AI, what are the risks you face in AI, and also how can you work with AI safely, and also giving access to tools to the entire workforce. With that, you started to build a workforce that are not anymore skeptical about AI or afraid of AI, rather they're embracing AI and work with it. Then AI also helps us a lot because it is very powerful. With that power, we can also help us a lot when it comes to making differentiation in our industry, right? Both differentiation to our people and bringing in some kind of differentiated employee experience, and also to our customers, we can bring differentiated experience to our customers. And given that we are in the regulated industry, it's really, really important for us to keep in mind that control as well as trust is not negotiable. So governance should not be an afterthought. It has to be by design, and therefore you need to focus a lot on what you're going to do with the governance and make sure you have a strong governance in place. As you mature with the AI journey, you will also start to see the work is getting disrupted, and you should be proactive and make sure that you are rethinking and redesigning and reinventing work, and that's where the agentic AI plays a key role. So these 6 things that I'm talking about are not, 6 different initiatives or projects. They are like one enterprise AI system. Now I'll talk about what did we get out of this one enterprise AI system. What you see on the screen is really a proof that enterprise system, when you establish AI as a business capability, will deliver impact, and the impact will be at scale. Okay? So my job was in 2024 when I started as the first one person in the company. My focus was very much about looking into how do we set the strategy, how do we build the capability, how do we put together the foundations, and also at the same time make sure there is value to demonstrate. Then into 2025, my focus was very much around how do we industrialize it. How do we make this AI delivery machinery a pattern that is repeatable? So that was the focus on 2025. Now in 2026, with the maturity we have and the possibilities with agentic AI, we are seeing how can we scale agents, but at the same time, making sure they are controlled through an autonomy. So the numbers you see here on the screen, it tells you a lot of different things. It talks about adoption of AI, it talks about the capability, it talks about value. It also talks about the readiness as an organization you are in so that you can take the next phase in the transformation journey. Of course, we have a pretty good ROI. We also see that some of the processes have very high levels of throughput. We also see hundreds of thousands of hours of work has been absorbed. Some of the work was never been even done before. And also you can see millions of recommendations or tasks have been executed by AI. But to be able to make this happen, one of the key enablers was actually the governance that I put in place. So we put in place an exec-level AI committee, and the role of that was only to make sure that we remove any hurdles or friction around your adoption or cultural or any other organizational barriers, right? So that we can actually embrace AI, of course, in a controlled and a safe way. And everything we did, we made sure there is a value connected to it, and the value is really owned by the P&L, so that the P&L signs off the value, so that everything that you do is directly connected to the success of the business. So that when you put in production any AI solutions, then you can connect it back to actually what the P&L has signed off. As I said before, in the industrialization phase, so we made sure that we make this a repeatable pattern. And with that, we put in a playbook, so that the playbook makes this machinery repeatable. We also put in place a lot of assessments. The reason for these assessments is really to make sure that we are fully aligned with the regulatory requirements when it comes to AI. And finally, when we talked about the autonomy, we made sure the agents are allocated with autonomy that are based on the risk, given that we need to limit our risk exposure. By doing this, what happened basically was that instead of me treating the entire AI capability as a tool, and I treated them as the business capability, the value showed up. Okay. Now then, talking about the AI, let's go into and talk a little bit about personalization, right? This is a very hot topic in AI. The opportunities are massive, and we can do a lot. But also, to keep in mind, we are not Netflix or any other similar industry. We are in iGaming, and it's very highly regulated. Therefore, what we need to keep in mind is that we also have certain limitations and constraints to work with. So from a personalization point of view, what I see is that the actual intelligence that needed to drive personalization is in abundance, right? The data sources that we have with the operators, it's very rich, right? And then you have the models. Every operator has a lot of models, and also the vendors have a lot of models. These models can predict intent, risk, value, so they are very powerful. But the key gap from the way I see it is the time to action, right? So the question is that, are you able to see a churn live? Are you able to see a friction happening live? Probably yes. You are able to see that with the technologies that we have today and the various platforms and models we have today, right? But then the next two steps becomes a bit harder. So even though you see a moment live, are you in a position to actually make a decision on what to do for that moment when there is a person coming in and having a problem with the deposit, and there's a friction or a churn? Are you able to make a decision before the moment passes away, and also to make sure whether that decision is compliant? And the last step is about acting in it, triggering an offer or interventions, right? Are we in a position to make those interventions and those triggers before the actual moment passes away? And that's where the biggest gap is. Because for us, every single moment that is missed is a missed opportunity. Or in the worst case, it is a missed protection time for a player, right? That is why I see that with the help of the agents, we can actually close the loop from all the way from detecting a signal to making a decision that is compliant, and all the way to actually triggering an action, which is then actually leveraging the opportunities and not missing those opportunities. That is how we help you to close the loop through agentic AI. So then talking more about the agentic AI, so how are we approaching agentic AI in Evoke? Okay. So the models, as you know, since the February 2026, they literally became from a good answering machine to actually enterprise-grade execution engine. So we cannot afford to provide the ability for the AI to work based on its capability. Rather, we need to make sure that we are granting the autonomy on what the AI should do based on the risk classes, right? And for that, I have defined 4 risk classes. So to be able to do this, what I literally did was that I broke down the entire enterprise into a couple of hundred of workflows, and every single workflows have been assigned to a specific risk class. Higher the risk class, lower the autonomy, lower the risk class, higher the autonomy, right? And then also we made sure there are controls in place, such as the human ownership and the kill switch and things like that. Just talking about a few examples when it comes to the risk classes. Like, for example, there are a lot of internal processes and workflows we have in place, and those workflows needs to be done, and those workflows may not cause material impact for the company or for the employees or for the financials. So when you have those kind of workflows, it's still being done, and quite a lot of those are existing. So the key there is to allocate a higher level of autonomy so that AI can actually take on more, and so that people can focus on more value-adding tasks. Then when you come into the risk class 3, which is a higher risk class, that is where we need to limit the levels of autonomy, because this is where you're talking about player safety. So there you need the human judgments, you need empathy. That is where we are going to risk. So then we have classified a number of workflows in that area, and we have restricted the autonomy. Okay? So by having a framework of this type, part of your governance, so what you do is that you make AI governance as an accelerator rather than becoming a brake. By this way, you can accelerate AI and deliver impact at pace. So as you work more and more with AI, what you will see is that it's actually shifting the way we have been used to work and organize ourselves into a new functional agnostic structure. So what I mean by that, like today, if you see, organizations are very much structured based on functions and roles and processes and tools. And then you have employees who are working on individual functions, using tools, including AI, and they drive and fulfilling those processes and business flows, right? But when you talk about any business outcome or a customer outcome, you will see that it cuts across almost all functions. That's when you hit friction. That's when you hit inefficiencies. And of course, we're doing a lot of things to make it better. But the whole idea is that vertical structure will always be siloed, right? So the beauty about agentic AI is that what it does is that it really works towards delivering an outcome that you define, and you set it as a gold standard. What is good looks like. So that is what an AI agent actually works towards, delivering that specific outcome. But to be able to do that, you also make sure you set a few things in place, such as the data, what kind of data it needs, what kind of system it needs to use, and also some kind of controls in place, what kind of autonomy it has, what kind of guardrails. So through these three things, guardrails, constraints, policies, and the data, and an expected gold standard outcome, what happens is that it really becomes agnostic to any functions. And the more and more as you mature in AI, you will see that the execution and the delivery of outcomes are done by AI, and the shift of the people actually changes, the role of the people actually changes, and they become more managing the outcomes of what AI is delivering, and leading, structuring, architecting what the AI should be given responsibility for, and finally also making those judgment calls. And also what I want to say, one more thing in this slide, is that it's very important to make sure that this is not seen as something to replace people. It's really about redesigning workflows and shifting the role of people from performing the task to actually managing the outcomes. So that is where we see we are heading with AI transformation. So in the last few seconds that I have left, few key points for you guys to take away with you. So in the world of AI, depending on where you're starting from, the winners are not going to be the ones who are chasing the trends, trying to find the best tools that are available and running pilots. But it'll be those who have the right level of maturity and making sure they use AI to redesign, rethink, and reinvent work. So 3 key takeaways from this session, right? Number 1, make sure you establish your AI capability as a business capability. Make sure the business sees this as a growth engine or an efficiency engine, right? Not as a tool strategy or a tech strategy. Of course, tech is playing a key role, but it needs to become a business capability. When it comes to governance, of course, AI is powerful, but at the same time, given that we are in a regulated industry, it needs to be controlled, it needs to be responsible, right? And for that, the AI governance cannot be an afterthought. It needs to be by design. And making sure you make it by design, it actually helps you to accelerate rather than putting brakes on AI. And finally, when it comes to work, you need to rethink, redesign, and reinvent work, because that's what is going to happen. And also keep in mind, from what I told earlier, right? Today, AI is the new source of power. And remember, the ones who redesigned the factories with the new source of power was the one who really were successful and got the highest value out of it. Okay, so with that, there's 3 key takeaways. I conclude my session. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on. This next session takes a practical look at how poker can be turned into a strong revenue and retention driver without adding operational complexity. Give them some love. Let's welcome to the stage the speakers. Dmitry Starostenkov, CEO at EvenBet, Gasper Janesic, CEO at WePlay Network, and Antonio Lavigna, Head of Poker at BoaBet. Welcome out. There you are.
Antonio, we will squeeze you in the middle.
Why not? Why not?
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dmitry. I am CEO of EvenBet Gaming. We are a poker provider, and we have been doing this for dozens of years already, and we are really focused on our product, how to make it better, how to add more features, how to make it stable, reliable, how to set up service infrastructure and so forth. But today I want to speak about business implementations of our product for casino operators, how our products could help casino operators to get the most of our product. And this story is about partnership and trust, how we build trust with casino operators, how we set it up, how we communicate, and so forth. And these 2 lovely gentlemen will help me with this story today. Gasper is CEO of WePlay Network.
Thank you, Dmitry.
Antonio Lavigna, from Head of Casino of BoaBet.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
So let's start with honesty. We all love our casino products. We always try to make them better. We always try to add more content into our online casinos. We always try to make the best odds for our players. We constantly seek for new content for online casinos. But when we hear word poker, we pause, because poker is something like different, some unknown beast. And all the associations that come up to our heads is about complication, headache, fraud, like something like very unknown. So we want to address this myth and help you to understand how to overcome this myth and how to make poker like a plug-in product into online casino, and how to use them, how to stop fearing this product, and how to start using the most of this game. So, and here, as I mentioned, 2 great gentlemen who have already proven that it's working as I described. And here we'll tell you the truth. So let's start from Antonio. Antonio, when you first time heard about adding poker vertical into your portfolio, what did you feel? And I know that you almost say no to this, right?
Yeah, I think you've summarized it up really well. I think the first thing to kind of lay out is that we are a kind of casino first, and the thought of poker being kind of overly complicated and not something that we wanted to jump into. We understand that it is a very complex game, and my kind of initial approach was that this is going to be more of a burden for us, right? It's going to take operational cost, it's going to take risk management, it's going to take us learning a whole new vertical. So yeah, our first kind of initial thought was trepidation and concern that this is operationally going to be kind of a big drag for us. So our first kind of thought was exactly that. We bought into the myth that the poker was going to be overcomplicated and we needed to go off and do our due diligence before kind of jumping in. As I said, we are kind of casino-centric. We have departments that expertise in the bonusing, the retention plans. Poker isn't something that was on our landscape.
Yeah, right. Thank you. And Gasper, this is exactly the poker barrier, as we call, right? And you approached this case, you approached Antonio with completely different take, right? What was it?
Exactly. Thank you, Dimitri. Well, we kind of, through the years of operation, the poker network, we identified our true vision. And our true vision is to help, actually, casino operators to add poker into their gaming portfolio, which means we want, as a matter of fact, we all know that poker is a complex operation. It's not that it's not, so for sure it is, but we want to remove this complexity part from the back of our customers, which means we are the layer in between the product itself, infrastructure, and the customer. So we want to create ecology which is stress-free for players through maintaining a proper recreational base, player base, and protecting it, and also remove the stress from our customers, which means we do the full scope, operational scope of the product, while our customers can focus solely on player acquisition. And it makes much easier for them to focus on the things that really matter for their scope, and we actually focus to poker management. So, thanks.
Great. And Antonio, returning to you, did you trust the pitch? And did it pay off later?
Yeah, I think, listen, me sitting here today, I think has to be a testament of that. We are 1 year into our relationship with you guys, and realistically, my poker knowledge isn't much more improved than it was at the start. We can, what they've kind of promised us has been delivered, and it's that they, you summarized it well. You take the burden of the operational part on your back, and let the casino, run the fun stuff as such. So at this moment, yes, exactly that.
Thank you. So let's see the numbers. Gasper, do they speak for themselves?
Sure. So the whole essence is that we entered into this relationship on a very casual basis without any expectation. So at the end of the day, without any operational ramp up from the customer side, actually with zero with zero investment in promotions, with zero investment in resources, we see the numbers are increasing, which means they didn't invest any effort in the product itself. However, still, the numbers are growing. So when we look at these numbers, we see that average rake first 3 months was around $38,000. Now, the last 3 months, the rake is I think it's, yeah, peak months was 78, and the average is 60,000, which means no investment, good business result. We have lowest month was around 30,000, and even the highest month was 78,000, which means no investment in marketing. So what we did, we managed the product in a way that we increased activity of the players and we increased the retention of the players by retention tools, by infrastructure that we have, and this operational supporting layer that we are providing with our experts in our team.
Good, thank you. And Antonio, let's go to another fear. Like, did poker actually steal traffic? Or did it complement?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and I can be honest with you and say that I thought that things would go one way. You know, we never wanted to be a poker site, and that's really important that we have our kind of core business at the front of the shop. And no, what we have actually seen is an elongation of player session length. And you know, we've always kind of taken the thought that poker would be a long game, and there are breaks and there's opportunities for players to explore the casino and explore other elements of the site. So on the contrary, what we saw was exactly that, the kind of more navigation and longer session lengths. The core goal for us was never to become a poker site, just to kind of become an omni playground, if that makes sense, somewhere where people can come and play. And it was a complement, a supplement to the casino rather than a competitor.
Great, thank you. And you mentioned also like just 10% of your players are like really spent a lot of time in poker, so, and 90% like.
Yeah, one of the metrics that we kind of have managed to see is that we only have 10% of players that only play poker, which really kind of rolls into our ethos and our mindset of these kind of multi-product players that are willing to experiment and try. I think you're always going to get a core set of players that are dedicated to a certain vertical, but I believe you could apply that to any kind of part of the business. So yeah, what we see is exactly that, players navigating, players exploring, and as Gasper said, with us investing nothing and doing nothing.
Great, thank you. So Gasper, let's maybe go a bit technical. So how we really actually protect audience of our casino partners from sharks? It's kind of #1 objection, you know, like.
Yes, we have actually 2 layers of protection. First layer is infrastructure, which means we are developing features, game types that are protecting actually recreational traffic. We are increasing variance. We are creating games in a more lottery style, which means that skilled players are not able to develop their skill, and the infrastructural layer is actually preventing them to develop this skill, which means we are reducing the percentage or the weight of the skill in the gameplay itself. I think. Okay, sorry. So this is the first layer, and the second layer is actually our service layer, which means by the management of the poker lobby itself and segmentation of the players based on skills on a different lobbies, we are actually creating dilution of the players and maintaining the proper balance of the skill level to maintain and preserve this ecology. But foremost, since our core vision is casino-first traffic, our first goal is to protect recreational players, since we want to become the biggest recreational player-based network on the world, which is actually complementing and supplementing casino operations to reach their objective, which is longer lifetime of the player, and so on and so on. So these are the tools mainly.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see the evidences from Boabet case. So as we can already mention that cash games activity is increasing steadily, 20%, and it's continuing growing. And rake started from 38,000 for the first 3 months of the launch. Now for the last 3 months, it's already 60%. So like, as we can see, numbers are confirming that we are on the right path. And not only numbers, not only money, but health, right? So we are building healthy environment for players where they feel safe, and this is manifesting in increasing of concurrency players and table activity of cash tables, and recreational traffic is staying. That means that they are not offended by professional players. They enjoy playing, and they enjoy all these promotion activities we are giving them. And as we already mentioned, that with zero investment and zero attention from the Antonio's team, we have given to Boabet such great tools as rakeback, free rolls, access to 750,000 guaranteed tournaments lobby, and it's really working well.
I would add something here, that what we are noticing is that recreational players, they like to have fun. So this is the most important spectrum that we have on this player liquidity, which derives from casino. So we want to create environment where they feel safe, protected, and they enjoy and they have fun. And the whole product strategy of development for the future is going in this direction, to make the product itself, the infrastructure layer, as much fitted for such players. Plus, we want to protect them, which means advanced anti-fraud tools, advanced integrity tools, and so on, that they feel protected and they feel safe and not exposed to predatory behavior of the professionals. So this is our core, and this is our core strategy where we are going. And the numbers, I think, they speak for themselves. We are reaching this objective, actually.
And Gasper, maybe as you're a person that actually manages the whole operations, maybe you can say a few words how you scale this operation without operational burdens for our partners and customers.
Yes, as we already mentioned, poker is a complex operation. So we are investing a lot of efforts to develop internal processes, to make them automatic, to make everything. So our main objective is to scale without quality deterioration, which means all the supporting processes in the company needs to be optimized and automatic. So this is our objective, and this is our vision, and not being dependent on anything else but the system. So I think this is from the supporting side, not so much from the product side, one of our core activities that is currently running in the company.
Cool, thank you. So probably we are going to the end of the session. Maybe Antonio, you could say kind of a wrap up, like outcomes and maybe plans for the future, like.
Yeah, so, to be really kind of frank, and I think Gasper and Dimitri, you've summarized it really well in the fact that we never wanted to be a poker-first company. We always wanted to kind of rely on our kind of core products that we know and we have our expertise in. And, I think you summarized it well in regards to the player protection part. A lot of players, this will be their first kind of touch onto poker, and to jump into a room with, so-called sharks and this kind of predatory behavior, it was really important to us that it was very recreational, it was very fun. The second point for us was that it wasn't an operational drain. We didn't want our teams going through, looking through poker play, reading through tournament structures or anything like that. So to wrap it up, what we managed to do was kind of build this connection with yourselves, and let it go. Have we done everything that we could have done? Absolutely not. You know, we're still at the beginning of our journey, and you know, we hope to expand that kind of further across our sites and other kind of activities that we do. So, what the kind of today's sentiment to be is that, you know, fundamentally, I've had to do nothing, and that's always good, right? We can now concentrate on what we do, correct, you know, as our expertise, and leave the expertise that you do for yourselves. In regards to doing more and the future, as I said, we're just starting. We're very early into our relationship, but it's something that I can see we've got many opportunities and possibilities. So to summarize it, you know, and fundamentally why am I sat here today, is to say I've not had to do anything. I've managed to just kind of sit back and watch this grow organically. And now if we were to kind of really put our heads together and work harder, which, you know, I know we can, I don't see a limit to kind of where we can take this. So for me, the kind of underlying sentiment being that, you know, as an operator, I can understand the trepidation to have a product like this. It's going to compete with your casino. It's going to, you know, it's going to be a drain on you operationally. Realistically, what you find is it's a complement. It's a supplementary product. It allows you to aim your product at a different demographic. A demographic that I, at this moment, couldn't say would have been with us anyway. So yes, you know, for me, the underlying point is it's find the right partners, find the relationship that you trust, the people that you trust, and I can testament to you guys that what you've delivered, what you've promised me is what you've delivered. And you know, the underlying point is that my poker knowledge is exactly the same position as when we started a year ago. I just now have another kind of set of chats to watch. So yeah, it was plug and play exactly as we kind of wanted, and what the future holds, who knows?
Yeah, and as we discussed before the session, it adds to your operation additional dimension, like you can give away poker tournament packages to your VIP players, and then they return back to you with some positive...
Yeah, the ability to send players to physical tournaments, you know, this is just an extra element of another thing that we didn't have, right? It's another thing behind the curtain that allows us to kind of focus it to what would have, you know, what would have been a recreational player. Now in their mind, you know, they can go to a real tournament and be with real players. It makes it real, and for us to be able to supply that as a service is not something we had on our docket, right? It wasn't something that we had as a goal. However, now that we have it as an ability, I don't want to operate without it. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the honest feedback. So, as you can see, the crucial point is going with an intelligent choice. Don't consider like, oh, we don't go with poker, it's too complicated, it's unknown thing, like no 100%, or we go all in, we are going to be like poker operator, we need to hire a big management team, and then we like would be the best. So like adapt this into your existing product and setup, and do intelligent choice. So finishing, as you can see, poker isn't a black hole. It's not the product that will suck money out of your operation, but instead it will complement your operation and help you to earn money and retain player as much as possible. So our mission is to build a product that remove all the frictions, and here with WePlay network we create a real synergy that works powerful for casino operators. And we are making poker as a standard vertical within multi-game environment, multi-game ecosystem of modern casino operators. So forget about fraud, complexity, unknown things, just choose the right partner. So at the end, there is a simple thought. Don't try to be a poker house with a like standard approach, but build a partnership with the right partner.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
Casper?
I have to close. Actually, we are very customer-oriented, and we consider every partnership with every of our customers like a serious relationship or marriage. So we enter into this relationship with our commitments, and we tend to fulfill them. So one of our core values that we are nurturing in the company is trustworthiness and transparency. And we believe that investment in the long-run success rather than quick wins is a proper way. That's why we are building our story from a fundament which is strong enough to withhold all the pressure that we are hopefully experiencing in the future by the growth of our customer base. But for sure, we are dedicated to this goal. We have a clearly set vision, and our strategies are very well defined. Fortunately, we also have partners and customers which are aligned with us, and I'm pretty sure that this can only lead to success to existing customers, also for the future customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Let's
Yeah,
three
I think
words.
the best quick wrap-up for me is I can understand the trepidation from operators. It's definitely worth a try. It's not as operationally draining as you think it would be. In honesty, it's not operationally draining at all. So pick the right partners and build the right trust. And like you said, it's a partnership between us all. So for me, that's the best thing I can say is give it a try.
Thank you. So we have finished. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Perfect.
No questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful audience. All right, banana. Good, all right. That means that we have changed basically the entire room. So here's the thing, guys, and you need to spread this across the entire venue. Whenever you like a session and you hear the keyword banana, it's one clap like this, boom, and shows the audience, it shows the speakers that they have done a great job and you found it very interesting. So let's just try this before the next speaker is announced. So banana. Natural talents, guys. All right. This next session challenges some of the core assumptions we often take for granted in this beautiful industry that we have, where what really drives players' behaviors and where the real opportunity sits. So to unpack this through a data-driven lens, we're going to be joined by Alex Tomic on the stage, where he will be sharing some insights of behavioral data and scale, and what it reveals about how the world plays. So give it up, a big, warm Valletta welcome to Alex!
Ooh la la. Hi, everyone. It's nice to see you here. We are going to talk about data. So this presentation should have been about something different, about the data we have on the Alea platform. So I bragged a lot about data, I think for the past 2 years. I've been telling you that we have a lot of data. We're an aggregator. I think we have around 50 million players that we track on the platform. And while we were doing this presentation, we didn't really know what to show you because there's so much data. So we decided to focus on the sweepstakes because that is the geo/vertical that we found the most interesting. Before that, I'd like to remind you that on Thursday, which is not tomorrow, it's the day after tomorrow, there is the charity gala dinner for the Dar John Foundation. and that I would encourage all of you to go there. It's a beautiful event for a beautiful cause, and the more, the merrier. And I think that that's a cause that deserves to be supported by all of us. So please come, join us. We have a table. There's space for you to come. Right. So first of all, what we did, we analyzed data, a cohort of players of a period of 2 years. So we're talking about 1.5 million players on sweepstakes. I told you more or less we have around 50 million players over the same period. 37.5 million sessions, which is an average of 25 sessions per player. 1.8 billion bets. Bet count is the number of bets, let's say spins. And the bet volume is 2.3 billion euros that are wagered in euros, I mean, across all active months. Again, we are on 2 years. Then we took the data of April 2026. For those of you who like numbers and are running operations or have software providers, studios, so you can refer to only 1 month. We're talking about roughly 500,000 players, 4.5 million sessions, 235 million bet counts, and a bet amount of around 300 million euros. So why did we choose to present you data about sweepstakes and not everything else we're doing? It's because as an aggregator, we don't see the entire flow of our customers. So we have around 200 customers. Some of them have 10 casinos. I don't even know how many casinos we have our games on. But on these hundreds of casinos, we sometimes have just 1 game provider, 2 or 3 game providers, and sometimes we have the entire floor. So you understand that when we have just a couple of game providers on the casino, we have an incomplete picture of what's happening there. We don't know the length of the player session, all the amounts that have wagered on that casino, because we don't see the full picture. However, on the sweepstakes vertical, we have approximately 80% of the floor on those customers. So we have a quite acute picture of what's happening, and that's why we're presenting you this data today. So what do we see? Over a period of 7 quarters, from Q3 2004 to Q1 2026, we started with 1 million GGR monthly, and we reached 30.7 million GGR in April 2026. No, sorry, Q1 2026, okay? Approx 13 million GGR per month on the last quarter, more precisely on the last month. It's a growth of 11.5 times. So it's the biggest growth we've seen with Brazil. The number is not here. When I tell you 13, 15 million GGR per month, that's what a country like Brazil represents. So if you can see the size of the sweepstakes vertical compared to the size of the Brazilian market, they're approximately the same, and the growth was as strong, as fast on sweepstakes as it was in the Brazilian market. And you can see that this growth is not steady. You can see 1 million, 2.6 million, 2.4, 4.7. It's not taking off, and then something's happened in Q3 2005. We move at 17.4 million, and we reach 30.7 million. Again, if we look month per month over the last 12 months, we see the same growth from 1.4 million to 13.4 million. That's what I said to you before, in GGR per month. So in less than 2 years, sweepstake is around 11% of the business that is generated on our platform. Now that's where it gets interesting, is who is getting the share of the lion. What we're going to see now is very important if you run a game studio. As an aggregator, we see a lot of game studios. They come, they knock on our door. They want to be integrated. They want to have access to customers. They want to have access to markets. Sometimes I feel for them. It's a very complicated position to be in. There's a lot of content. There's a lot of content fatigue. New providers, operators are not even looking at them. So here is the biggest takeaway of what we've seen in the sweepstake market. So we're going from May 25 to April 26, and what we see, if you look at the yellow color, the #1 provider is Pragmatic. So don't look at the way these bars are stacked, just look at how much they represent. So you see that the biggest chunk from 50-something% to 80% is Pragmatic. It means that they have 30% of the market in May 2025. We have Three Orcs, there's a little bit under, the red one, and we have Hacksaw Gaming, that's between around 20%. Pragmatic grows in June, maintains its position in July, maintains its position in August. It doesn't really matter that it moves up and down. It's more because Hacksaw Gaming, and especially Three Orcs, is going down. What do we see? We see Three Orcs losing its momentum, and Pragmatic as being the leader, taking more space. And that's exactly what would have happened if in September 2025, Pragmatic didn't leave the market. And then what do we see? We see the challengers, Three Orcs and Hacksaw, fighting for this first position. So instantly after that, in September 2025, we see Three Orcs doubling its revenue, continuing its growth, and becoming #1, #2, depending on the months, fighting with Hacksaw Gaming. We see also something very interesting. We see a third player coming in. On the last 2 months, on the top, you have Booming Games, which represents, at the end, around 20% of the market in just 2 months. We're going to talk a little bit more about Booming Games. It's a very interesting software that is taking a leading position. So you could say, oh, it's not that big, but actually, in just 2 months, it has 10% of the sweepstake markets, at least on our platform. And that's not what we see in real money gaming. So we have here a provider that doesn't have this same exposure, this same market share on real money gaming. I don't show you the number here, but I have them. They don't have 10% of the market in real money gaming. And they've been in real money gaming for, I don't know, 7 or 8 years. Anyone from Booming Game here? Hey, how are you doing? How much you have on the market in real money gaming? Can somebody give them a microphone? Can we have a microphone for these ladies, please? Like quick? Like now? Thank you, Alex. Oh, you're the man. Look at that athletic. Man, you did your best. All right, so, can you talk? No.
Hello.
Fantastic. All right, so let me ask you something. You have now around 10% of the GGR that we do in sweepstake on the Alea platform. So if I make my little calculation in my head, we're doing 13 million GGR on sweepstakes, so you must be around 1.5 million with us, okay? I don't know if you have these numbers.
I'm head of marketing, so I wouldn't get all the commercial numbers. That's what I wanted to tell you. That's why I said, don't give me the microphone. But
Okay.
you've decided to ignore me.
Do you have numbers or no?
No, I don't.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
That's what I was trying to
I love
tell
you too, okay? Let's move forward. Anyone from Three Oaks or Axel? No, usually these people, they don't come and talk publicly. Okay, doesn't matter. So, you see what's happening, and especially in April 2026, Three Oaks is still taking the share of the lion. Hacksaw Gaming too. Oh, Evolution. That's another one I almost forgot to talk about. So we see that Evolution was a little bit bigger July, then it became big in August. And then September, and it's maintaining a lower position at still number 3 on the following months. What does that mean? We're going to see after the player pattern between slots and live in sweepstakes, but Evolution has entered the market in June 2025. You see that little blue line there? We believe that we are, at Alea, a part of the reason why Evolution joined. We really push them. Please, come on the market. Players are asking for you. Our customers are asking for you. And I imagine other aggregators and other operators were asking Evolution to enter the market, and they didn't enter the market. However, Pragmatic left, Pragmatic slots, and Pragmatic live, which means that there is another place to take in the sweepstake market for a live studio. Anyone from Imagine Live? Well, that's where you should be. All right. Okay, that's a very interesting one. We're not going to look now at studio per studio. We analyze the cohorts on the last 12 months. So a cohort of people, basically, we followed 1.3 million players over a period of 12 months to look at what games they were playing. And we didn't look especially at studio per studio. I mean, we have them, but we present you the information in another way. The red one are the new studios, launched the same months. After, orange, it's recent, 1 to 2 months. Maturing, 3 to 5 months. Legacy, that have been here for more than 6 months, that players have been playing for more than 6 months. What do we see? In May 2025, we only have legacy studios. Okay? The 1 million GGR we're making basically are coming from Pragmatic and Three Oaks. This is the same in June 2025. July, we have the recent ones, the one that the players are playing for 1 or 2 months that are kicking in. They take a more preeminent share of the market in August. And now, if we move forward to April 2026, 50% of the GGR, around 7 million, is taken by the legacy games, and 50% is a mix of the new ones, around 15–20%, the maturing ones, and the big share of the recent one, 1 to 2 months. What does that mean? That means that if you're a new game provider you can have access to the sweepstake market. Players are always looking for new content. They're not looking for legacy content. For a reason we don't really understand yet, probably the demographic is very different. They do look at the beginning to legacy content. They are attracted to the big brands, but then they go play on new content. And they always go play on this new content, which is a very big opportunity for smaller studios. So we can see that Three Oaks quickly took the #1 spot from Pragmatic. And we've seen it internally, especially with the promotion. They were extremely aggressive with promotion. And that's how they took that spot. When they saw the opportunity of Pragmatic leaving the market, we had them on our back on a daily basis. Our account manager, our partnership team were having Three Oaks calling literally every day and throwing promotion in order to get to get the space left empty by Pragmatic. So the Pragmatic Play example shows us one thing, is when a big provider leaves the market, he leaves a space, he leaves an empty space, another one is going to come and take that space, and you want to be there. It doesn't mean that this other one has to be a big one. In sweepstake, it can be a smaller studio. And the booming game example, we have a brand new entrant that reached top 4 in second months. This is very unlikely to happen in any other vertical in iGaming. So what we were saying, opportunity for a game provider, we went from 19 to 58 studios in 12 months. That's 39 new entrants with the share of weekly revenue climbing. So here we took the data from a slightly different angle. We have the legacy game provider, and we have the new game provider that were launched in the last 12 months. You see more or less the same thing that we've seen in the slide before. It's that after a year of operation, the new game provider literally hates the share that the legacy game provider were having. So one thing that you may ask, sorry, is that in May, the GGR is around 1 million, and in April, the GGR is around 13 and something million, because that's what's happening on our platform. So the data is biased, all right? Or at least it's the reference, it is in the context of what's happening on the Alea platform. But we should see the same growth from legacy than from new game provider, and that's not at all what we see. What we see is that the new game providers are taking over the legacy ones. And that's what we see with the 19 to 58 number. So 47% of April GGR came from games that are less than 6 months old. All right. Behavioral analysis of sweepstake players. %90 of the GGR come from slots. Usually, we don't have it written here. We all know that in real money gaming, it's more 70 to 80% coming from slots, 20 to 30% coming from live, okay? So here we have a more segregated picture, 90% from slots, 10% from live. The devil is in the details. Look at the little line under, the ARPU, average revenue per user, 29 euros, bet per round, 1.1 euro. So that means that each time a player clicks on the spin button on a slot, is spending 1 euro. And that is value over that period of time. So it's April 2026. That's 1 month's data. We wanted to focus on 1 month. So people here that have operations or studios, you can relate to this information, okay? This information might be slightly different from what you see. Again, we don't have 100% of the floor. We have 80% of the floor. So you can add 20% on top of that. 29 euro ARPU, monthly ARPU on this player on slots. And if we go on live, we have 50 euro ARPU, and the bet per round is 10 euros, which is 9 times more than on slots. Okay, so how is that possible? We have players that are betting 1 euro on slots, 10 euro on live. The ARPU is 30 euro on slots, 50 euro on live, yet live is just 10%. Why is not live bigger? Well, because they play more rounds on slots than they play on live. That's what we see. We didn't put all the numbers here because otherwise it would be unreadable. And also we have less players playing on live than playing on slots. So sweepstake is mainly a slot player vertical. The second thing, if we look at the number on the right, they don't look very interesting. We have 86% of the GGR from mobile. Sorry. And we have 14% of the GGR on desktop. And that's what you would have overall on any operation, depending on the market. If you go in Africa, you have more mobile, maybe 90%. If you go in other countries, mobile will be 70, 75%. So here we have an average of what we would have in different operations. Again, the devil is in the details. The two little numbers under, ARPU 30 euro, bet per round 1.2 on mobile, ARPU same, 30 euro, bet per round 1.2. What does that mean? Well, it's the same. They spend the same and the same way on both devices. Why is that strange? Anyone has an answer? Okay, so the operations people are not in a room. What do we see usually? We see people playing much more on mobile, but lower amounts. The business is done on desktop, and the high bets are done on desktop. So in sweepstake, mobile is the primary device of spending. We don't have people that come on mobile, play a little bit, do small bets, go away, come back on the desktop, and put the big bets on high volatility game, and that's where the GGR is made and the ARPU is made. No, it's exactly the same. So mobile is not just the primary device of use, it's also the primary device of spend. And you can see this ARPU on the right side, again, on 1 month. Evolution is number 1 with 48 euros. It's normal, it's live, they spend more on live. And, but there is less players, right? Remember that, because we just have 10% of the GGR in live. Right, so players spend more on live, but there's less players. And then we have No Limit City, which is an interesting one because it's a high volatility. Studio, Hacksaw, etc. Just a sec. All right, the key takeaway. Before we jump in the key takeaway, there's something we didn't show you here. That's really cool. What we have in our data, when we look at games, and we can look at games from very granular point of view because we have the full data on games. We don't have the full player journey, as I've told you before, because, again, we don't have the full floor, but we do have the full data on a game. So for a game, we know its hit ratio, which means the game is paying out every 4 spins, which is a 25% hit ratio. And then what we have the RTP distribution, okay? So the RTP distribution would be, if the RTP, let's say, for the sake of it, is 95%, is it given to players through a lot of small wins, or is it given to players through a very few but big wins? So it looks like a chart where you have your hit ratio, and then you see that you have a lot of wins that are concentrated into 10 times the bet, 50 times the bet, 100 times the bet, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 100,000 times the bets. Okay, and this is a very high volatility slot, and which is a little bit what No Limit City does. What we see is that players in sweepstakes like low volatility slots. So they want to have a high hit ratio, 25%, and they want the bet to be distributed towards the center, not these wins of 100,000 times you bet. And that's what we believe that Booming Games is performing well. It's because they have low volatility games, and we're analyzing that more and more to be able also to recommend specific games for sweepstakes, because we see that sweepstakes players are completely different demographic. So 6% of all players play live. That's what I said to you before. Very small part of them, but they represent 10% of the GGR. They spend 9 times per bet round versus slots, and they have an overall higher ARPU, 50 euros to 30 euros. So there's a clear supply gap that needs to be filled. Basically, we need more live studios. We only have Evolution today doing sweepstakes, okay? Mobile ARPU is 10% higher than on desktop. And we have the data from Real Money Gaming, and it's the opposite. ARPU in desktop is 20% higher. So ARPU desktop 20% higher in sweepstake, mobile 10% higher. And the ARPU level shows that content engagement matters. ARPU varies between providers. 3Orcs is number 1 in GGR, but ARPU is lower than PlaySend or Axel. So we have very little time left. Number 1, the bounce back kid. Sounds like written by AI. It's not. It's Merit. Even after the New York and California bans and the Pragmatic Play exits, April 2026, it's an all-time GGR high. Revenue moved and the market kept growing. I've seen it myself. I've said to the team, let's stop sweepstake. Let's get out of there. Providers that we're working with that have a license in the US are being pushed by operators like BetMGM to not provide sweepstakes. And BetMGM is saying to their provider, if you provide sweepstakes, we're not going to take on our Real Money Gaming operation. So there's a real pressure. Market survived. It shifted. If you look at sweepstake operations, at the beginning it was social. I talk about sweepstake, but sweepstake social are terms that you can interchange. Social, sweepstakes, it became social with a sweepstake element. And now if we go in any sweepstake casino, they all have their secret sauce. So it's a very shifting industry. North Drone is safe. A year ago, Pragmatic led the market, and today 3Orcs dominates with Axel. Tomorrow, a newcomer could take that space. I'm not going to talk about booming again, but as you are here, ladies. And another live studio. We've said it, opportunity for new studios. I'm not going to repeat your name. Device strategy matters, very important. Mobile is king on sweepstake even more than on real money gaming. So they not only spend time, but they spend money on mobile. Novelty over familiarity. Sweepstakes players, this guy is going to throw me out. Sweepstakes players love new content. 47% of GGR comes from games launched in the last 6 months. I repeat, 50% of the GGR comes from games that have been launched within the last 6 months in a real money gaming operation. 30% of the GGR comes from pragmatic, and 30–40% from pragmatic and evolution. This is never seen before. This is a real opportunity for new studios. Okay, and don't forget something. You don't need a license. You have access to a new market/vertical without a license. The live casino gap, live constantly outperforms slots, but few studios actively invest. A gap in the market just waiting to be filled. Thank you very much.
Okay. Alex, do you know what RGS stands for?
What it stands for?
Yeah?
I
Take a guess.
believe it was remote gaming, remote gaming server?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, remote
wow,
gaming
I did
server,
not
yeah.
expect that. So this upcoming session will look at a shift happening at the core of our industry, how real money game infrastructure is evolving beyond the traditional in-house RGS model. So it's going to be a conversation about efficiency, scale, and what happens when shared infrastructure becomes not just possible, but necessary. To walk us through this transition, please welcome Robert Lenshofer, CEO and co-founder at Hintersimmer.io. Give it up. Woohoo!
Hello. Welcome to the end of RGS as we know it. A little bit about myself and the journey, because that's part of the context too. I work in iGaming since 2001, and I always worked in games. I worked on RGSs, integrations, and it has been done too often. We started this company because I said, I'm done, no more. This is a wrong in the industry that too many people are developing something that is the same thing over and over again. Another RGS, another RNG, another operate API, another database. But in essence, it always does exactly the same thing. I have 3 parts in this presentation to have it a little bit fun. The first part is the boring part, which we take away from you, the RGS part. The second part is the stupid part. Some people will feel very stupid not using Hitsi.io after they have seen what we're showing today. And then to the crazy ones who believed in us. Nobody really wakes up or goes to sleep thinking about an RGS. And we want to keep it that way, and we want to make sure we provide a service and a product that is for everyone to use, and we get rid of the need to develop anything yourself on that level. But first, a little bit of housekeeping for those who don't quite know what an RGS is. An RGS stands for Remote Gaming Server. And in essence, it's quite a simple thing. It consists of 4 boring pieces, an RNG, a simple transactional database to record transactions, a simple back office normally, and an operate API. But it takes a while. It takes a while to build this core RGS. Typical teams take 3, 6, 12 months. You need 1, 2, 3 people to build it, but it's done over and over again. The whole industry, from 1996 onwards, really since HTTPS exists, has built this in-house. Obviously, in the early 2000s, that was the only way. cloud came along and other technology advances, and it became easier and easier. But it's a little bit insane to think that there's 50,000 titles, 44 plus titles I could find through scraping on the market, 800 or 1,000 studios, some people say, and it's quite ridiculous that the component which doesn't get you to win. You win by building great games. You win by having good marketing. You win by having good sales. You win by having the best ideas. You win by having new mechanics. But people don't generally ask, well, do you have an RGS, yes or no? It's a hygiene factor, and there should be a product out there that fulfills that promise easily, so you don't have to build it yourself. And when you build it yourself, you build the core, you run the core, but you have to do this forever. And typically what happens, if anyone has ever run IT projects before, they're never on budget, they're never on time, and typically there's lots of features missing in there as well. So now to the second phase, to the stupid part. We have a few announcements to make today. We have a presentation video I show in a minute about our product. And basically, only a handful of people have seen this so far. So this is a world premiere launch. You can sign up on hitzy.io today to apply for our competition beta program. So you saw the graph before, there's the core RGS, but really the system we are building is beyond RGS. So it's the end of RGS in a meaningful way, because you need a lot more things. You need somebody who's hosting your RGS, ideally in a way that you don't need to think about it. You have to do aggregation if you want to do that, and that's quite complex because it takes a few years to build up a good aggregation layer. You also need all the integrations for the operators. So suddenly, you're not at a 6-month project anymore, but at a 5-year project. And then there's compliance, which is a whole ball ache, basically, because the information is quite hidden. When you figure out talking to regulators and look at the regulation, there's always stuff you find out later, after launch, talking to operators. So the information is not quite clear, and it's hard to build that infrastructure. And then we have Hitzy Engine, we call it, is our engine for building games. More to that in a minute. Hitzy Engine is our prime innovation, our killer application for the RGS, for our system, for our, what we call more a infrastructure layer for building real money games. With this, you can build any game on a backend level, on a game engine level with no code. You can build your typical originals games, obviously with probably fair technology, which we support. You have roulette and blackjack and slots. But now, to show you the product, we prepared a little video.
Welcome to the Hitzy.io RGS demo. Here is your login screen. Once you're logged in, you can create and select a space. A space, in essence, is your entire RGS company. We're creating a new space. You can choose your plan here. We have the Hitzy Sandbox plan. We confirm our subscription, and your remote gaming server is being set up right now. That's it. You have your own RGS in less than 20 seconds. Now that we have the whole system, we need to create relevant entries. We don't have a game studio defined yet, so let's define a game studio. It runs on the Hitzy native integration protocol, so we save it. We have now created our game studio called NEXT Super Studio. Now, let's create some games, or at least one game, under the studio. We select a friendly game name. We call the game Book of Lotsen to create a simple book game to show the entire process. We select Hitzy Engine, but there's also other ways to create engines and to create games via upload through a Docker image or via connecting to a different RGS entirely. But here we focus on Hitzy Engine. Now we do have a game record. We have one game. but it's not really a game yet. We have to create the engine. And now we go to an industry-first, no-code, backend game engine development tool that allows us right here in this presentation to create the engine on the fly. The config name, we call it Book of Loads and Engine. And now we go into the editor. In here, you can define lots of different games. You can do a Crash game, a Kano game, a Mines game, a Plinko game, and everything is done via no code. You just simply click through the various steps in the configs of these various templates. For instance, here is a Kano game where you can define your draw count, min picks, max picks. Here's a preview, you can simulate the output. But that's not really what we came for. We came for something much more complex, which is building a slot machine, backend engine from scratch. Here we are. We do this with a template first, 5x3 Classic. In this Hitzy engine slot builder, you can define your columns, your reels, your play direction, your type of game. Is it a cascade? Is it a megaways game? You can define all your symbols, features of the symbols. You can have a preview of how the board looks like. You can even define your own reel set in a visual editor, which allows you to really easily create a reel strip or many reel strips. We're going with probabilities in this example. In the award sections, you have your win lines with the various awards. You can change the mode of payout from win lines to waste to scatter to cluster. We keep it as win line here. Then you can define your win lines in this visual editor. You simply click, and that's how you change the win lines. On the bottom here, you have all 10 win lines of this sample game. You have features which you can define: random entry, substitutions, pot awards, collector, progression for progressions across multiple game rounds. And here you can actually test play the game. The last step here would be to run a simulation, which you can run in the browser. It runs wonderful. But actually, we came here to create a book game. So hold on, maybe we can get some help from the AI here. We have built an AI bot that runs on top of this engine. This is not creating AI slop engines. It's a tool that uses our Hitzy engine builder like a human and using context from its knowledge base. Let's ask it. This game to a typical book of game, please. Always be kind to your local AI. It's now identifying that it needs book spins in the games. It's creating the various symbols: book, explorer, Pharaoh, and so on. It's creating the awards. Now it's adding the win lines. And now it's adding the book feature. Now we run the simulation. Perfect. We have arrived at 95.12% RTP. That's great. Now, after we've run the simulations, we can go into the editor and actually change the weights of each of those payouts manually if you want. We can say 95.12 is not quite right. We want actually 96%. We click auto adjust and we arrive at 96%. And now to the final step, which is the publish. We have now created our book engine right in the Hitzy IO-RGS. We click publish, and it now has been published inside the Hitzy IO-RGS. We now have an engine. Created our games. We can go to the game launcher. select our player, play in real money mode, and launch the game that is connected to a front end.
And that's it. That's how you create a game in Hitsi Engine. But we are not done. The product is not complete when you don't have aggregation. We have built over the last year with a couple of partners an aggregation module. The difference is we do not aim to be an aggregator. We also know the pain of operators building their own aggregation. We have a different model where we license our software to anyone. There's also the possibility to purchase the source code so that operators don't anymore have to build their own aggregation, but they can run our aggregation or even own it. There's lots of studios on the list I can't talk about yet, but quite a few are coming this year. We should have 30, 40 studios by the end of the year. Also, what's important is another layer in an RGS, because the RNG and the engine is not enough. You need to get the games out to your partners. We have close to 100 integrations. We are integrated with the top-tier operators and have access to all the best platforms and aggregators that exist in the market. It's truly an offering that gets you worldwide coverage. Now, certifications. We have created a partnership with RiskCherry for this. I ask Rob to come on stage, please. It's just one slide, but it's just one slide.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Rob Fell, CEO of RiskCherry. As Robert said, we've entered into a partnership because when we started RiskCherry, we wanted to look at speeding up certification, making it more efficient, and our goal and our tagline was certification made simple. And a lot of what we've done in the systems that we've built and leveraged a huge amount of process automation, automated testing, and increasing amount of AI within our systems really helps us to do this internally on our side. But we're still asking partners, game studios, platforms to log into our portal, which I think is better than anyone else has out there, upload a zip, put some metadata in, and place the order in that way. And as you can see, the old way has a number of steps that require a human to take time to take compiled artifacts, put them into a structure that we ask for, and put them into our system. Then some processes start to run, and we start to fire messages back via Slack, and there's a huge amount of automation there that makes us efficient to a certain point. However, that's not good enough. And with partnerships with Robert and with a couple of others, we've developed a system that now can take us into the future. And we can ingest into our platform from the build process, once a game has been fully QA'd or a platform, etc., fully QA'd and signed off by a studio, their system can automatically push that into ours. We can then take that into our testing area automatically. We've then got agents that run, and we've got some semi-autonomous and some autonomous functions that run through that. And we can start to then certify content without a human looking at it. Yes, we will always need, under the ISO accreditations and the things that we do, we need that oversight. We need people there, but we're using the automation and the AI to speed these things up. And what it means is, it means there's less human touch points on both the partner side and the side that we're on. So we can do things much more efficiently, we can do things much quicker, and we can be as cost-effective as we can in doing this. And then the final bit is when we find an issue, because often there are things that are missed, there's regulatory features which need a bit of kind of nuance and checking around, we then automatically raise those defects back into the partner's platform. It can create tickets into whatever solution they use for that. And then the final bit, and the real end state for me, is our system using AI and automation to raise those defects, to raise it back into the partner's platform. Then we'll have AI talking to AI at some point in the future, and we'll be auto-fixing those defects, and we'll have a seamless feedback loop. Yes, there'll be people involved, but we get to a position where this autonomous pipeline is as seamless as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob. The next layer, a simple one, but it's quite hard at scale, is the hosting part, because once you have a software, you need to host it. Sounds easy enough, you have cloud, but it starts getting complicated when you have to host 25, 30 production RGSs. They need to run globally, and all the code and the deployment need to be synced together. This is something we offer out of the box for you. But one more thing is also that we focus a lot on regulated markets, and RGS is incomplete if it doesn't serve all the markets on the planet. Regulation is a little bit hard. You can build a system, but also what we allow our enterprise customers, which we call HITSE Enterprise, to shelter under our licensing infrastructure. There's lots of markets we do. We are ISO 27001 certified. We have a UK license, we have a Greek license, we have a Swedish license, and we're certified basically in all of European markets except 2 at the moment, which we're extending towards the end of the year. We aim for entering North America, and we also have our RGS certified in South Africa, Baltics, and for Brazil. So we have a very good regulated market coverage, so you can run your own instance RGS, or you can ask us to help with international distribution. What options do you have when you enter building games with an RGS? You can build it yourself, typically 2 + 1 people, developers, and that comes with yearly costs. And our approach is that we're not in competition with other companies. We're in competition with you, the operator, you, the studio, trying to do it yourself, not failing, but taking too long and spending too much. We offer that you can purchase the core RGS source code for 250K. That's not a business model for us. That's a matter for you to feel safe in the main. Because you don't want, with such a core piece technology, you don't want dependency on a third party that it's hard to exit. But now, the revolution we have is our RGS and our system, automatic deployments, our innovative hosting systems, our innovative way to spin up an RGS, a segregated data RGS for clients. We can have a self-service product we call HITSE Basic, starting at only 1,500 euros per month. And we have changed the game. Typically, you have to go to a conference. It's nice here, but you can't do this 50 times a year. We wanted to create a product where you can sign up online, pay online, and basically it's a little bit like AWS, basically. On the spectrum, we're less iGaming, we're more AWS. You sign up, we don't charge revenue share, we charge a fee, some scaling fee, as you would imagine from your hosting company at the end of the day. So we have a sandbox for 500 euros a month. That's really nothing to go live with, but it allows you to build, to test, to integrate, do everything for however long you need, for a month, for a year. And when you're ready, we have the basic version, which has some limitations in terms of features that allows us to keep the pricing low. And then we have the standard version, which I think most of our customers will use, gets you access to all the integrations and also to the aggregation module. And then we have the custom module called HITSE Enterprise. Under HITSE Enterprise, we have quite a few customers already. And now, today, we're launching HITSE Basic and HITSE Standard. Now, to the last act of this presentation, to the crazy ones, who were crazy enough to believe in us early on. And we collected, through not being very loud, this is our first public presentation of the product at all. Before, I just told my friends in the industry and tried to get some deals done. But we have quite a cool list of companies who work with us. We have Bet Games, where we develop the entire slot vertical. We have 9th Street, who is doing incredibly great original games, which we have launched. We have Tangelo, who is a social casino, actually, who needed a partner to get into real money. FDS Gaming is related to Hollywood bets, so quite a big name in the industry. We have Lesia, ran by somebody who was Chief Commercial Officer of Pragmatic. So a real good range of studios, and there's plenty more to come. Now, who wouldn't want to build their own studio now that this piece of software and company exists? And there's somebody here I want to introduce to you who launched Automax. Jan.
the writing's on the wall. Yeah.
But you're still getting in.
Yeah, exactly.
When you're
exactly.
landed.
The mic? Yeah, Jan's mic is not working. Test?
Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Probably I touched something. I'm so happy to be here, to have this opportunity. I want to thank Robert, and I want to thank, of course, the organizers of iGaming Next. I don't have enough time, so this will be a pressure cooker. We go fast. So, let's say the player wakes up. He looks at his phone. There is a notification. There is an SMS. Maybe a call is coming in from an operator. An email arrives. So, this player is swamped now. We want his attention. And the player gives in, goes online to his favorite website, but what's happening? The lobby is different. Everything is different. New games, the games I loved that were on top are on the bottom. I have to search for them. How do you search for games that I like? Well, I need to remember them. Now, this is where we come in. How do we create a memory for the player? The simple answer is we need emotions. The emotions for the player are the main thing that creates this impact. The roller coaster of the bet and the win, the positive, the negative energy that the player is experiencing. That is something that makes this imprint and allows you for your product to be very strong and stay in the mind of the player. But why am I telling you this? Well, it's very simple, because it was allowed by Robert. I can now think about these things. I don't have a headache. I don't have to look at deadlines. I don't have to look at contracts. I don't have to look at the infrastructure. I don't need to check if all technology is working. Now, the main thing is what the identity of my studio is. What's the truth? Because now the mode is not the technology. The mode is the taste. And in the future, all the studios will need to put this question into the head of their designers and the guys that are trying to create something new. And with that, I would like to present to you the machine. The machine is not a billing machine, it's not a business machine, it's not a machine that is trying to manage developers. That's not my machine, that's Robert's machine. My machine is a memory machine. I create memories for players. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you Automax. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. We're coming to the end. Let me sum up a few points. Nobody builds their own data center anymore. Everyone goes into the cloud. And this moment is the AWS moment for RGS. It was a custom build in the last 25 years. Now we make it a commodity. And now it's about you to find out what door you want to enter. You can ship games, you become a studio. As you have seen, it became very easy and accessible. We've built an aggregation module, so we take away the pain from operators to run their own aggregators. You've seen Hitzi Engine, and we offer this also to B2Cs to build their own engines, to build their own developer community, and let people in. It's literally, in that scenario, the end of RGS, because you don't ask a studio anymore, can you please integrate? I need a contract. Which aggregator are you using? You say, build directly on my engine. Thank you. This is the end of RGS.
Banana! Banana? Good. Let's do it one more time, because it was not in sync. Banana!
He's going to sing.
Excellent. Love you guys. All right. It's officially somewhere in the world 8:40, meaning the bars are opening up, people are joining in. So officially, I want you to give us a big round of applause, because we have now gotten our official bartender in the house. Bartender Steve! So what does it mean for you? Nothing. What does it mean for the panelists, the people that are here? Everything, because now they can grab a drink on the way in and they can grab a drink on the way out. And that is the key thing. All right, talking about regulations and rules and laws. This next one, this session brings together a top group of people of the industry to really, and the leaders of them, of course, to take stock of where we are currently and where things are heading. From different shifts changing the market dynamics to the rise of new opportunities globally, this is a very good chance for every single one of you to get a very clear, honest perspective on what's shaping the industry right now. And with prediction markets just gaining a bunch of momentum, maybe we can even figure out what's going to happen next. With that said, I want you guys to welcome with a big Valletta applause the moderating of this next session, no other than Adam Rosenberg, Senior Advisor, Gaming and Leisure at Blackstone. Give it up!
Come on out, guys. Thank you, Alex. Welcome, everybody. We have a pretty big panel today, so we're going to try and be tight. And the structure for this panel is to talk about really what's going on in the markets, in the business, in various geographies, without really scripted Q&A, but more to have a conversation. So I'll do some quick introduction for myself, and then I'd ask you each to do the same. Really just keep it to a couple of sentences. I'm Adam Rosenberg. I'm a senior advisor at Blackstone, which is a very large private equity complex globally with lots of investment exposure to the gaming and leisure sector. I spent most of my career as an investment banker, began my career as an attorney, then spent 17 years at Goldman Sachs, left Goldman Sachs to join Fortress Investment Group to retrain myself as an investor. Spent 7 years there, and after Fortress, joined Blackstone in the current role I have now as senior advisor. And in that context, I help them source and structure and execute investments across the gaming and leisure sector. I also help with existing investments that they have. So that's me.
Yeah. Hi, thank you. My name is Ben Wood. I'm Chief Commercial Officer for Playson, slots provider. I've been in the industry for about 18 years, started at microgaming, went on worked for GameSys and Bally's on the B2B side. Worked for Blueprint, did a couple of years there, and joined Playson about 7 months ago.
Excellent. Thanks, Tom.
Good day. I'm Gorm Natsakanyan. I'm director at Soft Construct Group, already in the industry around 10 years. Cannot say same like Ben told, so I'm 10 years in the same group.
Excellent. Nigel?
Hi, I'm Nigel Eccles, previously founder of FanDuel. Today, I'm CEO and co-founder of Sentient Studios, which is a developer of AI-powered live dealer products. And separately, I'm also founder of a company called BetDex, which is a decentralized betting exchange competing with Betfair.
I'm Alex Cohen. I'm the co-founder of Colomba Games. We're a slot supplier serving a variety of global regulated markets. We're also venturing into a few newer markets in the US as well. So we have some interesting things to talk about there. I myself, I've been on this side of the Atlantic in iGaming for about 12 years now. And prior to that was with IGT and a number of land-based suppliers in the US.
I'm Tom McGovern. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Flutter UK and I, based here in Malta. Been with the company actually 18 years, all the way back to Paddy Power and through the mergers with Betfair and then the multiple acquisitions that we've done to form the Flutter Group. Delighted to be there.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, we'll start with a geographic discussion, and I'll ask whoever would like to comment to talk a bit about the Latin American marketplace. Have you been there? If so, why? And if so, was your strategy to build, to buy, or to partner? Who would like to tackle that one?
I can start if you want. So, Latin American market is a big one for us, at least as a platform provider there. Latin American market is not one market. You have to see it as a different countries because you have now Brazil, which is getting more and more regulated, and we can see how the player value, but also the marketing costs from other hands are increasing in the market, so it's not so easy to get there anymore. You have countries like Argentina, which are regulated partially by federal level. You have mature regulation like Mexico, but it's politically unstable. So it's worth to invest in Latin American market because the population there is growing, and also the business industry itself, the market is growing there. But you have to keep in mind that there are some challenges you have to accept before entering the market.
So is your entry strategy to partner, or how did you go about entering?
Yes, we are there with our products, as Soft Construct Group, with Bad Construct products, also with our content providing products, so already there.
Great.
Yeah, from a supplier point of view, I think it's a matter of just working at it, trying to crack the nut that it is to get into Latin America. And one of the things that's happened with Brazil and some other markets is that it is a bit costly to enter the market and to really gain traction there. But I think with Brazil, we're finally seeing that it's starting to wake up, that I think some of the early expectations about a miracle with 300 million population that would be similar to a tier 1 gaming market, they've faded a little bit, but it's still a very interesting market and it's coming up in that way. But there are a lot of other markets that are interesting as well that could reach that scale.
Excellent. Tom.
Betfair International and PokerStars have been in Brazil for a significant period of time, and post-regulation, of course, we've acquired Bet Nacional, and this is really where we're bringing together the Flutter Edge and how we move both product capabilities around the world and our people as well and their expertise to really accelerate the growth and look to acquire the #1 position in Brazil would be our ambition. And we see examples like that, the Flutter Edge, the substitute product where we acquired that through CSAL and we launched it in Paddy Power. And this is the way we try and bring that Flutter Edge to life in all of the companies that we acquire, where we transport that product capability and experience and expertise of our people around the world.
Nigel, any commentary on Latin America? Or?
So I'm on the board of Pataco in Brazil and also Draftia in Mexico. They're both very successful in their own markets. I'd say one thing that we've discovered there is there is huge advantage of just local expertise in their brands. Both of those companies are growing, probably the fastest growing companies I've ever been on the board of. And I think one part is they've got very good engineering and product focus, but they're just native to those markets. And they're competing against very, very big and impressive global brands, but they are dramatically outpacing them. And I think it's sort of their local expertise that's making the difference. They're both really, really, really good markets.
Well, a few of you have mentioned some of the challenges in Brazil in particular, launched at the beginning of last year. There were existing gray operators, let's call them, which some of whom were trying to find their way into the newly regulated market. I'll shift now to the UAE, which is a very different story, a brand new market, unique in my opinion, where the regulator, the operator, and the owner are all, to some extent, the same entity or group of entities there. Who on the panel has spent some time in the UAE? Who plans to enter the market, and what do you see as the puts and takes there?
It's definitely a very difficult market, let's say, and I would look at UAE not from the perspective of another big player market, but from a perspective of B2B, through certification and licensing. It can become the next hub or center for the industry. We saw it already in crypto, we saw it in the fintech. They got the big share of the industry with HQs right there, so I would look on it rather from this perspective.
Yeah, we're only looking, to be brutally honest. Yeah, we're only looking. It's not on our roadmap for this year, probably not on our roadmap for 2027 either. But things change really quickly, right? So we constantly review any new regulated jurisdiction which might be of interest for our strategy. But for Playson right now, it's not in our consideration.
I think it's one of those places that it could be a very interesting land-based market because it's resort-oriented. I could see a lot of investment going into the casino facilities there. But as an online market, I mean, if we see some signs of life, then obviously we'll be interested in it. But I think that our approach is a bit more to wait and see on that.
We'd always keep a close eye on how things evolve, but at the moment, UAE wouldn't be on our roadmap. But we'd keep an open mind as to how that evolves. I think other markets that we would be looking at would be New Zealand. Towards the end of this year, we're certainly interested in the New Zealand market, and while it's not a new market, Dublin and Ireland is regulating, so that's a really important market for us and Paddy Power, and how we can shape that and ensure that it's a successful regulation.
One market which you didn't mention, which is a bit interesting, or at least we'll see when we get into that, is the Philippines, because a sizable population, very well versed in gaming, a couple of operators putting a bit of investment into it, so we'll see what happens there.
Another one where land-based gaming pre-exists the advent of online gaming. And just out of curiosity, has that license process begun? Is it tied to existing land-based licenses? Do you know how it works?
The current iteration of the licensing is, and I hope I don't speak anything wrong here because it's changed a couple times in the last few months, is that there's a window for suppliers to come in and gain licenses. It was tied to the PAGCOR license from an operator point of view, but I think they've done a good job of opening that up and then making it so that it's something that could be interesting. It's not cost prohibitive, and we'll see. We really don't know what it could look like from the point of view of LTV or what we get from Philippines players, but it's a large population. It's not a very expensive market for us to serve as a supplier, so we'll see.
Excellent. So shifting to product, the two broad categories of online product being sports betting and iGaming, it's been stated that the sports betting business is a bit more challenging, the margins are tougher, the cost of acquiring customers and causing them to be sticky is challenging, and often the sports betting product is used as an on-ramp to iGaming product, to iCasino product. Is that your experience? Does it matter which market you're in? And how do you manage the balance between those two?
I guess it's up to the market first, but mainly sportsbook traditionally is seen like you can get through sportsbook easily acquiring process for the players, and there is also always the fantasy, cross-selling fantasy from sportsbook to casino, which is not so easy as a lot of people are thinking. I think nowadays you get more margin in casino, you get more loyalty in casino and so on, but it's much easier for from the acquirement perspective to get it on the sportsbook first.
Any other comments?
We're mostly on the slot side, so it's hard for us to say.
We're a slots provider. All roads lead to slots.
Flutter has both. Maybe you could give us some perspective, Tom.
I think in the UKI, certainly the economics have changed, and so the way that we acquire customers, the way that we retain them, the generosity that we're able to provide with the taxation, doubling, a clearly political move by the current government that has led us to, first of all, implement mitigation strategies, of the first order, where we're reviewing all of those kind of costs, and then we look to see how that evolves really and how the market is reshaped by that decision. And Flutter would view its scale and its position in the market to be very well placed to mop up market share as competitors choose to exit. So we will see how that evolves.
Great. Well, you all have exposure to the iCasino product in some form or another, so let's shift to market entry strategies. Sweeps was all the rage for the last few years. It seems to be meeting with some challenges in certain jurisdictions, in particular in the US. Have you all experimented with sweepstakes as a lateral market entry strategy in states or jurisdictions where iCasino is not strictly legal, and what has been your experience if you have?
Yeah, I mean, look, anything that's in a pre-regulated state we're interested in. From our perspective, we respect the markets we're in where they're regulated, and we will go into markets where it's in a pre-regulated manner. So, you know, if you're going to go into these markets from a supplier perspective, you just got to manage your own. What's your risk profile? Our risk profile is low in respect as that we are in markets around the world, and we're conscious of that as a supplier. So as soon as a market it's enshrined in law, and obviously state law in the States, then we'll respect the law of the States. But for us, it's quite an easy strategy. It's, you know, we'll build product where we can go in and there's a requirement for it, and we have a legal opinion and our risk profile is acceptable. And, you know, when it becomes unacceptable, then you close the market down. It's logical.
And Ben, is that in the U.S. or do you have a sweeps product outside the U.S. as well?
Only in the U.S. at the moment. Well, anything, you know, I get 1 million legal opinions across my door at any given time, and most of them we ignore. Some of them we look at, but right now, you know, we're not looking at that at the moment.
Yeah, so sweeps is largely a US phenomena. It's just sort of the quirks of the US law. Like today in the US, I think sports betting is legal in some form in about 40 states. Casinos only legal in 7. And so there's a huge chunk of the US that has no access to online casino. And sweeps have sort of tried to capture that. Now, the challenge for sweeps is there's been a very significant legislative pushback on it. And so I think only last week they lost Tennessee. Earlier this year we lost California. I think it's slowing down. The states that wanted to ban it, I think largely have banned it. But it's always hard to say. And certainly a lot of the discussions now all move to prediction markets. But there are a number of, and we in Sentient Studios are working with a number of sweeps operators, and like what they are seeing is there's tons of demand for their product, and they are professionalizing that product. So we think it's an exciting market. The big unknown, though, is the legislative side and the sort of AG action. Like, has it really slowed down? What we saw with fantasy sports, and this is sort of dating 2016 to 2017, there was a rush at the start of states trying to ban us, like including California, California's kind of a funny one, including New York. And then after that initial rush, it kind of tapered off. And there was sort of in the end, there was about 10, I think it was about 12 states that tried to ban us. And so I think something similar happened to sweeps, and then we've seen a rush, and then it slows down, and they settle at sort of 35 to 40 states.
I think it's a more complicated market to serve now than a lot of people say expected it was 2 or 3 years ago. That I think there was, VGW came in, they established that you could work with that type of model, and then there were a lot of copycats off of that. I think that there's still a bit of margin in some states and some legal facilities to have a sweepstakes product, but it needs to take a lot of effort to be compliant with the local law.
Well, I'll contrast sweepstakes with ADW for the moment. Sweepstakes, a creature of state law. Many legal opinions would describe certain businesses as being compliant, whether the state attorneys general like it or not. But the application toward a wager, toward something that looks and feels like a slot machine is what got the regulators' backs up. Horse race wagering is a little bit different. It's clearly legal in every state, excluded from UGIA. So online horse race wagering is just fine. Making that entertaining through a reveal in something that looks like a slot machine is less controversial. I'll make that statement. You guys could disagree.
Yeah, it's. I think we're present in ADW. That I think we've been serving the market for a number of years, and we've seen it grow from something that was a bit marginal to something where it's becoming a bit more interesting now, especially as it has a more favorable status in some large states like California, where sweepstakes being banned had a big impact. But ADW, it does have to work still in a compliant regime, that it still has to be compliant with local horse racing boards, whatever that is, state by state. It's still a lot of state by state regulation, and it's right now I think the largest operator is live in 17 or 18 states. It's just a couple of major significant ones. But the challenge with that is getting it so that the unit economics start to make more sense. So hopefully we'll see that over the next few years, if that segment grows, then some of the things like source market fees and other fees that have to go into it, as the racetracks are making more money, they have margin to reduce that.
You mentioned the unit economics. The cadence of gameplay was a challenge at the beginning in that you have to get a live horse race wager down somewhere in the world. Many people don't realize that there's probably a horse race going on somewhere in the world every minute of every day, but it still involves unique technological approach to get it all working, flowing.
Yeah, and it has to be mapped to a live outcome, so it still has to be something that's asynchronous there. So it is a challenge there, and it is something where it has to be compliant that underneath the surface you're playing a game, but it's still any wagers are going towards a live horse race. But I mean, there is a frequency that goes off for that, and it is something where there's a regulator in most states and many other jurisdictions that support sport racing. So it does have, say, a different segment appeal there.
Anyone besides Alex have experience with ADW or making product or integrating with ADW providers?
The only comment I'd make, we're behind Calamba in the curve, but we're reviewing it. There's a good point to this. So from, obviously we've been approached, we've got content that people want. And it's a technical review for us. I mean, you're right. I mean, people present it. Yeah, you can just put your games on top of this. It's, when our technical guys did the review, no, it's a whole new RGS. It's not a standard random number generator. So the technical access is a real consideration for a standard slots provider. So yeah, I mean, look, it's really interesting for us, obviously. We're reviewing it, and yeah. But again, the business model has to work, or the ROI has to work, right? So, we will be operator-led, and they'll come to us. We like your content. Can you build content on this, or not RNG, on this, results-given horse generator? Yes, we can, but what's the value? And we're still at that pre-ROI evaluation stage.
Well, some would argue that if it's clearly legal, even if the unit economics are not great, in a state where players don't have any other options to have an iCasino-like experience, and we'll tuck away the other ways into the market for the moment, why not do it just because it's the only game in town?
We've got a roadmap which is chock full. Give me 50 more developers and whatever else. So yeah, look, we have to evaluate our technical roadmap because there's the whole big world out there, right? We're a global supplier, so. Right now we're fighting on all fronts. You mentioned, obviously, regulated Canada. We're going into the Philippines as well, regulated. We haven't touched on it yet, and it's the big sleeping giant. And obviously, South Africa's shown incredible numbers for standard. But South Africa, you'd have to consider that as a, technically an advanced market, different to the rest of Africa. I mean, if you look at the Central African states and what's the countries there, and the numbers and the player numbers, it's staggering, right? The volumes are low. It's a sports bet market at the moment. Technology is very low. It's probably a 10-year game. But I think, the sleeping giant potentially is Africa, right? And the numbers don't lie. So, we look at these things as well for long-term regulated business.
So you say Africa in general is a big market. Obviously, each market is different. You mentioned South Africa as well. Are there other parts of Africa?
I think South Africa is unique from a technological perspective. We've seen challenges there. We speak to the sports books there. We do very well. We're not a sports provider. Technology is different. Mobile devices are different. They don't have the same broadband technologies we're used to. So you have to tailor your product to fit that. And, it's markets like this we see as interesting as well. Yes, the value's not there, but the volumes and the possibilities are there.
Any other comments on what I would call lateral market entry strategies for states where there isn't a regime of iGaming, but there are other ways in?
Well, I mean, we see some things where it's some interesting things with what the pack rip format that we were looking at separately leading up to this panel. But the challenge that I see with some of those is how you make that more mainstream and how you turn that into an experience as opposed to something that is kind of niche. That the advantage that sweepstakes had was that, it tapped into a core demographic of slots players that they get in there very comfortable playing a gambling game online, and then in slightly different format, it's still something that touches the same emotional points to them. With, say, a pack rush, it might be something that's a little bit slower. It might be a little bit harder for someone to wrap their head around, like, okay, I'm doing this thing and I can win something at it, or I can profit from it. But hopefully see some different possibilities there where people still get the same gamified experience.
You're talking about pack rips as in collectibles and that kind of experience. So the audience knows there's a gigantic world of collectibles which got dramatic prominence during COVID when lots of people were sitting at home and discovered that they liked collecting things, baseball cards, comic books, what have you. And what Alex is talking about are businesses where they take the tendency to collect, arrange them in packs, you rip them, you get something of value, and if you're unhappy with the value, the operator will buy it back from you at a pre-agreed price, let's say 90 cents. So it's trying to replicate slot unit economics, but the challenge, as he mentioned, is creating the proper cadence of play. But it's something to keep an eye on, because there are some very creative companies doing exactly that. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on that.
That has been a real explosion in the last 12 months. There's sort of 3, Arena Club, Courtyard, and now Triumph, and there's a few others that have launched. It's a market that's really exploded. It's really interesting. The product experience, I think the product experience is great, particularly if you're a sports fan. A couple of problems with it. Number one, sports cards is it's really a US phenomena. Like we had sort of in Europe, we had stickers, and some of those became valuable, but the level to which I used to run a sports card business, it is a very US phenomena. So that's the first problem. The second problem is sports cards is the most ridiculously cyclical business I've ever been in. We're currently in the middle of another bubble. The last one was 2020 to 2022, and sports cards just absolute rip. Like during COVID, we were seeing sports cards just absolute rip in value. They were doubling every few months.
So that makes sense. What's driving the utilization today? In your
opinion? Not clear. It's weird. Like Pokemon stayed fairly strong after 21, 22, but it dipped, but it's come back as well. Sports cards absolutely bombed. Like, just to give you an example, we sort of looked at sports cards and we were like, look, if a player has a really good season, their sports card price should perform really well. And probably one of the best examples, the 2022 season for Shohei Ohtani. He had an incredible year, one of the breakout year, and to reflect his breakout year, the price of one of his top ranked sports cards dropped by 50%. And that was great because the rest of the market dropped by 70 or 80%. So it's a very cyclical market. At the moment the market is hot, previous experience is that probably won't last. Like, I just don't think we're on a super cycle. And so it'll be interesting to see those ones, whether maybe they rotate into other types of collectibles, but collectibles tend to kind of move at value. So like, other collectibles are coming up in value at the moment, and they tend to go up for a couple of years, and then they tend to crash again.
Well, it's an interesting point of intersection between traditional collectibles businesses that are trying to gamify the experience on the one hand, and gambling-oriented businesses that are trying to find other ways to offer a product that looks and feels like a slot experience. So to be seen whether it becomes a sustainable business model or more of a dalliance.
Yeah, so the US is kind of a very weird market in that because it doesn't, outside of those 7 states, it doesn't have legalized casino products, and it doesn't really have. It has a black market, but it's not like, it doesn't have a gray market like a lot of other countries have. And so what we've seen over the last 25, 30 years is the emergence of these casino-like products that in some way, under some quirk of the US law, are legal. And we've seen that for the last 30 years. I think we're going to continue to see it because the momentum for legalization of casino has really stopped. I think the last state was probably 4 years ago that online casino, and it doesn't look like I know some of the lobbyists there, and they said getting sports betting legislation through is like getting marijuana legalized, getting casino legalized is like getting cocaine legalized. It's a lot harder, and we've not seen it in the last 4 or 5 years.
But I think the US has always had kind of these lateral entries to it. Like the first most prominent example is Class 2. That was something where, tribes had the right to offer bingo on tribal territory. Yeah. So then, what can you do with the bingo game? Well, that gets kind of boring, so let's see if you can make a bingo game that really looks like a slot machine. And then the slot is just an entertaining experience on what is still fundamentally a bingo game. And I mean, I think there are a lot of states where still Class 2 is the only type of tribal gaming that's been allowed because or cases where the tribes choose to take that because they don't want to get into a compact or they want to have machines outside of the compact. And HHR is the same kind of thing, that it's not a slot machine, it's a pari-mutuel horse racing game, just happens to use historical results.
Displayed in an entertaining way that looks and feels a lot like a slot
Exactly.
machine.
So it's always had these sort of sideways in.
I think it's kind of the quirk of the US law, which is the US law, it's actually often very hard to change the law, and so it's much easier to try and get a creative lawyer to find a different way to look at it. And
well, yeah, I think there is some aspect to it that casino, on the land-based side, casino gaming even is something that is, it's not palatable legislatively in a lot of places, but charitable gaming is. So charitable gaming, you can grow a pretty big business just having slot machines, 5 places at a time, and then, what was it, Grover Gaming that sold to Cygames for $1 billion earlier this year for that. You can grow a pretty sizable business using that. So there is some margin to have these sort of lateral entries, but it takes a little bit of time to probe at it and then see exactly what they are.
The product in charitable that's analogous to what we're talking about is e-pull tabs or electronic pull tabs. So the pull tab, which is a paper game licensed and regulated in all the charitable markets, and the idea was we're still pulling the tabs, we're just doing it electronically on screen, and some regulators, many actually bought into that, and they're charities they're helping, so it's a different kind of calculus.
And in Georgia, a slot machine is something that is completely illegal, but a coin-operated skill game is something that is regulated and taxed.
So one bit of trivia, we mentioned sport cards and a quirk of US law. I'm told that when, I think it was Topps created baseball cards, there was some concern that it would be considered gambling in some way because they knew that people traded the cards, so they put a stick of gum in there, so you're buying something of indisputable value to eliminate that argument. I don't know if it was ever litigated, but there it is. Okay, we couldn't talk about what's going on in the world without talking about AI. So maybe we could just go down the line and have you all say a little bit about how is AI impacting your business? Is it around game creation? Is it around interacting with customers? Is it around just helping your business get more efficient? What are you doing today and where do you see that going over the next year?
All of the above. So, yeah, from the top down, bottom up, how we want to do it. Obviously, tech teams are using it now. Quite readily, obviously, the tech guys naturally adopt it before the commercial people and the back office people. But we've got a whole company momentum going on, looking at AI from the top down. In my team and the commercial teams, everything. CRM management, contract management, financials, everything. Where we can use it. I think for us, the main thing is it's not going off in different directions. We sat down as a C-level and as a management team, and already, the individuals that are AI adopters within your business tend to go off, and the idea is corralling them and bringing it back into some semblance of, let's just make sure we're all, batting from the same side. So for us, 100% tech. Game development, the way we develop our games, we don't make 100 games a month, right? We our rollout is relatively low. We do that on purpose. We have a certain pride in our game and our game builders. There's a human element to it. Yes, of course, maybe in testing and some repetitive part of the process, AI will be involved. But, at the moment, we take pride in our game developers, our game designers. I mean, I know Mr. Heath mentioned something a bit different earlier on. Right now, of course, we're going to adopt AI. Of course, we're going to use it where we can. But, gamblers are human beings, right? There needs to be a human element in the game development, and we are very conscious of keeping that human element in our AI strategy.
Perfect. So I will say, yes, we use AI also in our business, from games development to the platform, and AI is very deep integrated in our platform right now. It helps also operators to run the business more efficiently, and they can reduce the costs, the unnecessarily spent on bonuses, on marketing and other stuff, just using the right AI tools to communicate with the CRM and with the players' data they have in there. Also, from other hand, we use we have some AI tools like recommendation systems, betting mate, which is a good thing from the perspective of the player, where they can just chat using same environment like ChatGPT, chat with them and say like, I want to bet €5 and I want to have an outcome of 200, and based on the behavior the player showed before, the AI will do it automatically for him. So like it's getting more entertaining also for them, and from the business perspective, as I said, you can spend less on bonuses, you can use it as a risk management tool as well, and you know how to segment and how to contact the right people from the marketing perspective.
Yeah, so AI has been fascinating. We've been working with it for several years now, and I actually think we're moving from first generation to second generation AI. So first generation AI is about improving productivity and reducing cost. So that's where your engineering team are using AI to code, be more productive. Your designers are, they can mood board stuff really fast. They can give you lots of variants. You can say, well, what it would look like if it was green. It's the marketing team being able to run reports and to do a lot more analysis much faster. And so we've seen that over the last couple of years, and in every company I've been involved with, that's been incredible. It's real improvements.
And by the way, has that been a top-down result, or the people on the team
kind of
engaged
both.
it on their own?
Kind of both. And I'll tell you, the other thing that's really interesting is the speed at which it's improving. I remember I surveyed the team about 1.5 years ago, and the usage of AI from the bottom up was very low. 3 months later, almost overnight, everybody independently was picking it up in engineering. So seeing dramatic adoption there, and I think almost every organization with AI has come bottom up and top down. There's been no kind of resistance. Second generation, I think, is even more exciting though, because second generation is products that can only exist with AI. It's not just they're developed with AI, but they can only exist with AI. And so the sort of best example of that is what we're building with Sentient Studios, which is AI-powered live dealer. So best way to think about that is think of a live dealer, but instead of being a real person, we swapped that out with an avatar, and that avatar is based on an LLM. You can chat with her, and she will, you can ask her for advice. If you've got a 14 against a 10, she'll tell you what basic strategy is. She remembers you. So if you come back to the table, she welcomes you back. She'll say, how was your weekend? She'll say, let's have a better session than we did last time. So we can only do that with AI. And so that's just an example of one type of product that we're building. But there's other types of product, which is, I'm sure if any operators here, you've got a VIP management team. Well, you have a lower bound of what you would manage your VIP. Why don't you have an AI agent that's a VIP manager who can actually, at any level of player, say to that player and say, look, you had a bad run, let me speak to management, and they come back and they give a bonus to that player. That's what you can do with AI now. And this is what I would call second generation AI, and I think this is really exciting.
Very cool. Alex?
I think, we'll makes us sound like we're first generation rather than second generation, but I think, we use it as a productivity enhancement at all levels in the business. So from management point of view to prepare concepts, prepare a business plan a bit faster, down to graphical designers who can do a lot more and a lot better product with fewer resources. Where we are seeing it, though, is that there's also the power of a lot of these AI tools to summarize a lot of knowledge that's available from a broader base and then put it into products in ways that might be difficult for a team of, say, 2 or 3 people to accomplish by themselves. So we've used that for a couple of our newer products where it might take a lot of different types of knowledge to make one product that does something, but then using AI to say, okay, I need piece of software that will do X, and then something else that does Y with that, and then combine it together in a way that that is easier to do with a small team than it would have been a few years ago.
Great. Tom?
The first and most important step that we've taken is by democratizing AI across Flutter. So we have nearly 30,000 employees who have access within a garden wall environment so that it can be used safely for all aspects of the business. So all of the things that have already been mentioned, coding, development, forecasting, budgeting, and all those sorts of things. And then I think the hyper-personalization that's also been mentioned is a big opportunity so that customers can choose, how they want to be served And, in the future, I think potentially they'll be building their own games. They won't be choosing from or served the games that would appeal to them, but they can build their own specific content. And, that's, I think, an opportunity that AI will present. And how we enable our people, we're really trying to support them in their use of it. So this would be in team members' personal objectives, how are they using AI in this year, and how are they going to sort of encourage their team to also be using it. So it becomes just a normal part of the business, and it would be more unusual if you hadn't used AI to create this piece of work.
Very interesting, similar themes, but slightly different use cases. All right, so now we're in the unscripted part of the session with only 1 minute left. So I'm going to ask you a question, and I'd like a yes or no answer. By this time next year, will we have seen prediction markets used for a slot product on land or online? What do you think, Ben?
Can I tweak the answer? Will there be a slightly different model to standard sweeps? Will there be a new model in that we will build something on? Yes.
Based on the prediction, the CFTC rubric.
Someone will do it.
Okay.
It's very hard to say where it will go, to be honest, but I think, yes, that somehow they will get it also in the casino part of the prediction.
Someone will try.
Yeah.
Nigel?
Yeah, well, we've already got 5-minute crypto markets. Like, the dirty truth here is there's no rules, right? There's no rules. So there's no reason if you can have a 5-minute crypto market, why can't I have a 1 minute, 30-second, 10-second? So 100% yes.
Well, say in a prediction market way, yes, 65%, no, 33%.
Touche.
Yeah, I think that somebody will do this, but I'd then like them to explain to me how that's not gambling.
Yeah, traction.
Reasons.
Well, we will see. Great. Well, thank you very much. Please join me in applauding the panel's work here. This was great, very informative. Nice job.
You guys can stop by the bar later if you want to drink.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Alice,
quite happy. We have a bartender. Oh, yes. Let's try this. Banana.
Good.
Yeah, it was
Excellent.
okay. If you've forgotten, we have a code where we say banana, you clap if you like the previous session. We can try again. Banana. Okay, next up we have a pretty epic session. Like, I'm really excited about this. Our bartender here, he's prepared some drinks for them to get them in the right mindset, I should say. Been there, done that, lived to tell the tale. This session brings experience to the forefront. Not the normal kind, but the kind that's earned through cycles, crisis, and change. So you guys can expect candid stories, sharp insights, and the kind of wisdom that only comes from a lifetime at the top. That kind of gives me goosebumps. So we're going to welcome them all in at once. Moderating this session is Hillary Stewart-Jones, former chairman and CEO and currently board member at Skywind Group. She's joined by Paris Smith, gaming advisor and industry expert. We have Pontus Lindvall, CEO at Betsson AB, and Jesper Skärbrink, chairman at Immense Group. Give it up for them!
What could possibly go wrong with a bar on stage? Look, you've practically got a sofa each, both of you, all of you.
I take a shortcut here.
Yeah. Oh, very cozy.
Yeah, we're squeezing in here. Do you want someone on that sofa? No,
We
this
don't need that
looks
sofa.
cozy.
Yeah.
This is cozy.
Very good. Brilliant. Well, welcome, everybody. Age-related injury and old-school paper. But there we go. I wanted us to obviously kick some ideas around, and rather than do the normal format of same question to everybody, I'm just going to allow the the panel members to just fluidly go through the topics that they would like to comment on. So we've seen a lot of innovation in the online gaming industry. I've been in the industry since 1995 and sort of pivoted into online around 1997. And likewise, the three illustrious people on our sofa here have had an immense wealth of experience in the sector. So I'm sure you're going to benefit hugely from their hindsights. So can I just ask, in terms of, we often talk, particularly because online was very innovative when we started, what do you think has been the biggest seismic market disruptor that you've had to face in your career? And to what extent were you able then to pivot and either adopt or indeed, mitigate the risks? So, Paris, maybe we can start with you.
Well, over 30 years, there's so many.
Yes.
You know, going from phone betting to online, and then you add casinos. Throughout that process, like, those moments were moments of innovation. And then, then you get into more recently the regulation. Those are moments of, well, not innovation, lack of innovation, actually. And then, then there's the moment of, when it was not regulated or legal in the US, then you have the fantasy. And then when fantasy, there was states that you couldn't use, then we found sweepstakes. And then, of course, today, we're living in the prediction market.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, 100%. But I would actually add COVID into this. That was a market disruptor. And turned out to be a positive market disruptor for the industry. But when it happened, it also proved the industry's ability to adopt. I mean, we saw company by company just taking the hit, moving the entire staff, customer service with hundreds of people, its computer system, et cetera, to work from home, seamlessly over a weekend, basically, perhaps a bit more. But we never went down, even though we couldn't have the people at the office, and we have hundreds and hundreds of employees. And so that was a market disruptor that kind of shook us, and then it came out as being positive because people were home and gambling more. So from that perspective, it was a positive market disruptor. But that one I remember particularly.
And it's also very difficult in the context of where, if you're in a listed environment, it's what you tell the market as well in terms of how you explain if you have been blindsided, why you were necessarily blindsided. But Pontus, is it your experience, because I've been a lawyer around the industry long enough, these kind of events, the incumbents always just say, foul, they can't do it, it's completely illegal. They don't sort of find ways to think, oh, this is really cool, maybe we should be doing this. I mean, that happened with betting exchanges when Betfair first set up in the UK, if you remember.
Yeah, first of all, this industry goes through changes all the time. And we discussed it the other day, if it's innovation or just adoption to new technologies. I think, we all realized very early that gambling on mobiles was going to become big, and we had to try it only on the fourth time we succeeded to produce something that worked, and today everything is mobile. So we go through different changes, and what we see now, we have discussed it a lot about predictions. I mean, what is predictions? What's different if I predict that a certain team will win a certain soccer game from anything else? It's predictions that we have been doing for a very long time, but it's framed in a different way.
Yes, and as you were saying earlier on, sometimes the simpler you make a product, the less people you're going to necessarily deter from, adopting, that product in terms of, I think that, if anybody logs online now to the average sports betting or gaming, it's just a sort of deluge of information in terms of, everything that's there in terms of, what they can expect. And certainly, people, nobody wants to make an idiot of themselves, do they? So they're always going to try and do things that, they feel comfortable with. But in terms of, having, when I started out, I mean, this is so unbelievable now when you look back on it. the only way that we could allow people to gamble online was by distribution of CDs. So it's just because it was the days of the internet, and it's like you were trying to download something, and like 4 days later, eventually it would happen. But it's also, do you think, and is it your experience, that really understanding the limits of technology is really important to understanding, friction in the product for customers, and not being put off, I suppose, by the mystery of, what your IT team can do and what you need to buy in?
Yeah, understanding technology is a core asset today. You have, as a company leader, you have to understand what technology is doing. We've seen it before. We've seen it with the internet betting coming in, and Pontus was one of the pioneers there, building both Betsson and NetEnt. And that's the way we have to think all the time. We have to kind of challenge the status. AI is, on a more philosophical level, I mean, that's one of the largest changes ever. I mean, we invented fire, or not invented, but we harbored fire, invented the wheel, Gutenberg, the printing machine, steam engine, electricity, internet, DNA sequencing, sliced bread for the Brits. I mean, all these super big things, and AI will be on a total different level. At the same time, it will not impact the core of gambling at all. Mankind has gambled since the inception of money, and will continue doing so until there is no mankind. But from a company perspective, it changes everything. I mean, we saw a presentation earlier here that I mean, everyone can become a game developer today. That is based on technology that we didn't see a couple of years back. And so from a company perspective, if you don't understand this, if you don't understand the importance of what is happening, you're out of business. And it has been the same ever, but it's more, I think it's more important these days. Really, really understanding what this can do for us and how it can hurt us. Gambling will prevail, but it will look totally different in the coming 5 to 10 years.
Yes. Maybe 2 years.
2 years, yeah, exactly.
Or 2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point.
I mean, we saw the death of the RGS earlier today. It's quite fascinating. That's a historic moment.
Absolutely. When we first had a sort of brief chat the other week, Paris, you alluded to something, that we all used to assert at that time, which is we want to be regulated, we want to be licensed. And the way that the world has moved on and evolved, where we envisaged we wanted to be licensed was in a hub jurisdiction. We didn't envisage necessarily that we would have to trot off to every jurisdiction in the world and get, a piece of paper. So I suppose I was just sort of wondering what you all felt about, do we need to be wary of what we wish for on the basis that it is singularly one of the hardest things to stay on top of is multiple but slightly overlapping regulation. And you can do this in this country, but you can't do that in this country. There are advertising nuances. Some jurisdictions you can't mention the word bonus. Some jurisdictions you can mention the word bonus, but you can't say joining up bonus. So what's your collective views?
Well, I think if you go way back 30 years, we all wanted regulation because we wanted a resilient company, we wanted a resilient industry, and what we didn't add to that wish that we should have is proper regulations.
Yeah.
We just said regulations. We totally had that wrong. But, the industry has always been at the forefront of wanting that. And, now we're sitting in a world where, like you said, it's so fragmented. It's become so cumbersome. It has become the one thing that actually is building the black market more than any other thing that could happen, any product. It's the regulators that are pushing because it makes no sense.
Can I put some color to that?
What's that?
When Jesper, he was the head of the Swedish gaming monopoly, and first the gaming monopoly didn't want to regulate, and you cooperated with the government, and they wanted to protect this. At that time, the internet gaming business was quite small, our business that came from the outside. But still, they decided to regulate. But today, after regulation, the part of internet gaming that goes beside the system from the outside is even bigger than at that time. And that's such a monumental fail for the regulator. And that goes for many markets, including UK.
Yeah. And the problem is that, yeah, it's not a good regulation. I mean, I haven't found a really good regulation anywhere. But the problem is that the regulators regulate, the ones they can regulate. So there's no one taking responsibility for the black markets taking market share. The politicians don't really understand. They don't really know what to do. The police, it's in a different jurisdiction, so it's difficult to prosecute them. And regulators say, yeah, but we are regulating what we can regulate, the regulated market. So we're ending up in this kind of broken system. And Paris, you're 100% right, because, and you said the same, what we're doing now, we are pushing players to the unregulated market. So the system is broken. And that's my take off the last couple of years being on those conferences, that the system is broken and is now divided into winners and losers. And sorry to say, but it seems to be the regulated companies. We have chosen to pay tax, we have chosen to follow regulations, and they are pushing us to the losing side.
Yes, I think and it's also undermining the denuding of the value of the license that you then hold if, you know, that market exists. I suppose one of the sort of more frequent exercises we used to do is you're on the horns of a dilemma, really, aren't you? Because at the end of the day, particularly when it's advertising and it's customer acquisition, you're going at it large to try and get that first-time depositor in. This is how, you know, the competitors are taking the piss. They're not licensed, and that. The first question you ask is, can I do it? So rather than before you run into the regulator and say foul, for the regulator then to say, as you rightly said, I can't do anything about it, you know. I don't have extraterritorial reach, I don't have the budget, I don't have the manpower, and I don't understand it. You know, that's actually, as I said, it denudes the value of the license.
Yeah. I think we didn't really beg to become regulated in that way, but we saw it coming. It has to come because the market was so strong and the supply that we had was so strong. But we couldn't even envision that the regulation would fail this big. We couldn't dream about that.
No. But the regulators couldn't imagine, like, you know, it started getting semi-regulated with, like, for example, Antigua, Curacao back in the days. But that was even before online. Right? And then everything just started booming so fast. And then instead of going, okay, how do we, you know, allow this to continue? It was, well, how do we get more of what they have? But you're not a business partner, you're a regulator. Yeah. Right? And
yeah, so and that's the big problem, because I mean, if a regulator should develop the industry. Today, most regulators are regulating through warnings, fines, and court decisions.
I found it was a lot more open climate when it was the monopoly and the regulator, because they were swimming in the same boat, as we say.
Yes, we were. 100%. So it's gone wrong, and here we're sitting drinking gin drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For some reason.
For some reason. I don't mind.
But I think that's certainly true to say that in several instances, that, you know, sense that we used to have in the UK, which is, if you've got a problem, you can go and speak to the regulator and say, we've got a problem. You know, how do we fix it? Rather than now, you know there's not going to be any amnesty, and you're going to be slammed for giving the gift to the regulator that then gives them the excuse, you know, to you know, create another indirect form of taxes. I mean, you know, how any business can survive in the French market with that level of taxes as well, and the ability to fine. I mean, we've obviously got, you know, most of the regulators do have the power to fine. But, I mean, do you think that I mean, it's probably not true for you in some of your core markets, but elsewhere we've kind of lost our lobbying way somehow? Because, you know, for a long time, certainly in the UK, the betting industry, not so much the casino industry, although there have been lots of recent concessions for land-based there, which have eventually come around, it was, there was a very symbiotic relationship, for example, between bookmakers, horse racing, you know, and it was just the lotteries that were the enemy. But at least at that point in time, we were listened to. I don't know whether your journey arc has seen a sort of a deterioration of that ability to approach a regulator and get an amnesty or at least brownie points for coming forward and saying, we fouled up.
Well, I think from the beginning, the regulators never wanted to talk to the actual business people. So look at the US. As soon as they regulated, they made everybody who actually created the offshore market, they were bad actors. So they never got to understand what actually makes the business work. So then the European companies that had, you know, European football at the top of the list were the ones that came in and said, hey, America, here's sports betting. And it wasn't even like the right language, if you will. So they've always never, you know, they weren't listening to the right people, I think, is the first problem. And then the people that can afford to get around the table, they have their own interests at stake. So the personal agendas for the individual companies, that's basically kind of squashed any ability to say, here's a proper regulation that works for gaining new players, gaining tax, and you know, not being the Gestapo of the gaming industry.
But it's also standing in the way of commerce as well. I mean, Malta has enshrined in its act that the purpose of regulation is in part to create commerce for the island. It's tucked away in regulation in the UK, but regulators at the moment seem to A, loathe the industry, and B, you know, haven't tried to strike that right commercial balance.
They haven't succeeded with that, unfortunately. Malta, absolutely, and they've been very open with it. This is a way for us to bring business to the island. I think it's honest, it's a good way, and they have a working regulation. But I think we can agree on that in most other European regulations, the system is quite broken. And if there's one thing I would wish for, except for a functional regulation, that would be a European regulation. That would help us so much. But that will probably not happen. And then I hope you stop talking about regulation, or I need more gin.
Yeah, something a little bit stronger.
So, Pontus, can I just ask you, there seems to be a bit of hypocrisy, you know, in the water at the moment in relation to people suddenly waking up and, you know, like the invasion of the body snatchers, screaming at people that, you know, black grey markets and all the rest of it. I mean, you know, we've all swum in grey market waters, but there seems to be the sort of like hyper-vigilance at the moment in terms of outing certain operators. You know, issues with evolution are a case in point in terms of that. But, you know, I mean, you know, let he without sin, you know, point the finger at anybody else. Do you have any views on that?
Not really. I mean, in Europe at least, most markets are now regulated.
Yeah.
There's a few left. Finland is on its way. Norway will not regulate, as far as we know. More or less everything else is already regulated. And I think in Europe in general, you have allowed people to kind of transition in from a .com regulation activity into the regulated part. So that has worked pretty well. Now it's not about, you know, .com business or regulated business. It's because now most markets are regulated, and the ones who operate without the license, they are illegal operators, which wasn't the same as when we were operating from a Maltese license.
But it is still a case of making that market risk assessment of, you know, how grey is black as opposed to, well, you could argue it one way or another, because it's certainly something that we found less so from a market perspective in terms of what investors were doing, but much more so from your banks being happy that you're looking at your market risk policy. I mean, we got to the point where even regulators didn't want to see the opinions that you got.
No, that's the problem. I mean, Immense Group has taken the decision to be regulated. We're 95% regulated revenue. The rest is basically Finland, which is pre-regulated. And we have taken that decision because we believe it's the right thing to do. We want to pay taxes, we want to follow regulation, we want to be sustainable long term. But the alternative is not to go half regulated or half great. It's basically either or. So, and that's what I said before. The industry has been pushed into two camps. What you could call the black market or the non-regulated. You go wherever, and then into the regulated market. And the difference in managing these businesses has never been bigger.
Mm. Okay, well, that was, yeah, very insightful. In terms of, it's kind of increasing, we can endlessly talk about this, in the sense of increasing the cross of regulation, the difficulty of, slightly overlapping but not completely commonality in relation to regulation. What about the sort of like the SRRG arc, if you like, in terms of, how far we now need to go, and whether you think it's gone too far, that some jurisdictions have started to infantilize their customers too much, in the sense, I understand that basically, like with any kind of sin stock, you've got to sort of like, protect the players in the way that you wouldn't have to protect them if they went on a spending spree in Harrods. But, how do you feel that journey has gone? Has it gone too far the other way? I mean, for example, you've got universal deposits, haven't you? That's, curtailing spending, differing views from regulators as to what's affordable, and making certainly operators, I feel, I mean, they're not financial analysts, that are going to go in and delve deeply into somebody's corporate bank accounts. Have you got a statement, yes or no? Has it got a sum of money in it, yes or no? But that money might not be there by the time you're looking at it from a KYC and an affordability perspective. Have you got any insight on that, Pontus?
Yeah, first of all, we were doing responsible gaming long time before we had to do to regulation, because you want to drive a long-term successful gaming company, then you need to take care of your customers. Then again, if you push it too far on the responsible gaming, you start to ask people about a lot of things that they don't want to provide. Then you kind of, that's a showstopper for the regulated part of the industry. And that is what has been wrong in many regulations, that they push it too hard. And by doing that, they very effectively push players over to the non-regulated part, where they don't ask for as much documentation. But yeah, that's a very hard lesson to tell a politician.
Yeah.
But I think the problem is that, again, they're not, so what is, from a responsible gaming perspective, when you put a cap on it, for example? Well, if you have somebody who's worth $20 million and you're giving them a $500 a day cap, they're probably going to find another out. And that out is going to be in the black market. So again, like the lack of understanding and communication to define what responsible gaming is, because like Pontus has said, I think the gaming industry has done that from day one, starting from being a little bit selfish, looking at it from an abuse perspective, right? So we had these things in place. We wanted to know where you're from, what you're, not so much knowing what your income is. Way back when I was starting in 1995 to probably 2006, we did invite people down that had huge bet limits and things like that because we wanted to know who they are. We actually contacted a local police force to say, this guy started betting $50, we're offshore, we're in Antigua, and now he's betting $100,000. This doesn't look right. We see he works at a bank. So we contacted the bank, we contacted the police, and guess what? He was embezzling money. So that was nothing we had to do, but just from the purpose of, from our business, this is how we operated.
And I think in Sweden we have data backing these tournaments up. So in Sweden we've done prevalence studies over problematic gambling. The states are doing this. From 1994 up until the latest one was done 2022, I think it is. And the interesting thing here is that the level of problematic gambling, and this is measured on PGSI 3, which is quite low level, it's 2%. in the late 90s. And it's been constant up until 2019. Then it dropped to 1.3%. And then it stayed on this level. And back to, so people are, we discussed a lot about what happened around that time. Well, gaming has exploded since late 90s. Marketing has exploded. Availability has exploded. Everyone has a casino in the back pocket, 24/7. But what happened is that in the mid-2000 or early 2000, we started to see online gambling. And when you play online, you realize as a player, you have it in your face how much you're losing. And then, as Pontus said, all of us, Svenska Spel and the non-regulated operators, Betsson and others at that time, started to implement responsible gaming solutions. And that is what we see. So that's what happens. There's probably the reason why it went from 2 to 1.3% and then stayed there. So we have been doing this. And in Sweden, the regulation kicked in 2019, April or June or whatever it was. So this happened before regulations. It has nothing to do with regulation. So it's basically that we, as an industry, took an initiative. And so, once again, being in this industry and doing the self-regulation, this is what the regulators should see and understand, rather than saying, the common belief in Sweden today is that problematic gambling is increasing rapidly. It's actually gone down, and I think it's the same trend in entire Europe. And this is one of the strongest arguments we have to keep doing marketing, to keep developing new games, to keep channelizing players into the regulated market.
Yes, but I think that obviously I think all of that's correct. I think in Britain we were a lot more badly behaved than that at the outset. When I got into work once and down in the trading room, everyone was high-fiving because one guy had gone all night playing online. You know, it was like, you know, great. They made a lot of hay, you know, at the relevant time, and it was hard. It was hard then for them to catch up. But, you know, the statistics are absolutely right. Certainly the statistics in the UK are borne out by that. But it's unfortunately the tail that wags the whole dog now, and, you know, we're stuck with it. Yeah. But as you said, you know, that's the black market's game, yes, isn't it? You know, and the level of information that's asked by some operators, you know, even before you've opened an account, what's your employment? It's like, piss off, you know. I'm not telling you that. You know, I might never gamble with you, you know.
Yeah, and one more thing. I mean, basically, we have all the data. We are the only industry with a backside. We have a backside. We can't deny that. We have a backside. We have people gambling away their lives and being in debt forever, et cetera, et cetera. We have to take care of that. But we have the data. Let us use that data. What the regulation is doing now is putting this as a blanket on everyone. As I said, in Sweden, it's 1.3%. Of course, since we catch them all, the density is higher with the casino companies, of course. But we know who they are. Let us treat them the way, not blocking them before, not pushing them out. We know that if we block them, as soon as we see a sign, they just go elsewhere. So,
which we have to do now. We have to block them.
We have. I've been in court witnessing on this because the SDA want us to block them day one. And I'm telling them, yeah, I closed the door, I solved the problem for me, but I'm not solving the problem for the player because the player just goes to the next place where all his data is green, and then Pontus blocks him in after 2 days, and then he goes into the black market. It's kind of, once again, sorry, back to regulation, I need more gin. But it's a broken system. It's a broken system.
Yeah. So just, you know, we were talking about, you know, market innovation earlier on, market disruptors. How do you see, you know, crypto sitting as a bedfellow in terms of the gambling industry? Because certainly it seems for a younger generation, it's the preferred, you know, method of payment. You know, it means you get the double thrill, don't you? You know, in terms of whether the crypto value is going to go up or down, and, you know, whatever event it is. And certainly, from my experience, I don't know if you had any different, regulators don't really understand crypto in the same way as they never understood digital marketing and had no idea what affiliates were up to. So what's your collective view?
I think crypto is the biggest opportunity for market growth if only it could be properly regulated yet again. So if they opened it up and allowed it, because it is a norm everywhere, and if you know, the banks, the jurisdictions were more friendly to it, then they would actually be able to see how big the industry can be. It's that much more money for taxes, it's that much more money for everything, but yet by suppressing it, then you make the crypto sports books and casinos globally, they just keep thriving. But you know, the crypto side, it is one thing that has become more front and center, especially with the world and the way that it is currently. And you know, this is an opportunity to seize that and really allow the growth that can be by regulating it properly and allowing it.
Well, lo and behold, the sponsor.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it would also be the fastest way to reach higher channelization to the
Yes.
regulated market. Because, I mean, first of all, if you're into crypto, you're a gambler because, as you said, it goes up and down. It's in itself a gamble. And a lot of the young generation is using this today. And we're missing them. They go elsewhere. It's super simple. They are not. And I spoke to someone, and they say, yeah, but crypto is used by criminals. Yeah, so is dollars and euros and Swedish krona as well. It's not nothing new. It's not anything new. So they just have to, they don't, as you said, they don't understand it or they don't want to understand it. So I don't think we don't have to spend time on that because it will not be within the regulation for the coming 5 to 10 years. That's my prediction.
Well, they are trying in Curacao, so
yeah.
In terms of a.
But it's not being much discussed really in the debate that you know that okay, people play casino and sportsbook and they play it with crypto, but it's like if you pay with crypto instead of Swedish krona or euro, then you're free. There will be no tax and you don't have to have a license, a local license. It's a misconception because of the politicians don't really understand how to regulate it and put it into the gambling regulations.
The U.S. is talking about it.
Yes.
I think some people there have a great interest in crypto.
Well,
and
it's the future, and I don't think really governments have a first clue about how many people are using it, what the age demographic is, and how common it is in terms of, you know, what's out there. And they haven't wanted to ask. I mean, obviously, in terms of the United Nations papers on it, on drugs and crime, have just focused on the bad stuff because, yes, it's used by criminals too. But, you know, it is now much more mainstream, mainstream evidence that, you know, that it's going to be something that is not going to go away. It's not flash in the pan. It's like predictives, you know. It's here. You know, it's not going to evaporate. It's not going to evaporate overnight. I mean, one of the funny things that I find quite amusing sometimes is the fact that there are a lot of people who work in the gambling industries that don't actually gamble. I'm one of them. And I just wondered, therefore, if whatever side of the fence you're on, has there ever been a product that you have thought, like, it's never going to fly? And for me, it was the Crash games. It was just like, it's ridiculous. It looks like an old Atari game. And look, and here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah. So is there anything that, you know, really sort of like, it'll never fly, and then all of a sudden it's flying and it has widespread appeal?
Yeah, I have two showing how stupid I am. First of all, when Live Casino came, I was at Mr. Green, it was taking off, and I'd been running like 4 casinos within Svenska Spel. And I like the casinos, being there and the atmosphere and hearing the sound and the people around you, chatting with the dealer, etc., etc. And then someone said, yeah, we're going to have Live Casino on the computer with a live dealer. I'm like, so you want me to sit in my underpants in my sofa and play this by myself? I thought the concept was totally stupid. So luckily I had some smarter people at Mr. Green telling me that this is really the big thing. And the second one was social casino.
Oh, Candy Crush, why?
Okay, you want me to deposit 100 euros, and then what I win is a badge. Fantastic
yes, that's
idea.
right. But you can boast about it.
Exactly. But wow, that business it's so profitable. It's so many people playing it, etc., etc. Yeah, it flattened out a bit, absolutely, but still it's a huge business. We underestimated that. So mistake number 2.
Interesting. Yeah. Pontus, have you got anything to add to?
No, I think I'm more open-minded. I think we haven't seen the last new product that will come and break through. And look at the offering today and compare it to 10 years ago and even 20 years ago. You know, it's so much wider, and there will be new products. And we may think that some of them are stupid, but people will like them.
Yes.
It's the long tail.
Well, we've got 3 minutes left, so could I just ask you, just all three of you, just to say, what would you tell your younger directorial self in terms of, with the benefit of hindsight, in terms of, you know, how to run the business?
Buy crypto, maybe that's one.
Well, but even if you only have crypto as a treasury function, you're still going to have to, you know, be part of it. And, you know, as banks make it harder and harder for all of us, then, you know, other payment methods, you know, will need to be used.
Well, I would tell myself, if you're on a panel with the title "Been There, Done That," your career peaked like 5 years ago, so get the fuck out of here. You're old.
Don't say that. I still have a job. I don't want to lose it.
Pontus, do you have anything to add in relation to that?
No, I think we will just have to crank on. I mean, we have a saying internally that people just want to play blackjack or a slot, and that's what they want to do. But now we don't have, you know, 10 slots as we used to have. Now we have, you know,
15,000.
Close to 10,000 at least. So that's a lot. And I think we just have to do incremental changes and, you know, crank on, grinding, navigating, taking on new technology to become a little bit better here, a little bit better there. You know,
but that's a really good tip. Grind, grind.
I wanted to show you a bet out here before we went onto the stage.
Exactly.
And it took me like 5 seconds to find that very bet on the phone. I mean, then we have reached somewhere. We have such a broad offering. And I found it instantly and I could show it. So, you know, that's the kind of product smoothness that we're looking for. But it has taken us time to get there.
And the bet was, will Pontus be fired before the end of the year? The odds was like 10 times the money, so it was too bad. Yeah.
And also, you know, with every successive generation, they're going to be more technically savvy, aren't they? I mean, you know, that was a big...
Yeah.
You know, it was a very hard call, first of all, to sort of, you know, make people understand, you know, what was...
I think
available.
Looking back, you know, we used to follow what the porn sites would do for payment solutions, for different technology solutions. I think looking back, I would have looked at what younger people are doing earlier. Because, you know, now, like, that's my passion. Because I believe they know more than I'll ever know. And, you know, I'm learning more in my 30 years in the last 3 years than I did in the first 27. So, you know, just being more open and understanding what other people are doing, I wish I would have told myself, pay more attention to what's around you outside of gaming rather than what's within your four walls.
Yes, certainly in the early days, you know, very savory was they used to combine adults with gaming industries. The first couple of ones I went to in...
I have one last.
Yes.
If you want to succeed, grind and iterate.
Yeah.
If you want to make a fortune, innovate.
Yeah. Oh. As the last second runs out,
so
I think that's a great thought.
I will get home and innovate now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you all very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I told them to make you mocktail and they messed up. They said it wasn't.
Right.
I'm like, oh no.
Banana! Guys, come on. The entirety. Banana! Good, excellent. So I guess you know what happens tomorrow. We're going to do the same procedure. Maybe we're going to use apple, but I think we're going to stick with the banana thing. All right, how are you feeling, Valletta? Woo, energy level is high. Yeah, good. Last year, we had a session that was really popular. It was a debate. We had on one side, we had Chris. On the other side, we had BP3. So we thought, hey, you guys enjoyed it so much, so we're going to have another debate. And today we have a really core topic, what's really hot, buzzword, in the industry and get what do you think, what would that be? If it starts with prediction and then ends with market, that's excellent. That's what we're doing right now. This next session turns up the energy and finishes off this day as the final push. We're going to go over to the bar, we're going to enjoy some drinks, and we're going to enjoy a really cool debate about these topics, or this topic, prediction market. So, we've got two strong voices. It's going to be head-to-head. There's not going to be any safe zones, any safe answers. The sky's going to be the limit. So, final time today, I want you guys to welcome with a big Valletta and NEXT.io welcome to the stage, no other than Noah Traceman, CEO and co-founder of Winnable, and Chris Dolly, CEO of LL Europe. Give it up. Welcome, guys. Welcome in. All right, we got one seat over here, and we got the other seat over there. Excellent. Oh, so how you been? Good? Yeah, you enjoying it? All right, so we're just fixing up the final details here. We're getting a scotch on the rocks there, and we're getting some cool drink there for you, just for you. No, I'm kidding, we're getting you water as well. Hey, let's kick this off. I got a simple question. Prediction markets, yay or nay, fight.
All right. I think it's no surprise to say that I've been sent here on a mission by the rest of the world to educate you as an American. Prediction markets, we call it sports betting. When are you going to give up the gig?
You know, I think Chris is going to try and tell us that prediction markets are just gambling in a tailored suit. And I'm here, I think, to argue mostly that the tailored suit is an upgrade from the Soprano-style tracksuit that this industry has been wearing for decades. For 25 years, sportsbooks have been selling opinions as a product. They come up with a line, take a 10% edge, and it's really been, remained unchanged. With the prediction market, you have the ability for two informed people to disagree, and they set a price. They take a 1% transaction fee, and to me, that is a prediction market versus the other, which is a casino. And I think the biggest intellectual mistake that this industry could make is confusing them as the same thing.
So, there was a nice event set up by Pierre on Monday about prediction markets and focus, and I've heard the panels all throughout from the beginning of the day to today, and prediction markets have been the most talked about topic, even on topics that have nothing to do with prediction markets. And I think that the reason for that is practically because most people don't actually know what prediction markets are. Prediction markets is a really nice marketable name that make it sound like it's something which is tied to a nice story, which is that they're predicting something happening in the future. Anything to avoid the connotation that it could be mistaken for gambling, even though that most of the main prediction market operators use gambling in its advertising. You can bet in 50 states. You can bet on your favorite team. Follow sports everywhere. If it's so innovative, if it's so cool, why is it only working where you do not have an alternative to regulated sports betting?
I think that's a good question. I think I'd challenge that it's not working where legalized sports betting is allowed. But I think in the areas where, FanDuel and DraftKings have a duopoly, the biggest advantage they have is consumer generosity. The way that their model works and the amount of margin that they're able to take allows them to shower their users in sign-up bonuses, bonus bets, redeposits, things that I think are actually quite problematic and encourage people into really poor playing behavior. But prediction markets can't do that, at least not with the way that their current unit economics are set up. So I think that's the biggest obstacle prediction markets are going to face when competing head-to-head in jurisdictions like New York City, is they can't and they won't give you a 35% odds boost on a 3 or 4 leg parlay. They can't and they won't give you a $500 deposit match after you've blown through $2,000 or $3,000 of funds. They also can't, and I believe that they won't, offer the same sort of VIP programming, which DraftKings and FanDuel are so reliant on. pretty tough to compete even when your product may be superior and the margin may be much more beneficial to the player when your competitors are taking people to F1 and sitting in the paddock or giving them courtside seats to an NBA Finals game. They're very different businesses, you know, and I think that that's kind of what we're here to discuss, is how different the underlying fundamentals really are.
But it's not fully accurate that they're not giving that level of generosity to players, are they? I mean, everyone saw that it made headline news all around the world that Kalshi and Polymarket are giving free groceries in major cities and allowing themselves to market themselves in very unconventional ways. Presenting
I think the Polymarket in the West Village was more a dig at Mamdani than it was an actual marketing initiative. I mean, I think, a few thousand people got a few 100 loaves of bread, but I think there's a far cry from making a splashy viral moment in the internet attention economy as there is, focusing on your biggest losers ultimately and showering them in gifts, presenting, I think, a facade that the experience that they're receiving from that operator is not as one-sided as it actually is.
But they can't focus on their biggest losers because their biggest losers are not staying around. The actual lifetime value of players in prediction markets in the US is ridiculously low. In fact, the casual loser, and that's what they're going to be called, the casual loser, the casual player, the casual user that is using Polymarket at this time is just constantly losing. And that's, from a gambling business model, is pretty standard that you have the casual player who tends to lose over time. But the lack of scrutiny on the business model leads to statements like the margin is better for the player, where in actual fact, if you had to look into the general user feedback all over socials, it is the surprise that when they think that they're actually pressing on a button which says 40% and they're going to get 41 between the first click and the actual end amount of what ends up in their pocket is a big difference. Because at the end of the day, people are not aware, the general user is not aware that even though it's presented as a yes or a no, they're not aware of the underlying mechanics. They don't understand that there's a spread on both sides, whereas in a sports book, they just have to cut and optimize the odds for the player. They're much better at that. They're much more optimized at this point. They don't understand that as the customer, they have to pay both sides of the spread, and that's pushed onto the customer. And at the end of the day, they're ending up with actually a worse proposition. And then, in effect, they only understand this when they have deposited money and realize how quickly they're losing it. So at the end of the day, wouldn't that business model inherently end up becoming sustainable if it leads to dissatisfaction of the user?
So the first thing you brought up is the lifetime value of a player on Kalshi or Polymarket versus the lifetime value of a player on DraftKings or FanDuel. I think it's obvious that the lifetime value per user is going to be much lower when the margin on each trade or on each bet is so much smaller, especially when you factor in the fact that combinations have only recently been innovated in prediction markets. DraftKings and FanDuel are both publicly traded companies, and they have not been shy about sharing how much they rely on long odd parlays for their actual revenue, for their profitability, or lack thereof. I think that we're in really early days with prediction markets, and I think that the lifetime value will always be higher at a sports book than a prediction market, but lifetime value is not the right way, I think, to evaluate the viability of this business. I think it's LTV to CAC ratio. And I think that the CAC, the customer acquisition cost, that DraftKings and FanDuel have kind of created in this duopoly, this war at the top of the pyramid, is unsustainable. I think that it is too financially fatiguing and exhausting for even them to continue. And Kalshi and Polymarket won't and don't play into that, at least not to the same extremes. I think that FanDuel and DraftKings made some really critical mistakes, some potentially fatal flaws when it came to their go-to-market strategy. I think that deploying hundreds of millions, probably billions of dollars at this point, into superstar ambassadors and celebrities like LeBron James and Kevin Hart, while neglecting the rapidly growing creator economy and micro-influencers who most consumers consider much more trustworthy and much more relatable and much more important when it comes to making decisions around their spending. And you know, when I look at Kalshi and I look at Polymarket, I look at creator economy natives, companies that understand the importance of community leaders, of actual influencers who are determining where people spend their discretionary funds. And it may just be too late, you know, for FanDuel and DraftKings. I think that the industry, the business they've built, is on a leaky foundation that cannot afford to do business the way that they always have and the only way that they know how.
So you make a reference to the creator economy, the use of influencers. I mean, there's been a lot of controversy around that, particularly because Kalshi have used some questionable modes of advertising. I mean, there was an advert on TikTok going around, which was advertising a woman saying like, oh, I was about to run out of rent, but I won on Kalshi and now I can pay 2 months. And that kind of behavior. Doesn't that bring up obvious ethical questions?
I haven't seen that ad, and to be honest, shame on Kalshi if they're running advertising like that, but no more shame than should be put upon FanDuel or DraftKings for allowing a player to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars on their platform and then limiting them the moment they notice that they've figured out an edge and are making even the thinnest margin. I could tell you so many stories about sports bettors who start off casually, get to understand the industry, get exposed to tooling like OddsJam or a platform like mine, like Winnable, that gives them an edge. It teaches them about positive expected value and arbitrage and how they can actually make even the thinnest margin betting on sports. And what do FanDuel, what does DraftKings do? They limit them. They limit how much they can bet, how frequently they can bet, what sports they can bet on, or whether they can even bet at all. I think when we're talking about ethics as it relates to gaming and sports gaming in particular, we have to start talking about whether or not it's ethical for a person to be unlimited in their losses and so quickly limited in their winning.
That doubles down the need for regulation.
Absolutely.
We cannot have unfettered parties and entities allowing gambling at this level without any kind of controls, targeting 18 to 21-year-olds, which are currently outside of regulated gambling, targeting whole nations despite the rules which clearly state you cannot target. The attitude and the intention is clear. It's not about the model. It's not about innovation. It's about circumventing these integrity measures, these responsible gaming measures, some of the policies and procedures that have been set up to prevent exactly what you're talking about. That is all part of the fabric of very established, regulated markets. This is something to us as Europeans that we deal with day in, day out. As a UK operator, there's no way in hell you are going to have a customer that is going to lose that kind of money without you knowing that he has given you his bank statements, blood deposit type, everything before you have been able to.
I'll have to take your word on it. I'm not as familiar with European responsible gaming, and I think that's noble if true. The reality that I live and that my customers and you know my community lives in is that there is very little, if any, responsible gaming being enforced by the operators on either side of the line, and that's not a defense. You know, I'm not saying that because DraftKings or FanDuel aren't doing a great job at responsible gaming, that Polymarket or Kalshi should be off the hook. But I do think that, again, the foundation upon which Kalshi, Polymarket, Crypto.com, and some of the other prediction markets that are picking up steam are built actually better facilitates responsible gaming, better transparency, better surveillance, and will breed a level of responsible gaming and oversight that'll be much more effective, much more efficient, and much more favorable, you know, for our society at large.
The whole model, you talk about transparency. At the moment, it's being advertised as a truth seeker, but really it's incentivizing manipulation and insider trading. You have those cases, I don't know about how familiar you are, about people who are manipulating the temperature readings at an airport in France so they can win a bet. You're talking about people who are capitalizing on sensitive information before the capture of a leader of a country. And you know, we shrug, we switch the reading and we let it go on. And we call it truth discovery or confirmation of truth. We're really rewarding the most unethical behavior we can. I mean, this
could be its own debate, I think, as whether it's ethical for somebody to use inside info on which song Bad Bunny is going to perform first at the Super Bowl and make a few $100,000 off of it. It's not keeping me up at night, personally. I do think that insider trading is something that is discouraged by Kalshi and Polymarket. If you've logged into the app recently, it's front and center under every single market. But as with most revolutionary technologies and innovations, regulation is going to have to catch up to the technology. Very rarely does technology catch up to regulation. So we're in our early days, and when I say our, I mean theirs. I don't run a prediction market. I am the CEO of Winnable. My name is not Noah Winnable, it's Noah Traceman. Winnable is a creator platform. It's the #1 destination for buying and selling predicted outcomes of sporting events and player performance. But having interacted with over 7,000 creators on our platform, over 1 million users, 250,000 paying subscribers, I like to look through the lens of what's in their best interest, and not just over the next 6 months, but over the next 60 months. And I think if you asked me, based on the trajectory of each industry, which is going to be better for my customers, my clients, my friends, and my family, I think prediction markets trajectory will land it in a place that will be better for the people involved than DraftKings and FanDuel continuing to have this stranglehold over a very, very opaque operation.
I think I would stay up at night if I was recommending this model to my family and they are putting money on an act to perform a Bad Bunny, but really they're up against someone who already knows the answer and they've set the contract and they're taking their money like a schmuck. So
well,
I
if you
think
teach them how to look at the trading volume, you can actually base your opinion on certain behavior. If you see one whale is controlling the market, like I often see in WNBA games, for example, that's research. And again, I'm not defending insider
So your
trading.
main argument is that the casual user should be aware that that market is rigged?
No, but they can. So I wouldn't say that that market is rigged. The odds change based on the money coming in on either side of the bet. If you're going, to be using a prediction market, I do think that you should be thinking about and looking at who may have inside information, regardless of what it is, whether it's sports, whether it's politics, whether it's entertainment. I do think that's part of the consumer education that will happen organically, again, because this is a creator economy native industry business. The people who are promoting it the most frequently and the most effectively are not people reading off a script like LeBron James and Shaq and Kevin Hart. They're people who are actually putting their brand, their business, their audience behind their recommendation to use this platform instead of one that may be available and may be willing to offer you a much larger deposit match and may be willing to juice the odds 50% if you do a 6-leg parlay instead of a straight bet. So, there's pros and cons to each, and that's what we're here to discuss. But I think we're so early in prediction markets, and we are pretty fucking mature when it comes to sports books and licensed OSBs. And if I had to bet on either of them making changes that are in the best interest of the player over the next 3 to 5 years, I would bet it all on prediction markets.
I mean, at the end of the day, what's going to happen next? I mean, I definitely am not going to venture there because when you have such a strong, powerful force as the President of the United States pushing the business model, then I would, as an American, of course, believe that it's going to be around forever. But, I mean, Regulation is going to determine what's going to happen next, how the business model is going to survive, whether sports is going to be part of it. When sports is removed, because eventually, the Supreme Court will look at it and decide that there wasn't congressional intent to put sports as part of prediction markets, will it still survive? We don't know. In its current iteration, I have concerns. I do not think that the consumer is going to organically find out that the market makers are determining the price, that it's not wisdom of the crowd, that it's my third-party affiliated, sometimes complete subsidiary-owned business which is setting a price because of the amount of money I'm putting on one side of the contract.
That logic,
that the consumer does not know that it's me, that they are effectively betting against the house, and it's not peer-to-peer. But we are telling them it's peer-to-peer, and you're dealing with someone who's in the same situation as you. That kind of misleading behavior is not acceptable.
I think with that logic, you need to ask yourself, when are we going to hold Robinhood and other financial instruments and markets to the same standard? I think you could make a strong argument that just about anybody who is gambling, and I consider playing the public equities as big of a gamble, if not more, than betting on the Spurs to cover the spread tomorrow night. You gotta, I think, take a holistic approach and really be clear-eyed when you talk about where you draw the line. And I think that there's no question that many people who engage in risky financial activity, which is fully legal and fully sanctioned by every single city and state in our country at least, are not fully aware of how it works. And if we are going to make that a hurdle that companies must overcome in order to be able to operate, I've got bad news, for the New York Stock Exchange, because most of the people trading on Tesla or on commodities or on futures and, over leveraged to the hilt, they don't know what they're doing either. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I also think that the bar for whether something should be legal or allowed needs to be consistent across industries.
Completely agree, and that's the consistency everyone is looking for. I mean, here in Europe, we call prediction markets bet for exchange. We know exactly what it's been like. The reason why it hasn't exploded is because of those regulations. In many European countries, you don't have the same freedom and flexibility as in the US. We have different terminologies and access rights, such as professional traders. You need to have a certain amount of access and experience. We have designated experienced people who can do this on our behalf. How is it okay in the US that this is just a permitted acceptance, that it's like, okay, you can lose your money on Robinhood, so why not lose your money on Kalshi? Why shouldn't the thinking be like, oh, in general, this is not the best way to do about it. Maybe we should learn something from the industry and start applying the best practices. Maybe we should get some of those integrity procedures in place. Maybe we should get some of these responsible gaming procedures in place and actually end up with a more sustainable market.
I don't want to get too philosophical, but I think many would argue that the underpinning of the American dream is the freedom to take risks and to do so with the potential, not the promise, of outsized returns. I'm not sure how realistic that is in modern America or the global economy, but I think that's a big part of how we legislate as well as operate within free market capitalism. That being said, I would certainly concede that there is a lot that could be learned and emulated from other markets that have done this in a way that has done a better job of threading the needle between allowing for innovation and allowing business to flourish while also protecting the players or the people, the consumers, who ultimately hydrate those industries.
I will also concede that there's a lot of money in the market at the moment, and that obviously gets everyone very excited. It's just like when a man sees a naked woman. But in truth, I think that the hype has caused everyone to lose their sight of what's actually happening in substance. And I think that we're in the hype stage, and it's only going to settle down. And I think that when it's regulated down and it's going to be settled, prediction markets will not be here in the same shape or form that they are right now. And I think that they will be overtaken by the legacy sportsbooks. Hopefully, the technology behind them will be adopted by all, because there's a lot of benefits to the technology behind, especially in a decentralized space. But that brings upon its own challenges when it comes to regulated markets. We have big question marks about the volumes. We have big question marks about where the money is coming from. As soon as they start implementing KYC, it will be interesting to see how they can justify those valuations. I think it's safe to say we'll just wait and see.
Barring major regulatory headwinds, I would be shocked if we don't see Kalshi and Polymarket still thriving 5 years from now. I think it'll ultimately come down to the Supreme Court in the United States determining whether or not this is gambling, like you say, or it is a financial instrument, like I say. And I think we'll learn a lot more over the coming years and even months about how this technology and how these platforms are utilized, and whether or not there is multi-dimensional merit that warrants enabling them to continue and to further their long-term goals, whatever those may be.
I think you guys have had enough.
We're cut off.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job.
Banana! That's good. See, they're trying to sync this. This is good. Thanks, guys. All right. People of Valletta, Next.io, the first day is not coming to an end.
Sad.
Are you sad? Well,
yeah.
I'm not sad because there's another day.
There is tomorrow.
Yeah. So today hasn't been just about leadership, that just going through it as a choice. It's something that you have to live and learn. You guys have been phenomenal to be sitting here and been staying. But there's something happening at 5:30.
Yes, don't miss the, after work drinks on the rooftop as usual. They start at 5:30. So until then, just mingle around the Mediterranean Conference Center and see you guys upstairs at 5:30. And see you guys back here tomorrow at 10:30.
Yes, 10:30.
For another day.
We have so many cool things in stock for you guys tomorrow. And there's going to be some hot topics with some hot questions with some hot wings. So with that said, thank you for letting us host today, and also give it up to bartender Steve.
Woo!
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
See you tomorrow.
See
Have
you.
a good night. Banana! There we go. Trying.